Sound check, 1, 2, 3. Sound check, sound check, sound check, 1, 2, 3.
Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors, staff, and ladies and gentlemen. We'd like to call the Emergency Community Services Committee for April the 20th to order. Please switch all electronic devices to a non-audible function during this meeting. And I would like to note that quorum is now present for the meeting. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda today?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Chair, we have several changes to the agenda. Under Communications, 5.1, Correspondence respecting the Renoviction Stakeholders Consultation Report from the Hamilton Apartment Association, Dr. Laura Pinn, and Acorn Hamilton. Under delegation requests, we have an additional 33 delegations respecting the Renoviction Stakeholders Consultation Report. We also have a delegation request for a future meeting from Sally Palmer respecting the request to increase current Ontario Works rates, and from Elizabeth McGuire respecting a request to increase current Ontario Works rates for a future meeting. And under notices of motion, we have item 12.1, seeking advocacy support from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities on establishing an urgent intergovernmental platform on mental health.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I need a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda as amended. Moved by Councillor Nan, seconded by Councillor Wang. And we'll have that vote electronically, please. Not sure where mine is. So, oh, there it is. That vote carried 6-0. Declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest this afternoon? Approval of minutes of the previous meeting for April the 6th. That's item 4.1 on our agenda. I need a mover and a seconder to approve the minutes, please. Moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. Any discussion on the approval of the minutes? Seeing none, I'll call the vote, please. And that vote carried 6-0. Communications, we have several correspondence items. May I have a mover and a seconder to receive the correspondence items and refer them to the consideration of the Renovictions Stakeholder Consultation Report. Moved by Councillor Nan, seconded by Councillor Kretsch. Is there any discussion on that direction? Seeing none, I'll call the vote, please. Yes. We'll pause that vote, please. Councillor Kretsch would like to have the floor. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment briefly on item A from the Hamilton Apartment Association. And firstly, I don't know a ton about the Hamilton District Apartment Association. Does anyone on staff, for a quick question and then I have a comment, does anyone on staff know sort of who the Hamilton District Apartment Association represents? I could have done a bit of work, but apologies for not knowing that. I'm just wondering if anybody offhand knows about it. Good answer.
Please identify yourself.
James O'Brien, Manager, Housing Services. The Hamilton District Apartment Association is the largest representation of apartment owners and operators for landlords in the city of Hamilton. And they are a stakeholder that we do interact with from Housing Services in that capacity.
Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. The reason I ask is because there's a line in this letter that I think deserves public attention. The line is, renovictions have been increasing and will continue to increase as the rental stock continues to get older and work can no longer be delayed. I think it's important to let that sink in. When we talk about the context for renovations are one thing. We talk about evictions are another thing. When we speak about renovictions, we're talking about a practice whereby people are evicted from their homes through the process of renovation. There seems to be an admission in this letter that that's a practice that's going on. That's a practice that's happening, and a practice that we're promised will continue. And they're using the language of renovictions in this email, and I really want to highlight that. Thanks. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll now call the vote, please. Thank you. And that vote carried 6-0. Delegation requests. We have several delegation requests before us today. May I please have a mover and a seconder to approve the delegations as presented? Moved by Councillor Cretch, seconded by Councillor Wang. And we'll call the vote on that one. Thank you. And that vote carried 6-0. So we're now moving to the delegations, Madam Clerk. Thank you. I'd like to welcome all of our delegates to today's meeting. Our delegates are reminded that they have 5 minutes to speak. Delegations who have chosen to speak in pairs are willing to share their 5 minutes. I'd also like to remind committee that we have several delegations to hear on this matter and others before we contemplate the business on today's agenda. Members are reminded that questions of the delegations are for clarification purposes only and not for debate. So we're not to debate the delegate. We will vote to receive all of the delegations in one vote after the last delegate has spoken. Item 7.1, Elizabeth Watson-Morlog, respecting the Dundas Community Pool. This was approved at the April 6, 2023 meeting. Elizabeth, are you here? Come on down, please.
I'm really nervous. This is a lot different than grade 7 and 8 kids in front of me.
Well, we haven't had anyone cry yet, but you never know. So just take your time, take a deep breath, you'll be fine.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Emergency and Community Services Committee and the guests that are here today. My name is Elizabeth Watson-Morlog, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to address you this afternoon. I've lived in Dundas since 1985, close to 40 years. I spent my career as a teacher with the Wentworth County Board of Education, followed by the Hamilton-Wentworth District School Board, teaching in Ward 13 for all 30 years of my career, Dundas and Flamborough. I'm a proud resident who believes there's no better place in Southern Ontario in which to raise children and to reside than this part of Hamilton. That assertion, however, has one major disqualification attached to it, and that is both the absence of and the state of the recreational facilities in our town. I'm here to speak about the disrepair of the Dundas Community Pool specifically. The woefully lacking facilities in the rest of the town, I believe, are a different issue. In 2019, I met in person at the Dundas Community Pool with then Councillor Arlene Vanderbeek, who brought 5 others from the city. I believe they were from the Planning and the Engineering Department. This meeting was to address the concerns I had and bring forward once again 6 years later. Despite assurances at the time that at least some of these concerns would be simple to fix and they would be looked after, absolutely nothing has happened. There's no other way of saying it. The condition of the Dundas Pool is atrocious. It's an insult to people who use it or would like to use it. It's an embarrassment to take guests to this facility. For example, grandchildren. The interior of the pool is in a complete state of disrepair, and because of this, it appears to be filthy. I've listed for you a set of 6 items which I believe are in need of immediate attention. Because the roof is to be fixed in the months ahead, I believe the pool is shutting down at the end of this month, this is the perfect time for this committee to take a look at the much larger picture with respect to this facility. The picture you see in front of you is a change cubicle, a garbage pail collecting water. We can see on the picture the water running down the sides of the wall and chipped paint. Number 1, the Dundas Pool is not accessible. There are accessibility doors at the main entrance, but not to the change rooms. When I personally broke my leg, was using a walker and then crutches after I broke my leg, I was unable to access the change room without assistance. The doors to the change rooms are impossible for a person with disabilities to be able to open. The pool is not all-inclusive. There are no changing facilities for persons who identify as non-binary or transgender. There are male and female change rooms only. The pool does not have a family change room. This means an adult male or female taking their child of the opposite gender for swimming lessons, a recreational swim, etc., has nowhere to help them change. I want you to consider a 5, 6, or 7-year-old who needs their parent assistance. The opposite gender child, we'll say my grandson in this case, comes into the women's change room with me at 6 years old and then is subjected to seeing naked women coming from the pool shower area into the larger change room. It's not acceptable. The shower areas themselves are not accessible for people with mobility issues. When I was on crutches, I needed a bench to be able to shower before and after using the pool. There are no benches available. It would be a simple fix to attach them to the wall, have them come down, and make it accessible for those with mobility issues. There's one and only one change table in this whole facility for babies to be changed or toddlers. How are parents supposed to deal with that when they come in for swimming lessons or a mother and tot swim and there's one change table? The entire changing area is old, it's broken, and it's dirty. The floor tiles are stained. There's rusty water running down the walls, leaking from the leaking roof, rusted out old lockers, chipped paint, and the list goes on. My photographs will depict the reality. This is showing that there is no accessibility door to the change room. One of the walls and the ceiling. Another wall and ceiling beside a heating vent. I find this incredulous that this is in the women's change room. Pipes that we can see right here have, I don't know if that's duct taped together, wires that are hanging open. I have no idea what this is. It's an open electrical box. I realize that my time is up, so I'm going to go really, really quickly. The Dundas Pool is not one of the most used pools in the city. On any given day, there are upwards of 60 women in the changing area waiting for water fit classes. If we want communities to grow and to be vibrant, we need recreational facilities that service all segments of the population, the very young to the very old. A community pool is perhaps the single recreation facility that does in fact service all people. The very young and the very old don't play basketball, they don't ice skate, they don't go to a skateboard park, but they do swim. If the City of Hamilton can pour money into Great Mirror Arena, a space which sits empty day after day and is used only in the evening and on weekends, surely to goodness we can upgrade the interior of this pool, which is next door, and is used to capacity almost every day and every night.
Can I ask that you wrap it up now, please?
Yes, I will, sir. Thank you. I understand that the questions that each of you might be asking yourselves right now is why the Dundas Pool? Why not Jimmy Thompson? Why not potholes over pools? I understand that there's a limited amount of money, but the Dundas Pool, because it's saltwater, is used by both Dundas residents and people from outside the ward. I really do believe that because the Dundas Pool is going to be undergoing some construction starting in May, now is the time to be taking a look at getting these repairs done. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And if you can just stay right there, we might have some questions for you. Can we remove the presentation so that I can see all the councillors? Thank you. I recognize Councillor Alex Wilson, who has a question for you.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. I just want to make sure that we get the gist of it. And then through you, Chair, I know we have a packed agenda, and typically the practice is to ask questions staff after receiving delegates. Given we have many delegates on a different issue, I'd wonder if I'd be able to get one question into staff now, but I'll ask my question to the delegate first, just while we're here. Question to you, Elizabeth, is just so I hear it right, it sounds like you flagged some of these concerns earlier. You did a walkthrough with staff. There's repairs happening to the site right now. We've had a conversation about the broader capital repair plan and maybe getting that in there. But it sounds like the sum of your ask is, can some of these minor repairs be made this summer while there's already major renovation work going on? Is that the sum up of your request there?
That is correct, Mr. Wilson. I think that it's unrealistic to expect that the pool is going to be completely torn down and replaced. That is like a longer budget issue that the city needs to look at in the long term. However, in the short term, if they're taking the roof off now, they're closing the pool now, certainly accessibility doors could be put in. Accessible stools could be put in to the shower areas. They could put in a coat of paint. They could put up hooks for people to put their clothing on. They could replace the rusted out old lockers. That's not a total renovation that perhaps is needed, but certainly it would be an improvement to the horrendous situation that exists down there right now.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, if I may, a question to you, Elizabeth. It sounds like the role of public consultation in consulting users of our recreation spaces is so fundamental to making sure we're seeing what's going on and we're making the changes necessary. How do you want to be spoken to? How do you want to be listened to in this process moving forward? When we hear feedback from residents on recreation, state of facilities, accessibility of facilities, can you make some recommendations on what that engagement should look like or what you'd like to see it look like?
Thank you, Councillor Elizabeth.
I don't think I'm in the position to say I don't really understand the political process at the municipal level particularly well. I don't purport to, but I do believe that a committee of Ward 13 residents who use this facility could be looking at what improvements could be made. I'd certainly be willing to sit on a committee like that. I'm not sure I entirely understand the question, but hopefully that answer is sufficient.
Councillor?
It was, yeah, looking for those suggestions, like a committee, a suggestion box, things like that. Through you, Chair, if I can have the leniency to just ask one question to staff, but if not, we can wait to the end and do it in the normal process.
I would like to have Elizabeth take her seat first, and then we can have you ask that one question. Bear in mind, Councillor, we have a packed room. I know you can't see it, but they're all wanting to get to one particular topic.
Thank you very much for your
Elizabeth,
time.
if you take your seat, thank you very much. Councillor Wilson, go ahead, please, with your question of staff.
Thank you. Just a question, if it would be possible to overview whether or not the Dundas Community Pool is currently in the major capital repairs are in the capital plan, the recreation master plan, and if not, when in 2024 is the recreation master plan forthcoming in the work plan so we can make these capital budget improvements? So when is this conversation coming in front of this council is the question.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll start with General Manager Can.
Through the Chair, General Manager Carlisle Can, acting City Manager for today. Councillor, I will have to go back to staff and look at the capital plan with them. In addition, review the scope of work that needs to be done. At this point in time, I'm unaware of the details within, but rest assured I will take that as work to follow up on with staff in facilities, corporate facilities and energy management, and we will report back either through an update or a report to council.
Thank you, General Manager Burden.
Thank you. Angie Burden, General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. John Walton is online today to be able to provide an overview of the specific project. Thank you.
Hey, Don, how are you?
Good afternoon, Chair. Through you to the councillor, I'm happy to provide an update Through the 2024 capital budget, what we'll be seeing is the Rec Master Plan implementation strategy. We are planning to bring that forward in early 2024, which will highlight some of the existing pressures we have with respect to our budgets, the work that we require on the maintenance side, as well as our growth strategy. That will be coming to councilors and the council quite soon. With respect to the work that's being undertaken currently and that is planned for this shutdown this summer, we do have staff currently working with our facilities operations and maintenance teams to identify some of the minor repair work that can be conducted while we are currently shut down. So having heard some of the information today, I will make sure that some of those things that can be achieved during the shutdown are addressed, and we'll bring forward any items that may require a funding strategy but could be accommodated during this shutdown forward, so that there's information there with respect to how we could move forward. With respect to the accessibility issues, I would venture to say that most of the accessibility specific requests would require us to come up to code for AODA in this building, and they require more than just a simple install. They require having the proper egress and a maneuverability within the space to accommodate chairs, et cetera. And so some of those things may not be able to be addressed, but definitely we can handle some of the painting and rest areas and some of that minor work.
Councillor?
Thank you. I'll be sure to be part of those connections. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Don. Okay, our next delegate today, 7.2, is Kelvin Kane, the Ontario Homes for Special Needs Association Hamilton, respecting Hamilton residential care facilities.
Pardon the interruption, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, we have an additional speaker, and Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Wilson?
Thank you, Chair. I continue to suffer from e-scribe malfunction, so I'm having to wave to poor Lorraine. If I could, through you to either Ms. Walton or GM Carlisle, on the last point about retrofitting existing facilities, be they recreation or otherwise, but in this case recreation, to ensure they are fully inclusive, gender and accessibility wise, what is the practice and lens that we, just looking for some assurance that practice is on the city's work when we're going in and retrofitting or renovating a public asset? Thank you.
General Manager Can, please.
Through the chair to the councillor, typically when we do the design work for these renovations, we would work with a consultant, we would work with staff within the organization and ensure that they have, one, meet the requirements of code, but also when we start to look at equity, inclusion and diversity, that we factor in all the requirements as per the acts.
Councillor Wilson?
Thank you. If I could just dig a little deeper on that understanding, only because in Ward 1, we are intentionally putting in public washrooms in our public assets. Is there a standard practice or a requirement on the part of the municipality when we are applying equity that our spaces are, for example, gender neutral, are fully accessible, are deemed to be safe by users? I'm hoping that we're moving away from the will and the interest of a councillor to a prescribed practice, through the chair.
Jim Can?
Yeah, through the chair to the councillor, you're absolutely right in terms of the journey that we are embarking on. We are starting to make that transition, and one of the things we're looking at SOPs, we're looking at workflows to ensure that is how we move forward in the future. At this point in time, I would have to consult with staff and meet with the design team to ensure that these were factored in. Some of these were done probably, I would guess, during the pandemic and pre-COVID, and you know, it's a matter of when they were actually looking at the file. So part of my journey will be to go back, and as we look at the different projects that are now coming to, I guess, construction and putting the shovel in the ground, that if there's a possibility to go back and meet some of these requirements, by all means, we will do that. But definitely for the projects that are going forward, we would ensure that the design criteria, specifications with regards to accommodation and being sensitive to diversity, inclusion, and equity, being gender neutral is something that we look at.
Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know we have a full agenda, but it is my strong opinion that when it comes to public spaces, outdoors and city-owned, that when we're doing our consultation and then when we are retrofitting or building new, that we ensure at the get-go that we are sensitive to and have heard from intentionally all users, so that it is in fact publicly accessible, and that becomes part of our policy and that becomes part of our practice. And if I could just say to the delegate who appeared, it's not just, and I don't mean to cast shame, this is a corporate, citywide vulnerability, I think. We have a recreation center in Ward 1 and a pool, specifically, it's still called Ryerson, that is suffering from the same history, if you will. We have, I asked for an overview of the last 2 years of its capital condition because of ongoing issues of closure, which I thought were a little higher than normal. So everything from balanced tank replacement, the pool was leaking through the concrete, to loss of an emergency phone, to regrouting of pool tiles because they were popping off, to water main breaks, to a circulation pump issue with electrical faults, to an exhaust grate coming loose over the pool that was hanging over the pool, to a downed compressor compromising the HVAC. I guess, Chair Clark, we have, this council passed a motion to overview our budget practice such that we hear from residents in what they value, particularly those where they can enjoy public assets because they're paying for them and they want to meet with their neighbors. And I'm hoping as we move forward that we really see the benefit to community that comes with these kind of facilities that can be used from birth until near the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wang, if you can take the chair for a second. Just a question, Chair, of GM McCann. Surely this committee could get a report that would list all of our public facilities, those of which that are now AODA compliant, those of which who have private washrooms now, and what the process is for each facility to get to that point. Can we not get that type of report, Chair?
GM can.
Through the chair to the councillor, absolutely. Part of what we will be doing is bringing back a summary of the condition, look at those that are currently compliant or not with regards to AODA, and then take an inventory of the washrooms that are available and come back with the roadmap and the strategy and the plan forward. I will work with staff to get that done, sir.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you. And Vice Chair, can I ask, has your division, GM Can, been directed to do that by this or previous council?
GM can.
Through the chair to the councillor, definitively, I cannot say yes, because as you know, I wasn't present, but I would assume and I think that it's good practice and it's responsible government and governance that we do that. So I will say on behalf of the department, we will do that.
Thank you.
So Vice Chair, if I may, can we just ask GM Can to provide us a report back to the next council on his findings or committee on his findings? And then if we need to, at that point, we can make a motion that would be appropriate. With that, I'll take the chair back. Thank you,
Back to
Vice
you.
Chair. Councillor Jackson, please, you're up next.
Thank you, Chair Clark, and I just want to piggyback on your request, and just for General Manager Can's edification, if possible, I believe Manager Don Walton under the leadership of Recreation Director Chris Hurstek. They are currently undergoing an indoor-outdoor recreation facilities master plan. And so your request today through General Manager maybe can either be compatible with, in consultation with, or possibly run concurrently with the recreation outdoor-indoor master plan that's currently underway. And I believe there was some updates and results to come to this new council before this year was over. But I just leave those comments on the table to be taken under advisement. Thank you, Chair Clark.
Thank you, and I appreciate your comments, Councillor. I guess my concern was that completing that master plan is going to take many years, whereas if we have washrooms that are in ill repair or are not AODA compliant now, we should be trying to address that as soon as possible. But I do appreciate your commentary. Okay, no further questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll move on to the next delegate, Kelvin Kane, Ontario Homes for Special Needs Association, Hamilton, respecting the Hamilton Residential Care Facilities. This was approved at the April 6th meeting, 2023.
Good afternoon. My name is
You
Calvin.
need to speak right into the microphone because we're broadcasting, and while we can hear you, they can't. So thank you, Kelvin.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to meet today. I brought a couple of bodyguards just to make sure I'm okay.
I hope you're buying them lunch after that remark, let me tell you.
Anyway, for the sake of time, I'll go through this fairly quickly. Again, my name is Calvin Kane. I have Sonia Brown. I have Diana Cicerelli here. They are a homeowner and someone who has a family member in the home to speak. So
Kelvin,
let me just go through this.
Take a deep breath and relax.
Go through this.
Okay,
this
you're awfully nervous
this never gets any easier. It never gets any easier, no matter how many times I do it.
Okay, so we're going to start the clock over for you, and then just take a deep breath. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, about us. The Hamilton Residential Care Facility in Hamilton. We're licensed, and we have an amendment to Schedule 20, which is part of the bylaw of 07-70. Our source of funding is the Homelessness Prevention Program, HPP. 100% of the funding comes to this program, and it's allocated to the city of Hamilton. We have approximately 52 homes which are subsidized. The contracted capacity is about 822 beds. Currently, right now, our occupancy is around 660 to 680. I guess it depends on the month. A combination of semi-private and shared rooms. The population, mental health challenge such as schizophrenia of various levels, bipolar, depression, brain injury, substance abuse, and also seniors who have either coming from home or seniors that are basically become 65 and they actually lived in a home. The length of stay is as long as the individual requires that service. Residents referrals, it's quite a kaleidoscope of place where we get referrals from the hospital, St. Joseph Hospital, West Fifth, even the Charlton Avenue facility, as well as Hamilton Health Science General Hospital, for instance. Folks that are coming from their homes, we've seen a big trend whereby the boomers are going to the point where they can't help the folks at home, and then they have to, because of their mental health, they have to then send them off to a home for someone to take care of them. We get folks from the third party, YWCA, YMCA, Act 1 and 2, Community Living, Hamilton Program for Schizophrenia, and that's just a few. There's quite a bit more. The seniors needing support to maintain their daily living, and also transitional folks who are going to long-term care. The shelters, Salvation Army, the Good Shepherd, Hamilton Correctional Center. We still get them from that particular facility, and people off the street who basically needs help and support in housing and also with supports. We have gone through a few reviews. This is a Grant Thornton review for the housing with supports, and this was back in 2014. This was commissioned by the OSNA, which is Ontario Home for Special Needs Association, in 2014. And the sample size was basically Ontario, all the homes in Ontario. The takeaway from this is that the increase in the cost gap, the trend of hourly wages and operating costs versus the per diem increase. Basically, we're seeing the per diem staying consistent in a gradual increase, but we're seeing that the cost of operation and the cost of wages are going up steeply. That was in 2014. We're now in 2023. So you can imagine where and how steep the inflation line trajectory has been. Oops, can I go back? In that report in 2014, Grant Thornton report for the province of Ontario, they recommend that the per diem be at around 58.90 cents to 59.32, and continue to make adjustment to the CPI and the labor for annual adjustments, basically trying to get us to keep pace with the inflation costs. We did another review in 2014. This was done through the City of Hamilton. They hired their own consultant, SHS consultant, and they did a similar report, and it was based upon Hamiltonians, not on the global Ontario, but Hamiltonians. And at that time, 28 recommendations were made. I think approximately 50% of those recommendations were actually acted upon. The takeaway again, at 2014, the per diem was $47.75 per day per person. Today, it's at 57. 2014, 2023. So I'll just run through this fairly quickly. So what I'm saying is that RCF closures are imminent based upon what we've seen today. This is just a calculation from the Bank of Canada, and it's saying that in 2014, the per diem was $47.75. Today, 2009, it was $14.75. Today, it would be $67.83, based upon only inflation. Things that are not included is minimum wage, post-pandemic wages, annual licensing fees, annual insurance, and property tax increase. Again, the takeaway is that there's a big gap between what we can afford to operate with and what we've been given. Comparison, temporary housing versus permanent housing. Temporary housing, that's what it is, a temporary housing. No permanent address, emergency shelter, emergency housing, Schedule 20 doesn't apply, and it's limited to the fit of the folks that are going there. The cost is anywhere from $80 to $150 a day. The permanent housing situation with support is a permanent address. The folks really do have an address. It's 24 staffing, meals, laundry, housekeeping, medication management, and support for your daily living. Schedule 20, which is the bylaw, does apply. We do get inspected. And it's a smaller setting for us to execute our care plan as well as their goal execution for the folks that we serve.
Kelvin, can I ask you to wrap it up now, please?
Okay. Or ask. Per diem increase from $57 to $68 per day, with and include the CPI annual adjustment as recommended by the previous reviews. Our contract right now, we are operating without a contract. Our contract is expired on April 1st, 2023. And we are looking to try and get this solved and resolved with the per diem, because we're at a crossroad and we cannot operate with the $57 a day per diem at this point.
Super. Thank you for that. We have a couple of councillors that would like to ask questions of clarification for you. Councillor Tom Jackson, please.
Thank you very much, Chair Clark, and President Kane. Good to see you again. Always appreciate your updates and presentations to this committee, and I've been on this committee for a number of years, so I know you've tried to keep us informed and up to date on the financial difficulties to maintain the 50-plus RCFs that you represent in our community. And Sonia, good seeing you again as well, and nice to meet you, Diane, as well. Just some quick questions here. So currently you are receiving 57 per diem, because I remember you referenced from 2014, $47.75. So through you, Chair Clark, just so that I'm crystal clear on what you're currently receiving.
Thank you, Councillor Kelvin, please.
To you, Chair, we don't have a contract. So the last contract ended on April 1st, and we were at $57.
You were at $57. Okay, thank you for confirming that. And your obvious request is to move to 68, hopefully.
Yes.
Are you currently in, I don't need details, because I'm sure that they're underway and privately. Are you at least in current discussions with city staff? Through you, Chair Clark, please.
Thank you, Councillor Kelvin, please.
Through you, the Chair, yes, we are.
Good to hear. Okay, that's always promising. Let's be blunt here, Kelvin. If your homes, if the RCFs did not exist in our, and I've visited a number of them over the years, just to get a visual and meet a number of the residents, and many of them are just so, let me put it this way, just so grateful to have a permanent place which your RCFs provide. If your RCFs did not exist, where would these residents end up? Through you, Chair Clark, please.
Thank you, Councillor Kelvin, please.
Through you, Chair, there's no place for them to go. Specifically, the ones who have been in the homes for many years, they have no place to go.
So they would, if you will, almost end up either in parks, on the street, in shelters?
On the street, the shelters, some would not survive in a shelter for a day because of the amount of needs that and how they rely on the operator. So, and the ones who can't find a relative, or they'll be on the street, basically.
I find with a lot of the RCF owners, Chair Clark, they're often the only family, if you will, that the residents otherwise don't have any support in the community. Lastly, Kelvin, give us some indication. What's the smallest size? Are they roughly 6 to 12 beds, the smallest end of the RCFs, the 52 homes? What's the largest end? Are they 50 plus beds? Give me some indication of the range of number of beds in the homes.
Interesting question. Yes, we have home as small as 6 beds.
And the largest one,
and the
possibly?
largest 25 plus.
Okay. Thank you very much, Kelvin. Thanks, Sonia. Good to see you. Thanks, Chair Clark.
Thank you, Councillor. The next speaker is Councillor Kretsch, please.
Hi, thanks for coming. Appreciate you being here. And hello to everyone up there. My question for you is specific to the point of negotiation. As it happens, I've looked at Schedule 20. It's quite detailed in terms of the different kinds of guidelines that you're held to. One thing it doesn't talk about, though, is per diems and negotiations. And so for the edification of everybody here, who are you negotiating with specifically in terms of trying to get a better outcome?
I'm negotiating with Rob Mastroianni, who is the manager for the service, housing services, and Michelle Beard as well.
Right, so you're negotiating with city staff.
Yes.
Fair enough. So I just want to flag that, like, we have to kind of wait till the outcomes of those negotiations, and then recommendations may or may not be brought back to us as a council to deliberate on, but that we can't interfere in the negotiations ourselves. So I really appreciate you coming here today and giving us all this information about the context, so that when we're in a position to make that decision, we have this information. Just really appreciate it. Really appreciate the situation that folks are in. Understand these are dire times, and that inflation is causing these kinds of issues. So just thank you very much for that. I appreciate it a lot.
Yes, if I may.
Yes, you may.
The negotiation is at a point where we are proposed a contract with the $57, and we have no idea of what they will give us financially. So if we don't sign that, we'll have to wait until, basically we have to sign that contract at $57. That's how it's put to us, or wait for a decision. and it could take up to 3 months. Similar thing happened last year. We had waited for 3 months for city staff to come through with per diem increase, and that really puts a lot of pressure on a lot of the homes, and whereby they're going to have to make some decisions.
Thank you, Kelvin. Councillor Critch, do you want to have a supplemental?
Yeah, so I appreciate that you've given us that extra information, extra context for the negotiations process. That's how it's going, and you've had a chance to say so publicly. We can't, I'm just letting you know as a body, we can't just like arbitrarily make a decision today. That's inappropriate, completely inappropriate for us to do, because we're not part of the negotiations with staff. So I appreciate you've asked that. Once your delegation is over, if there's an opportunity to ask staff a couple of questions, I may have one, but thank you so much for being here and giving us that information. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Kelvin. Or Councillor, sorry. The next speaker is Councillor Nan, please.
I didn't indicate. Thank you.
Okay. I must be psychic for the next time you're going to indicate. Thank you, Kelvin. I do recall, and you have to reach out to staff, that there was a line item in the budget for residential care facilities. The budget has now been approved, so reach out to staff and find out what has actually happened. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you very much for coming today.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Damien Ash of Acorn Hamilton, respecting rent evictions and the Tenant Defense Fund. Before they come down? Sure. When you get down here, just wait 1 second. We have a councillor who wants to ask a question of staff, so I won't start your clock, I promise. Okay, go ahead, Councillor.
Sorry, I don't mean to delay the discussion around rent evictions. I just really did want to ask staff if they could provide a little more clarity around the timelines and negotiation, this kind of thing, right? And about where we may be participating in the process or not, if it's part of the budget approved process. Like if you could just, that'd be helpful.
Director Baird, please.
Through the chair, thank you for those questions. I was hoping to speak to this a little bit. So as Calvin indicated, this program historically has been fully funded through the Homelessness Prevention Program, which is provincial money for us. At the point when we first brought the Ending Chronic Homelessness report forward, you'll recall there was a $2 million item in that report because we hadn't yet received an increase provincially in the HPP budget, and so potentially that would have been a levy ask at that time. Subsequent to that report coming forward, we did get additional dollars from the province. That was that additional HPP increase, so there is sufficient funding within that funding envelope to allow for the $2 million to be covered through the provincial dollars as opposed to the tax levy dollars. And so that does not need to come back here. It's not part of the levy budget per se versus within that HPP envelope. So the negotiations are underway. We do have funding capacity to support the negotiations around the per diem.
Councillor?
That's really helpful. If you don't mind, and if it's not inappropriate for me to ask, could you contextualize it a bit more in terms of the temporary $57 versus, like, could you contextualize it a little bit more so I understand where we're at? Is that $2 million get us to a certain place? Like that's, I'm not clear on that.
Through the chair, sure. So the $2 million based on the number of beds we currently have would get us to a place of the per diem increasing at $8 per bed. And so I think it brings us to $65 an hour per diem is where we would be. And Calvin is right, there are other items in the contract that we're going through as well, but all of that is going to be completed, I would say, shortly now.
Thank you, and thank you for being as transparent as you're able to be. That's really helpful, and I appreciate you answering those questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, Damien, you're up next.
Hello, City Councillors and City staff. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you. My name is Damien Ash, and I am a renter in Ward 2 at 100 Ferguson Avenue South, and a member of Acorn Hamilton's downtown chapter since 2018. Acorn is a community group made up of low and moderate income tenants who fight for social and economic justice. We have 4 chapters in Hamilton. Today we have 25 tenants delegating today and 8 ally organizations joining us in support. Acorn has been fighting for bold municipal tenant protection policies, an anti-rent eviction bylaw, and a strong tenant defense fund for 3 years. Our members are delegating today to urge the city to move forward on these protections. Renoviction is a word you will hear a lot today, so I'd like to start by giving its definition so we're all on the same page. Renoviction refers to the tactic or legal efforts that lead up to a tenant being forced to move out of their home under the guise of major renovations. The renovations that landlords do can vary from total gut jobs to a quick cosmetic makeover, which most likely, let's be honest, makes up most of the renovations. Regardless, if it was about renovating and repairs, landlords would maintain these buildings to begin with and would work with tenants to do the work without displacing people from their homes. But it is not. Renovations are about displacing tenants and bringing in new tenants at increase of double or close to triple the rent. The building I live in is similar in age to other buildings where people are being renovicted. Yet my building has done major renovations. We knocked off the balconies and rebuilt them. We replaced the main water supply risers and drains, making it possible to install dishwashers for the first time in the building's history. Bell came in and ran fiber internet and cable to every unit. They updated the fire alarm system, ran all new wires for that in every unit, rebuilt the entire lobby, mailroom, and super's office, painted and recarpeted all common areas, replaced the water heater and heating systems, replaced all windows and doors in each unit, fixed and in some cases updated individual air handlers in units, plus much more, all without displacing a single person. If my building can do this, why can't others? As things are now, without any rules about raising rents between tenancies, landlords are incentivized to create high turnover, and they commonly use renovictions to do so. Many landlords will try to buy tenants out by offering a large sum if they agree to leave. This is not helpful to those on ODSP, OW, or low income, as it will be called back from their social assistance or may disqualify them from programs like the food bank or maybe the Ontario electricity rebate program. And ACORN is demanding the city to do more to protect tenants and put a stop to renovictions. Here are our demands, which we believe will help to accomplish this. So 1, a citywide landlord licensing program to ensure healthy homes and restrict renovictions based on the Rent Safe program in Toronto and the anti-renoviction policy from New Westminster, BC. The burden of tenant placement is put on the landlord. If landlords want vacancy for renovations, they must accommodate tenants in alternative housing, comparable size and location for the duration of the work at the same rent, or with a tenant's agreement, enter into a new lease at a different but similar unit at the same rent. New Westminster was the first municipality in Canada to pass local policy against renoviction. While they did repeal it because of stronger provincial changes, they led the way in deciding that if other levels of government won't stand up, then as a city, they had to. We are in the same situation. 2, we need tracking for when apartment buildings are sold, an immediate proactive tenant outreach to inform tenants of their rights and the city's anti-renoviction rules. 3, ACORN members have been using the Tenant Defense Fund since it was expanded to cover renoviction in 2019, but improvements and more funding is greatly needed. We need a meaningful increase to annual funding to the Tenant Defense Fund. It has been $50,000 since 2019. Without a significant increase, the fund won't cover the increasing need for tenants to have legal representation to protect their homes. Expand the TDF to cover N12's tenant maintenance applications, T6, and allow tenants to pursue other legal processes at the Landlord and Tenant Board, local planning, appeal tribunal, divisional court, or other administrative tribunal or court with the intent of preserving affordable rental housing in Hamilton. Provide funding to tenant groups facing renoviction to hire a professional to dispute the need for vacancy. Add capacity to the TDF for tenant groups that need help with outreach and organizing their buildings. Create a vetted list of paralegals that have expertise and experience in representing tenants in above guideline rent increases, N13s, N12s, and T6s to be shared with tenant groups. with a long-term improvement to transition the TDF to be similar to the City of Toronto Defence Program, now called Tenant Support Program, where under the new program, tenant groups can directly access legal services from a designated legal organization. For example, in Hamilton, the designated service could be the Hamilton Legal Clinic. The transition would reduce barriers for tenant groups accessing legal representation and help level the playing field. To summarize, housing is a human right, and with the rent increases out of control, getting rent evicted is a sentence to homelessness for many. The city must step up and protect renters from this fate. ACORN has provided members of the committee with the memo, Municipal Powers to Regulate Against Rent Evictions. I hope you all have a chance to read it. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Damien, for your comprehensive presentation. Any questions for the delegate? Councillor Kretsch, please.
Thanks. Your delegation was very comprehensive. So you covered a lot there. I just wanted to ask, further to my comment earlier that I read out, you made a distinction in your delegation between a renoviction and a renovation. And could you just underline that for us, where you see the difference there?
Yeah, well, renovation doesn't mean renoviction. Many people renovate their homes even while living in it. This new notion that you have to be out of your unit to renovate anything is kind of absurd. Like, people have always renovated while living.
Councillor?
Thanks, and this is just an opportunity for you in case you wanted to say this. Did you have any reaction to hearing that the association I referred to earlier is now just like plainly saying that renovictions are going to continue to happen?
Yeah, I think that was very telling. That they came right out and said this is happening and it's just going to keep happening. So I think, you know, as a city, we need to step in and put the leash on this. We can't just let them have free reign to do whatever they want.
Councillor?
Thank you so much for your delegation, Damien. Appreciate you being here a lot.
Great. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Any further? Councillor Nan? This time it was right?
This time I did press the button. Whatever, WebEx has been, or eScribe has been interesting. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you through you, Chair, for coming in to delegate today. And I also wanted to just pull out the fact that in your delegation, you gave very clear evidence of what is the appropriate way by which building owners can engage in what you've outlined to be really major renovations.
Yeah.
You're not talking about aesthetic stuff. You're talking about updating an older stock building and bringing it up to current code and beyond in terms of addressing some of the what sounded like inefficient existing works inside the building. So if I got it right, this included all piping. It included enabling tenants to have the appropriate data that they needed in terms of Wi-Fi enabling, laundry, heating, redoing the water, redoing the doors, the windows, and your balconies. Did I miss anything?
That's all I could think of. Like, we did, it was like 3 years of renovations.
That's incredible.
Where, so they redid like everything in the building.
Yeah.
And nobody was displaced.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. That's my only point that I really wanted to underscore. I think that it often gets conflated when we're talking about this issue in the city in terms of the practice of renoviction. And so you've made a very clear case, and I think that there are landlords out there and building owners who know how to take responsibility for what they're responsible for and do the right thing. And I appreciate you bringing that forward in your delegation today, as well as the demands. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Damien, for attending today and giving us this presentation.
Thank you, everyone.
Our next delegate is Carl Andrus, Hamilton Community Benefits Network. We've already approved the agenda, but I looked to the committee. Sure. Okay, we'll put you at the end. Please don't forget them. Okay, the next speaker then is Karen Andrews, Advocacy Centre for Tenants Ontario.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I will just go, and is there a...
We need you to get close to the mic.
I beg your pardon, and do colors change or something when my 5 minutes? Because I'm quite committed to doing it in 5 minutes.
Well, there's a ding-a-ling or something that happens, so.
All right.
And the chair, who's the other ding-a-ling, will remind you if you have missed it.
Well, that's not true, and thank you.
Just pull the microphone down a little bit because we are broadcasting. And I hope they didn't hear that last comment of mine, but I don't know. Go ahead, Karen, when you're ready, and just relax and go for it.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and councillors and people of Hamilton for welcoming me here. I work at a provincial legal clinic. I've been a lawyer for tenants for 30 years. I started when I was 10. This is a provincial issue, and I have made the trek down the QEW, and I appreciate the opportunity. As I say, I've been a lawyer for 30 years. For the first 5 years of my tenant practice, I never saw a dirty trick eviction, ever. We had effective rent control. If you got rid of a tenant for arrears or some kind of interference issue, the next tenant paid the same amount of rent. We had the Rental Housing Protection Act. That was very important. The Rental Housing Protection Act said, landlord, you cannot displace the tenant unless you get municipal approval. And they didn't go to the trouble, and people stayed in place. And government actually built a lot of affordable housing when I started this work. I teach at Osgoode Hall Law School. I would say some of my best students are from Hamilton. They always write about housing. They always write about gentrification. We go through the statute. We talk about displacement, rent eviction, gentrification, white painting. We look at the Act. And my students say, but Karen, there's nothing wrong with the Act. It looks pretty good. It regulates the process. It's fair to tenants. They're young. The landlords don't follow the rules. They don't follow the rules. I never had one of these. I now have 2 have come to me in April. I have 3 illegally evicted people that were going to court to try and get back. The tenant leaves, fluffing is done or not, and another tenant is in there paying double. And that's what's happening all over the province. There's simply too much money on the table for landlords not to exploit this section of the Act. The fines at the LTB won't deter them. Damages that a tenant can get at the Landlord and Tenant Board won't deter them. There is simply no incentive to keep a tenant in place for a long time. They're paying a reasonable rent. Gosh, escalating rent. If I can get them out of here, I can double my rent. That is what is going on. Now, you've been presented with a report, and I take issue with 2 points of the stakeholder report that you were provided. There's talk about, landlords running a business need to generate income. Gosh, with these low rents, how do we repair the unit? I wasn't going to talk about it, but this report does not talk about appreciation. Let's do the math. You're a landlord. You put in $100,000 in a $500,000 property. CMHC says you're appreciating at 6% a year. So in 10 years, your property is worth $800,000. Your $100,000 has grown to $800,000. If you put it in the stock market, it's only grown to $160. I mean, listen to me. But $800,000, the wealth that is being created, there's no excuse for landlords not repairing. There is no excuse for landlords evicting decent people who are not at fault and pay their rent. It's an extremely lucrative business. This report does not say anything about that. In fact, poor landlords, low rent, what are we to do? That is not the case. The economic argument. But then the argument very casually, the report very casually says, you can't promulgate bylaws like New Westminster did. And I'm here to make the argument that if you ask 4 lawyers to come up with an opinion on an illegal issue, you're going to get 5 different opinions. So I dispute that you cannot promulgate a bylaw. Our municipal act looks a lot like the act in British Columbia. Do it. Be bold. Take it out for a spin. You are the city of Hamilton and people are suffering. And the costs of not doing it are displacement, are medical costs, shelter costs, and the costs of human misery. And if you bring in a bylaw and somebody challenges it, it only means that bylaw is effective. And take them on. Take them on for everybody in your community to keep your community healthy and stable. So thank you very much for your time, and I wish you well, and I hope you stop this, because Hamilton, we used to send our housing problems to Hamilton, and Hamilton is saying to Toronto, stop calling us. We have our own crisis. Thank you. There's no clapping. I know there's no clapping.
Is your family here too? Sincerely, Karen, I'm glad you drove down the QEW today, so thank you for that.
Well, I like Hamilton. Thank you very much. And go Ticats.
Any questions? And now you're sucking up. Are there any questions of our delegate? Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for being here. And just as an aside note, I love your glasses.
Oh, well, thanks.
They're totally awesome. So I just want to make sure I'm very clear on your definition of the problem. I know you're not saying that we used to be generous of heart and now we're not generous of heart. But if you could have a clear, once again for my benefit, a clear articulation of the problem. You're saying people are making loads of money. We're not taking into consideration the appreciation that all property owners have enjoyed, not just multiple dwelling owners, but just so I clearly understand, and thank you through the chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Karen, please.
So the Act says that if a landlord needs to do major renovations that require a building permit, and you have powers under the Building Permit Act, use them.
Yep.
And you go to a tenant, and I need vacant possession, the Act is very clear that that tenant has a right of return at the same rent. And the problem is that on the ground, landlords are saying, well, this doesn't make any sense. I've just put $30,000 into the unit. I'm going to get the same rent. I'm going to list it on something, and I'm going to get a tenant that is not paying $700 a month, but I'm helping a guy, his has gone from $700 to $2,800 a month. So that's the problem. And once the tenant is out of possession, and the landlord is standing there with the door closed and there's a new tenant in the building, we're working on trying to convince judges that the tenants have a right to go back, but that's a hard argument to make. So landlords are not playing by the rules, in my experience. Now, maybe there are landlords that do play by the rules, but this particular problem is landlords who get the tenant out and put a new tenant in when they should not, when the original tenant paying the original rent had a right to come back.
Councillor?
So if I've understood you correctly, given the heightened value of the soil, it's causing a real disincentive to maintain that rent, to invest perhaps and fix capital or not, or to maintain the rent as it is, because given the market as it is and given the scarcity of the market, the attractiveness of a higher return is just...
Well, landlords are of the view that they're not making enough money. Now, I think they're making a lot of money. So the tenants are paying their mortgages. So rent is not the biggest part of a landlord's wealth. The appreciating property is. So we never talk about that, and landlords never talk about that. So I still think with effective rent control, you can make a good living renting apartments. And I see none of these dirty tricks from the big players. They know the rules. These big complexes, they've got a third of the unit are old ladies who have been there since 1972. A third of them are people that have been in 10 years. A third of them, my gosh, I can get more rent because you're new to me. And they run a portfolio and they run margins and they seem very happy with the money they're making. But this is a particular problem of a small landlord who is angry that, how come I'm stuck with this tenant at $700 a month when I should be getting $2,000 a month. So the infamous case of the tenants on College Street in Toronto, my neighbors, the cast of Baroness von Sketch, they were paying $1,200 for their beautiful 3-bedroom apartments on College. They were rent-evicted and displaced. And this is all public record. I mean, we have confidentiality stuff, but this is public record. The landlord put in tenants that were paying $4,500 for their units. So that's $3,000 a month per unit that the landlord is making. And so when the fine is issued at $25,000, the landlord clears that up in 10 months. So that's the problem. And in some jurisdictions, like in Oakland, California, there's no upward damage limit. So in Ontario, really, you can only get a tenant $35,000, which is why the buyouts are getting better. A $25,000 buyout, a $35,000 fine, you know, I can get certainty with a $25,000 buyout. But in places like Oakland, California, there's no upper end to the damages. So if you will illegally evict me, I'm going to sue you for $200,000. So the fines are a problem. The damages are a problem. Like the differential in rent for a year. Well, what's that when you've been displaced and you're going to have to pay a differential in rent for 20 years? Yeah. It's not enough. It's not enough money. And, you know, if we like our communities, we like families in our communities, we like seniors in our communities. I like stability in my neighborhood. And it is being transformed before my eyes, and I don't like it. And I have an investment in property, but there are things about the social good and the public good, and we have to think about this. And, you know, Matthew Desmond in his book, Evicted, said, New York Times bestseller list says, 20 years ago, working people could live in decent places. Yep. I want to live in that community. Working people should live in decent places.
Councillor?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have one more.
One more question. Sorry, Karen.
Beg your pardon?
Thank you.
Just because the applause happens doesn't mean you can leave.
Well, other people want to speak, and they have their stories that are important.
They are all important. Thank you. I'm just asking you these things because you're bringing up just also an outside of Hamilton perspective. So it's not unique to Hamilton. But there's a lot of emphasis on tenant education. Mm-hmm. And I was wondering if you could speak to that. Is it your experience that there seems to be a lack of awareness of the process, or if you just care to comment on that at all? Thank you, Chair.
I don't think in this climate of greed and illegality that tenant education is so effective. I think landlords know what the game is, and I think tenants know what the game is. And, you know, we hear about tenants being harassed. And I think tenants know they shouldn't be harassed. But what do they do? Mm-hmm. You know, wait for a hearing at the Landlord and Tenant Board for 12 months? So, and I always say to people when this happens, you know, this is your home, and you don't want to feel sick to your stomach when you walk through the lobby and go to your apartment and know the fight that you're having with your landlord. So I think the landlords know the rules, and I think tenants know the rules. And there are other market forces at play that unfortunately, you know, and as a lawyer, I think those rules are important. I think veracity is important. You know, you should follow the rules. And this is why I especially don't like these cases, because they really are about not telling the truth and not following the rules and not letting those tenants back. And for God's sake, you got 6 units, that person is 85, you know? They might not last a long time. Then you'll get your $2,700 a month. Just wait. And it really destabilizes neighborhoods, and I don't like this.
Follow up, Councillor?
Thank you to the delegate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen, again for coming down. Our next delegate is Veronica Gonzalez and Marnie Schurter. So get nice and close to the microphone and start with introductions so we know who's who.
Great, thank you. That's good. Sounds really loud. Hello, City Councilors and everyone here. My name is Veronica Gonzalez, Chair of Acorn Chapter on the Mountain, and I live in Ward 8. The city must take stronger action to protect tenants from corporate landlords that renovate. Homelessness during this renovation and housing crisis in Hamilton, which we are here delegating today. In 2021, Acorn won the expansion of the Tenant Defense Fund, and a second motion was passed for the city to investigate policies to protect tenants, like the landlord licensing policy and bylaw that was implemented in Westminster, BC. $100,000 was approved to hire consultation to review this policy. Acorn met with a consultant once in 2022 and once in 2023. The results given in the staff report are not to protect tenants permanently from renovation and homelessness. The opportunity was there to move forward for a real solution because money will never be enough to solve this issue. We need a regulated body for all landlords. Adding more homes is not a solution because people will still get displaced and rents will still increase and be unaffordable to many. People live in good buildings and repairs can be done without evicting the tenant. Unfortunately, for many young and old, sick and healthy, singles and families, there is not enough municipal support right now to counter the force that this situation is bringing to so many individuals across Hamilton. Members from Acorn are going on the 6th year from 2018 facing renovictions and barely surviving through the horrible tactics from landlords. Tenants fear of being homelessness overnight. Some live from couch to couch. People need to know they have a stable home, and this is clear. And the reason why the city must stop not just the bleeding, but to prevent the cut. The bylaw and the licensing tool the other cities have implemented have worked, and they were implemented for the same issues that Hamilton is facing. We need real building standards regardless of who owns the property, and bad landlords should be held accountable. If talking to the media, we think that Acorn demands are better reasons why to implement the landlord licensing. Thank you for my delegation, and I pass to Marnie.
Just pull that microphone down a bit, Marnie, and then speak right into it. Perfect.
Thank you. Hello, councillors and city staff. My name is Marnie Schurter. I am co-chair of Hamilton Mountain Chapter and a tenant of Ward 7. My delegation today is about renoviction, particularly 1083 Main Street East. I've been a main member of Acorn for 3 years, and I am shocked by the tactics that are used by landlords and their owners to renovate the tenants. The following demands would put landlords and their owners on notice that the City of Hamilton will not tolerate inhumane behavior. Demands: make improvements to the city's property standards and vital services bylaw to make sure what happened at 1083 Main Street East never happens again. It is unbelievable that tenants had to go 3 months without water. Pass citywide landlord licensing program to ensure healthy housing conditions and restrict renovictions. For instance, the Rent Safe program in Toronto and the anti-renovictions policy based in New Westminster, BC. Improve and increase funding to the Tenant Defense Fund. Renoviction is not just a downtown issue, it happens everywhere. Tenants do not always come forward because of fear of these landlords and the repercussions that may occur. Please be bold and have courage and stand up to landlords and their owners. We need to make Hamilton a safe and healthy place to rent and live. Thank you for listening to my delegation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillors, do you have any questions of our delegates? Nope. That means you did a good job. Thank you very much for attending. Our next delegates is Aaron Fabello and David Haynes.
Hello.
Hello.
Good day, City Council and City staff. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Erin, and I'm a member of Acorn's Hamilton chapter and a tenant in Ward 3. I'm here to tell my story and ask for help and kindly ask the city to take action against the rent eviction crisis we are facing. I live in a junior one-bedroom at 65 Sanford Avenue South. It's a 4-story walk-up with a washer and dryer in the basement. It's not too big of a unit, not too small. It's a glorified bachelor with walls that I call home. It's also my workspace, as I work from home full-time. My rent was $650 when I moved in, and I currently pay $711.35 a month. My landlord of 8 months wants me out. He wants me to move out of my rental unit of nearly 8 years and end my tenancy on July 31st so he can perform renovations, which he doesn't even have the permits for. Leave a building I have called home since September 2015. A building where my neighbors are also my friends. A building I took care of and cleaned for 5 years prior to the transfer of ownership in July of last year. A building that is now being neglected, along with the tenants who live there. In the last 8 months, we've been served 2 N13s, 2 low cash buyout offers. The first was for $3K if we move within 3 months, and a second offer of $5K if we move within 3 months again. Most recently, an L2 was filed against us online with the LTB. I got the notification Friday at 2 a.m. 3 weeks ago, when we received our second N13s, there were money orders attached which amounted to 3 months' rent. Mine was for $2,134.02, what I currently pay, not current market value. These are tactics straight out of the rent eviction handbook. What we have not been provided with in that time is a clean building to live in or an owner and property manager that cares about its tenants or the conditions they're currently living in. However, there's plenty of mounting anxiety, fear, stress, and depression to go around. The after-hours emergency number we have been provided with is no good. Last September, after a tenant was assaulted on property by a trespasser who had keys to the front door, we called them, only to discover that the number belongs to a husband and wife with no affiliation to our owner or property manager. All cleaning stopped in July when the new property management took over. The only thing being taken care of is the garbage and recycling. Please understand this building was my baby, and I put a lot of work into keeping it clean and tidy for everyone, even investing my own money into its upkeep. Our halls remain filthy 8 months later. The floors are in dire need of mopping, and the doors need to be washed, amongst other things. As far as how this is affecting me, I am in crisis mode and have been since last summer. Managing my own mental health issues and keeping my emotions regulated is next to impossible. There is no light at the end of the tunnel I am currently walking through. I have little to no hope left for a resolution that favors us, the tenants, the people facing possible displacement. And I can't help but wonder if the people I pass on the street, people living in tents outside of the Y on McNabb, were once like me, employed with a roof over their head, paying affordable rent, displaced by uncaring landlords whose only concern is the almighty dollar. I also can't help but question whether or not there's some connection between ongoing renovations and the other crisis Hamilton is currently facing regarding opioid addiction, homelessness, and mental health issues. We're in a state of emergency. There is no fixing one problem without addressing the other. Homelessness will continue to rise. Acorn is asking for bold action on the rent eviction crisis. Please help. I was supposed to speak with someone, but they couldn't be here, so it's just me. And I am done. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Erin. Erin, we have Councillor Nan who would like to ask you a couple of questions.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you, Erin, for coming in and sharing your story. As a Ward 3 resident, your story and your experience in this context of my office is one that I'm hearing far too often and have been since 2018. So if I could just, what I understood from you was that up until a year ago, a summer, like July last year?
Correct.
Up until that period of time, were all the issues consistently being handled as a responsible landlord in terms of the things that you're identifying now since the new ownership that are being neglected? So was it a problem before, or is it a problem since the ownership change?
It was a slight problem prior to that. Our previous property manager as well, and owner, they like to use the tenants for any kind of repairs around the building, cheap labor. We do have people in disability in our building as well, so of course they, would love to get, $40 for a couple of hours work. So half of the repairs in our building that were done were pretty much nothing professional. It was all, people just looking at guides online, maybe, I don't know. But the cleaning was constantly being done. I was on top of that, and now, we can't get anybody out to mop the floors. We've had break-ins into the unit across the hall from me, which is empty. People breaking into squat, use drugs. Took them about a month to come out and actually lock up the unit and seal the window properly.
Thank you. And so to focus now on, since ownership has changed through you, Chair, and the practice of trying to push current tenants out, and you mentioned there was 2 buyout offers. You mentioned one of them, and I apologize, I didn't take notes quickly enough. You described them as low offer buyouts.
Correct.
Do you feel you're being pushed out and being, is the attempt underway right now, renovation?
Absolutely, I do believe that. $3,000 isn't enough to cover first and last month rent and moving expenses, and $5,000? No, it's a slap in the face to us. I've been living there 8 years. For someone, it blows my mind that someone can just come along in 8 months and just say, hey, I don't want you here anymore. You're not welcome. My money is no longer good for this man. I guess.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in to delegate and share your story. Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Erin. Our next delegate is Tina Dort in person. Tina? Hi, Tina.
Good afternoon, Chair, Council, staff, and residents. Thank you for this opportunity to share my experience with renoviction in Hamilton. My partner and I moved to this beautiful city 8 years ago to care for his mother. When she passed, we found a place at the market rent at the time in a cute little brownstone downtown. When we first moved in, the property management company maintained the common areas, did repairs as needed, and even left little gift bags on holidays. This did not last long. Soon, the property was purchased by another management company. This company had very different goals for the property, which became apparent rather quickly. A recent CP24 article explores a study conducted by authors Weber and Zygmunt. In their research on 160 current or previous renovicted buildings in Toronto, they have uncovered what they call the landlord's playbook, one I am all too familiar with, which entails stress, uncertainty, and escalating harassment. They argue that renovictions are largely done to displace tenants rather than to do much-needed renovations. This happened to the occupants of the 32 units in the building beside us, also purchased at the same time by the same company. After buyouts and neglect did not work, they cut off heat and water in the middle of the winter. This forced those who remained out into a difficult housing market. A girlfriend of mine who lived there had to drop out of school as she missed too many classes trying to stay warm in bed in her sub-zero apartment. Our building's displacement tactics started with neglect of the common areas, something we're hearing a lot about. No more maintenance, no fire inspections, no updated alarms, garbage and unmaintained landscaping marred the outside, which was once very well maintained. Laundry equipment was not maintained. Pests were ineffectively treated by not a professional. Heat was not turned off until far into the summer. We lost hot water intermittently, but this was just the beginning, and tenants slowly started leaving if they could. These units remained empty. Then the roof collapsed into the units above us, fortunately already empty. At this time, there were 5 of 8 units still occupied. The leak came through to our unit on the second floor, so a floor below, there's a floor below the roof, and then our floor was below that. Sorry, I've lost my place here. We attempted many times to get a hold of the management company, and much like the previous speaker, the number led to nowhere. We even tried to go down to their offices. They did not exist. We then reached out to bylaw. Bylaw officers came by and assessed the situation, agreeing something needed to be done. We never heard back. We eventually learned that bylaw closed our case on the word of the property management company. After we called bylaw, the company issued an N13. The timing felt malicious. We filed with the LTB to protest our living conditions. We were living in a unit where our bathroom ceiling had collapsed due to the leak. We had pests. The laundry room was flooded. The outside looked more and more derelict. People moved out. Then they removed the doorknob and replaced it with a keypad. Of course, they didn't give us the code. We got in eventually. To escalate matters, they started demolishing neighboring units, leaving debris in the common areas, making it hard to navigate our way to our unit. They never fixed the roof. Over time, this made the building more and more decrepit as water flowed throughout it. What was once a gorgeous historical brownstone was now a literal shell of itself in just a couple of years, as it still remains today, and it is still unoccupied. We finally got a hearing with the LTB, which we won. We settled with the property management company and moved. Now, I, like thousands of Hamiltonians, live with an anvil over my head, wondering when it will all start again should my current landlord sell to a property management company. That's all I have. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Tina. The next speaker is Liz Scott from Acorn, and it's an in-person presentation.
Hello, City Councilors, and City staff. My name is Liz Scott. I'm a chair of Acorn Stony Creek chapter and tenant in Ward 5. I live at 2520 Barton Street in Riverdale. Our building is next to 45 Bar Lake and has the same owner. The landlord, Golden Equity, has been given out AGI notice, but we still haven't had a hearing at the landlord and tenant board. Most tenants are paying the increase because they are afraid of being evicted or do not know their rights. If and when there is a hearing, we will need the tenant defense fund. There has been renovictions on Melvin, and I don't live far from there. I am worried about it happening in the Riverdale neighborhood. We need action now, not later. No matter what you pay for rent, it shouldn't be No matter what you pay for rent, should be livable and comfortable. But landlords just want to raise the rent, but don't want to do the repairs. At 45 Bar Lake, tenants have gone years without hot water. Bylaw was here last week, but tenants are still dealing with issues. Hamilton needs to pass tenant protections from renoviction and demolitions, annually inspect buildings to ensure healthy homes, and strengthen the tenant defense fund. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Liz. Are there any questions for Liz? Seeing none, thank you very much for attending today.
Thanks.
Our next speaker is Chantel Pruner. Just take your time.
Sorry.
That's okay. Can you pull the microphone down a little bit so that we can? There you go.
Hello, City Council and City staff. My name is Chantal Pruner, and I'm a tenant at Ward 8, 1132 Upper Wellington Street, and member of Acorn Mountain Chapter. I am delegating today in support of the city taking action on renovictions. I'm going to start by sharing what happened at my complex beginning 2021. First, I want you to understand how hard this is for me.
Take your time, dear.
The last time I stood up for my rights, I was faced with being sued. I won't go on to say why, as it's an ongoing court issue. I've been living at 1132 Upper Wellington Street since 2002. This all started on September 9, 2021. On February 8, 2022, I was served with a buyout package of $6K and an N13. When I was given my N13 on February 8th, I was asked to vacate on February 28th, giving me only 20 days to find a place. Upon reviewing the package, I noticed that they had backdated my N13 to October 25th, 2021, which is illegal to do so. On November 16th, 2022, I was asked if I would take a buyout of $18K, but I was also told that if I said no, they would stop asking me to take a buyout and drop the issue completely. On November 18th, I replied, I am not interested in taking the buyout or leaving my unit. On January 30th, 2023, I received an email asking me if I would take $18K as a buyout. I replied, verse email, no. February 16th, I received another email saying that they would stop pursuing me to take a buyout or to move from my unit. That was short-lived. On March 1st, 2023, I received another email at this time asking if I would take $50K. On March 20th or so, with no answer, I answered with a no. I am not interested in taking your offer, nor am I taking the offer, but I asked to stop being harassed. On March 27th, I received another email saying they don't believe they are harassing, and they also offered me to take $75K at this time. I have not answered, nor am I interested in answering them. All of this has caused a lot of unnecessary stress, not only to me, but to my family as well. I have a child who is nonverbal with autism. This has really affected his mental health as well as his anxiety. I don't think they fully understand how, with their constant harassment, what they are doing to people's mental health. I want to say thank you for listening to my story.
Thank you, Chantel, for the courage to appear today before this committee. Our next speaker is Kevin Carnwright from Acorn. Kevin?
Oh, man. Oh, come on, there we go. Hello, city councilors and city staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Kevin Carnwright, and I'm a member of Acorn's Downtown Chapter and a tenant in Ward 3. I'm also delegating today to demand that the city take bold action on the renovation crisis. I've lived in my unit on Main Street East for over 23 years. I was born in Hamilton and have lived, worked, and voted in Hamilton all of my life. I'm 61 years old as of today, and unfortunately over the years have developed some medical issues, of which some require me to actually have a residence. Now about my residence. When I moved in, the rent was very reasonable, honestly, because the place needed some work. I was willing to live with that. I did what I could aesthetically, and the landlord kept up with any minor repairs. I paid my rent on time every month, was a welcome addition to the building, and my rent never went up. Happy days. About 7 years into my tenancy, he had to sell the property. That's when my welcome ran out and the nightmares began. The first new owner ran the laundromat downstairs and was the first to raise my rent and mention renovations. After a short time, he sold the property to an associate who also ran his business out of the laundromat downstairs. He wanted a lot more rent or for me to leave. He was also the first landlord I had encountered who would use both legal and illegal intimidation to get a higher rent increase. This was all happening around the time when I first started hearing about much higher rents and this thing we call renoviction. So I paid the higher increase out of fear and resolved to move forward. He sold the property a short time later to an unknown owner who started renovating apartments as people moved out, and now there are 2 left. Since the new owners took over, the property has been quote-unquote looked after by one management company after another. The last such company, Spotted Properties, showed up at my door 1 year ago today, on my 60th, just before dinner, to give me a courtesy verbal notice of my impending eviction. They offered me a buyout. Cash for keys, they called it. $10,000. They further explained that for someone like me, $10,000 would last you forever and ever. These increasingly demeaning and aggressive tactics to displace me, forgive me.
Take your time.
These increasingly demeaning and aggressive tactics to displace me, to see me on the street, are causing me enormous stress. When I go to bed at night, every night, I wonder if tomorrow morning will be the morning there's another notice tacked to my door. And then I don't sleep again. In closing, if the city allows for me to be removed from my current home without somewhere truly affordable to go, it would kill me. I'd be finished. Like so many others, I have no family to turn to, nor are there couches for me to surf. Please do some things to help your fellow citizens. Thank you very much for this time. That's it.
Thank you, Kevin.
One of the greatest birthday presents ever. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Our next delegate is Darlene Wesley.
Good afternoon, city councilors, city staff, and fellow citizens. My name is Darlene Wesley. I'm an Acorn member at the East End Hamilton chapter and a tenant in Ward 4. I am delegating today to call on the City of Hamilton to take a bold action in this renovation crisis. I lived at 309 Strathern Avenue for 18 years. You have to bear with me, I have COPD and it gets exacerbated at times.
Take your time. You got friends here.
The building is right next to Barton Street, close to grocery stores, transit, and my fellow tenants would walk to their work. In 2020, our landlord gave us M13s to move out for renovations, so-called renoviction, but renoviction has nothing to do with renovations. It's about displacing tenants who have lived in affordable housing for a long time. Between the 4 tenants there, we have 75 years, 27, 18, and 2 10s. Okay, so we received funding to get from the Tenant Defense Fund for our paralegal. We waited from November 2020 to April of 22, over 2 years, or over 2 years, to get a hearing. At that hearing, we hired a home inspector to come and inspect our units to see what needed to be done. I also had an electrician come and look at what electrical needed to be done, because the landlord stated that he wanted to repair outdated electrical and plumbing issues, and he was going to tear down the walls, all outer walls in the units, and replace them, and even replace firewalls. Can't replace firewalls in a building, it would fall down. It's right in the middle of the building. It's a big cement wall, it's a firewall. So anyways, we had these people come and speak for us, and the adjudicator listened to everything. It took less than 2 hours for 4 people to give their side of our story. He kept saying that he needed the vacant possession. Tenants started moving out in July, and I got to stay till January 31st of this year. And, sorry. And before I even left, in December 26th, the 2 people who lived upstairs were sent emails that they could return to their apartment. This was, like I said, the 26th. Within 2 days, he had reneged and said he said they could have their apartments at a higher rent, plus they had to bring their own appliances. When you have the right of first refusal, everything's supposed to be the same when you come back. Nothing changes. So they said, they gave him a hard time about appliances because it's expensive to buy new appliances. So within 2 days, he reneged on the right of first refusal. Said, I'm done. My accountant says I can't give you back your apartments. I'll deal with the LTB. So that's what he did. So if you need a vacant possession, on January 31st, the 2 apartments up there were done. So he didn't need vacant possession. At this time, I tried to do something so I wouldn't have to leave, but I couldn't do anything. You only have a 30-day to appeal at the LTB, and we were already, 7 months in. I had no recourse at that time. I had to go, but I tried. So the only work that, the only work that the electrician and the home inspector agreed on was that the only thing that needed to be done electrically was GFCIs in the kitchen and bathroom in all units. That's the only thing besides the rerouting the fire units into each building, which would take 2 hours, he said. So anyways, moving forward, the landlord revoked the right of first refusal, And, okay, we had to go to the Tenant Defense Fund again to file for bad faith evictions. We're still, the one tenant went on April 5th to get his, he had his hearing. We still don't know the outcome of that yet. I drove by my apartment last week. There's curtains and toiletries in the apartment. I haven't even been gone 3 months. Already my apartment is gone. So now I have nowhere to go. I'm stuck. I'm couch surfing now. I'm on old age pension. I only get $1,700 a month. Rents are $1,800 plus. And I just want to mention the new provincial changes aren't going to make any difference. It will be easy for the landlords to have their own contractors say what they need and not do anything. My landlord said he needed all those things to be done, and he didn't do nothing but cosmetic work and change the electrical panels. That's it. Like many other tenants in Hamilton, facing losing our homes, we are asking the city to have our backs and do everything to protect our low-income and vulnerable residents. Like I said, rent-evictions have nothing to do with repairs. It's about displacing affordable tenants from their homes. Thank you.
Oh, it's my turn. Thank you, Darlene. Our next delegate is David Galvin. You come with your own IT department?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
All right. So what do I do now?
How do
I move it?
So you can just scroll through. You can just click it and it'll go back.
So which way forward? That's forward. Backward? Right. May I just set out my...
Absolutely.
Before the timer starts, may I set out my own timer?
Whatever you feel comfortable with, David.
Through the chair, thank you for receiving my delegation today. I'm David Galvin, a tenant at 1083 Main Street East. I've been so much in the news, I feel I need no more introduction. I'm a member of ACORN and also of the Campaign for Adequate Welfare and Disability Benefits, but no one trusts me to speak for them, so I'm speaking for myself today. Before I run out of time, I want to start off by offering my heartfelt thanks to this committee, to my councillor Narinder Nan, to the Mayor's Office, to City Council for your steadfast support of 1083 tenants. See, I'm getting emotional now too. You, the City Water Department, the media, and of course, and this is a big word, but she deserves every syllable, the indefatigable Olivia O'Connor of ACORN. Who've been our staunchest supporters while we went 86 days without running water. 1083 Main Street East is a grand old lady of the Delta. You'll see on the left how she looked in the 1960s. Delta Theatre, it's a historic building, used to house the Delta Theatre, which had the only double marquee in Canada. There's another picture of the Delta Theatre on the right. Okay. These are some pictures of 1083 Main Street East recently. Not today, but recently. This grand old lady has been brought to the verge of ruin by decades of neglect and abuse. I'm an old guy and I'm sentimental, and when I look at these pictures, I'm reminded of Shakespeare's words about Lucretia. her sacred temple spotted, spoiled, and corrupted, grossly engirt with daring infamy. No lady should be brought to this level. Not to mention, on a personal basis, that it's rat infested, and rats were attracted to all the garbage. Oh my God, I better not leave that one around, okay? You don't want to be staring at that. Rats were attracted to all the garbage, and now they've dug in. Every night I'm scared to sleep because I hear rats gnawing away at my apartment trying to get inside. I feel that I'm ugly enough already, and the last thing I need is for a hungry rat to be chowing down on my face while I'm sleeping. So it's kind of a scary situation. All right. Little local color. This was the landlord when I moved into 1083 in 2004. Under Gus Mahalis' stewardship, we went as a kind of a harbinger of things to come. We went for a year without hot water, although, to Gus's credit, it did get lukewarmish at times. Here's our current landlord, Dylan Suter, on the left. Some people say he's a billionaire. I wouldn't know. He's looking very cool in this picture, partying. I think it was in the Mediterranean, wasn't it, Olivia? I'm not sure. While tenants went for 86 days without running water. And rather than captioning this picture, "Hole up, we dem boys," which is so cool, you got to admit, I would caption this, "The face of the enemy." Okay, so look, we all agree that our building has turned into a disaster area and it needs renovations. And in fact, major renovations have begun on March the 20th. So it's time to make 1083 great again, right? Here's a kind of an artist rendering of some of Dylan Suter's plans for the courtyard, kind of a Hanging Gardens of Babylon type of vibe. I mean, pretty cool, right? Who can argue with this? But there's one problem. There's no place for the current tenants in this paradise. Like Virgil in Dante's Inferno, who was allowed to approach the gates of heaven but not pass through, we long-term tenants are in the process of being rent-evicted, so their rents can be doubled or tripled. We're all low income. None of us can afford to pay market rent. Oh my God, I'm over 5 minutes.
Take your time.
We have nowhere to go, so.
I'll take the prerogative of the chair. Please continue, please.
I just have one more paragraph. Many people have spoken better than I can about the policies we need for renovictions. I would suggest that we need policies that prevent these buildings from falling into disrepair in the first place. And if I have one hobby horse to ride, it's my concern that the tenants of 1083 were utterly failed by the municipal law enforcement, by the building department, by public health. Here's a picture of me on the left, kind of the hero of this story, right? Giving a gimlet-eyed glare to the camera after I had just come out of the Property Standards Committee hearing on February 21st. I was in a state of shock and had just learned that after 2 months without running water, the Property Standards Committee had bought into a joint submission from the city that we should go another 45 days without running water in the hopes that we'd all be evicted in that time, and then water could be restored to an empty building. Sorry for going over. Thanks again for all your support and for listening.
Thank you, David. Please don't go away.
Thank you.
Councillor Nan, you have some questions for David?
Thank you, through you, Chair David. Thank you so much for coming in to delegate and share your story, and honestly to put up the pictures of the building before and the building today, or a couple of days ago, or whenever, versus the grand vision. And Chair, I don't have a question. I have an apology.
Please proceed.
Now I'm going to get emotional. I apologize on behalf of this table that you and your neighbors had to endure not just the 86 days without water, but that you've had to endure years of filing complaints over and over again about the neglect that your building was going through. And it's more than just a building, it's your home. And it's been your home for a long time, and the home of your neighbors for a long time, who've been active contributors to our community, who've raised children in that neighborhood, and who many of have been forced away from the community that they have loved and known and had support circles, friends and neighbors, and pushed away to I don't know where. And for the group of you who stayed, and the courage and conviction you all held for each other and yourselves, fundamentally was a stand of dignity. And I thank you for coming here today.
Through the chair, you're very welcome. I made that joke about being the hero of the story. The truth is, we're all low-income people, and we're not just being stubborn, we have nowhere else to go. Were we to lose our affordable apartments, city housing is an option if we can get in there, and that's about it. So, but I really appreciate your heartfelt comments, and thank you. You've been so caring and so much help for all of us. We really appreciate it. I appreciate it. And thank you for the comment, by the way, because although it wasn't exactly a question, I always say, a man unquestioned is a man unheard. So thank you so much for at least bringing that up.
Thank you, David.
Thank you, everybody. I don't know how to get this stuff off.
Well, there'll be another expert come down and figure it out. Kathy Johnson is the next delegate. Kathy? Is there a Kathy in the house? Brian Doucette, University of Waterloo. Hey, Brian.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Brian Doucette, and I'm a Canada Research Chair and Associate Professor in the School of Planning at the University of Waterloo. I'm here as an ally and in support of ACORN today. I've studied housing for more than 15 years and currently hold 5 research grants funded by the Social Science and Humanities Research Council, including a project on neighborhood change here in Hamilton and an investigation of displacement and eviction along Waterloo's LRT corridor. I recently published a report about change already taking place along Hamilton's LRT corridor, and just today in the conversation I published an article that outlines some of the concerns that I have and some of the ideas around why an anti-rent-eviction bylaw is so important. All this research has led me to one very clear conclusion. The most effective measure a municipality can implement to address the housing affordability crisis is to enact bylaws to make rent evictions so unappealing to landlords that they stop this unjust and cruel process. We talk a lot today about a housing crisis, and we talk so much about building new housing that we lose sight of the already existing housing, affordable housing, that is being lost in plain sight. While we have very little data on this, one statistic stands out. For every new unit of affordable housing built in Hamilton, 29 are lost to processes such as rent evictions. That's at least 10,000 units where the rent was $750 a month or less that are now gone. To be clear, many of these units still exist. They're just much more expensive as landlords have evicted their sitting tenants in order to dramatically raise rents to maximize their profit, regardless of the human cost. We actually have very little statistical data on rent evictions and displacement. The census doesn't track them, And for some planners, policymakers, and politicians, this lack of data means there isn't a problem. What you are hearing today is your data. It is your evidence. It is also the tip of the iceberg. We've heard stories in our research in Hamilton and in our research in Waterloo that echo what you're hearing today. Yes, the provincial government should do more, but they will not. Bill 97 does not constitute a significant improvement for tenants. The onus still clearly falls on tenants to exercise their legal right to return. But as you're hearing today, tenants are exhausted. They are exhausted because they're fighting with landlords who want them gone simply because they can charge more rent to someone else. Furthermore, Bill 97 places responsibility for finding temporary accommodation squarely on the tenant being rent-evicted, not the landlord evicting them. This is what made New Westminster's bylaw so effective. It shifted responsibility from the tenant to the landlord. And let's be clear, New Westminster's bylaw was so effective that it virtually eliminated rent-evictions. That's a really important point that isn't expressed particularly clearly in the reports, the city report that you have in front of you. It also stood up to 2 court challenges. It wasn't just the steep fines being imposed. Yes, fines are important. But we aren't primarily talking about mom and pop, so-called mom and pop landlords here. We are talking about large, financialized landlords owning hundreds of buildings and thousands of units whose entire business model is predicated on evicting low-income tenants in order to charge much higher rents. I would encourage you to look at my colleague Martine August's work on this, where she's done some excellent and groundbreaking research into shedding light on this. The key element of New Westminster's bylaw was that it required landlords to provide that temporary accommodation to tenants while their units were being renovated. They couldn't just kick them out and say, get back in touch when all the renovations are done. That shifted power relations and completely disrupted a business model based on profit by dispossession. Hamilton, you must do something similar. Your city is rapidly losing affordable housing, and the provincial government won't help. The federal government won't help. If City Council wants Hamilton to be a city that is affordable to everyone, it has no choice to act and act boldly. The city's report suggests this is not within its remit. However, Acorn's legal advice clearly suggests otherwise. It also notes that an anti-rent-eviction bylaw here would not be precedent-setting, but would rather instead follow the path of other cities across the country that have acted well within their remit while still taking decisive action to address urgent and pressing challenges. You have already declared a homeless emergency in the city. My question to you is this: where do you think people who are rent-evicted and have nowhere else to go end up? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Doctor. We do have a councillor who wishes to ask questions. 2 now. Councillor Nan is first, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Thank you for your delegation and for being here today. I want to emphasize the point about data and what we measure and what we don't. And it's been a challenge over the last almost 5 years on this file of trying to get accurate data. The consultant's report that's before us identifies how in other municipalities they're tracking rent-evictions. From your experience in field of expertise, what would you recommend as being data sources? And how do you think we could go about measuring it?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think Steve Pomeroy has done some really good work, and that's where the numbers that I've pulled have come from. So I think he's got some really good ways of looking at some of the housing data. But I would also say that you can't just rely on statistics. Mm-hmm. Statistics are great. The census is great. It tells us a lot of things, but there's so much of what's happening in our cities and in our housing, in our housing crisis that simply does not show up in the census. And so what you're hearing today That is the evidence, that is the data. And it's not about numbers, it's about stories, but it's also about shifting from an individual story, an individual anecdote, to actually seeing that this is part of a wider pattern. Everything that's been said today is things that we hear all the time in our research. So it's also about thinking about what is data, thinking about we need to hear people's stories, and that counts just as much as any data set or number. Because people who are displaced, by their very nature, sort of disappear. And so I've not come across a data set anywhere that can really accurately capture the full extent of renovictions, of displacement, even evictions, because some of this happens without going to court, right? Let alone the emotional toll that it takes.
Thank you for that response. I really do appreciate it. There has been some dialogue among some folks at and I would say on the bureaucracy side of the Ontario Tenant Board, where they've been pushing for digitization and modernization of data collection, and in an effort to be able to share that information in terms of the number of N13s that are filed or the number of N12s that are filed within a municipality. The city of Kitchener, I believe, is tracking renovictions. I'm not sure how they're going about doing so, but it's fascinating to me and it's interesting to me. I heed your advice that lived experience ought to be valued as a data source, period. I'm 100% there with you. But there is also a necessity for us to continue to track and measure the outcomes of what this body does and what this municipality does. So I guess I'll follow up with you offline to get some more information about the sources that you've outlined and also any other further recommendations you might have.
Yeah. If I could add one very quick point to that. We've heard a lot of talk about bylaw, and we've heard a lot of talk about the ways in which bylaw officers haven't responded. I mean, some of that data and actually following up on that, that's a very important source of information and data, right? So what kind of bylaw complaints are being made? Are they being followed up? Is there action taken to protect tenants' rights?
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Don't go away. You're a popular guy. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please. You had indicated you wish to speak also.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here, Dr. Doucette. You just answered or touched on my point my colleague was delving into, and that is sometimes the lack of congruency between census data and what actually is happening on the ground. And your study, the importance of actually being on the ground. And I love the idea of looking at our own public sector workers, using them as field officers in gaining that evidence and that data. So it's something for me to note. Thank you. You started your delegation by stating the city should enact bylaws, and you were plural in that, to make renovations unappealing. And I wanted to give you an opportunity if you could unpack that. I wanted to know whether you were speaking, if you could identify more than just a model such as New Westminster, if that's what you were implying. Thank you, through the chair.
Thank you. Doctor, please.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it takes more than one bylaw. So having the landlord registry, right, and then having fines and regulations and things like New Westminster did to shift that onus from landlords, from tenants to landlords, I think is very important. There's other things. I mean, if we're talking about protecting the existing rental housing stock that already exists, there are things like rental replacement bylaws that are essential, that are just as essential as renovictions, because when buildings are demolished, that's where some of those units are lost as well. So having tenants have the ability to return into a new development on the site of where their apartments were at the same rent and the same type of units. Bill 97 makes that a little bit more complicated, but Toronto and Mississauga had embarked on that, and we were pushing with folks at the City of Kitchener to, based on some of the work that we were doing, and they're now looking into it. I mean, they're going to spend some time looking into it, but that's another thing that is essential to this piece of the puzzle.
Councillor.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kretsch, please.
Hi, thank you so much. I've had a chance only to skim the article you wrote for the conversation. I haven't had a chance to read the whole thing, but I read fast. And so I appreciate you talking about demo evictions, essentially is what you're speaking to, and you bring up Bill 97. So the first question I have is about Bill 97, and the second one is a question I've asked a couple of other people that I thought would be great to have your thoughts on. So Bill 97 is proposing some changes, but it's still not going as far as the Residential Tenancy Act in BC. And if I understand it correctly, and you may also, at one point there was, a notice given to tenants in BC, and it was like, hey, we want to renovate you from this unit, essentially. Here's your notice of eviction. We're going to renovate, and now an order must be sought from their version of the Landlord and Tenant Board. So I wonder if you could just unpack this kind of the distance, right, that we have to travel here, how the provincial legislation leaves a gap for the municipality.
Yeah.
Doctor?
Thanks for that. So we're still unpacking what Bill 97 means because it was dropped right before the Easter weekend and there's a lot in it. But from my understanding, it still places the onus of responsibility on the tenant. And the duty of care from the landlord that made New Westminster's anti-rent-eviction bylaw so successful is not part of Bill 97, despite the name, it's got protecting tenants somewhere in that title. It still is on there's more time, right? For tenants, there's a bit more opportunity for them to exercise their rights, but they still have to be proactive, and the landlord can basically absolve themselves of any responsibility of ensuring tenants come back. So again, New Westminster's anti-rent-eviction bylaw disrupted that business model by saying to the landlord, basically, you are responsible for the tenant while the unit is being renovated. And that's, the whole premise of a rent eviction, as we've heard today, is simply to get a tenant paying below market rent out and not come back. So when you shift that onus, then you disrupt that business model. And there's nothing in Bill 97 that comes close to that. So, again, if you read the ACORN legal briefing, I'm under the impression that there is still quite a lot of scope for municipalities to act, and that's where the gap needs to come in, right? And that's where the big difference can be made, because Bill 97 is not going to do much. This is a government that, when they first came to power in 2018, got rid of some of the last pieces of rent control, right? Mm-hmm. So that's another big issue, big elephant in the room that this council is unable to do anything about, because that is clearly a provincial jurisdiction, but there are things like these bylaws that cities have the power to act upon, and if they're not going to do it, no one else is.
Councillor?
Thank you very much for that. And I really wanted to just highlight something you said and then ask a final question, which was that the onus is on the tenant. And I would ask everyone listening to this conversation and the delegations that come forward to ask if we can be placing any more onus on these tenants. My answer to that is no, by the way. We can't be. And so my last question is about rent evictions, period. Again, I think this term is really important to distinguish between rent evictions and renovations. You wrote about that a bit in your article. I wonder if you just give us your take on that subject, because I think it's important to talk about why there's not actually rent evictions legislation of any kind in Ontario. There's renovations and there's evictions law, but none on rent evictions.
Doctor?
Yeah, that's a good point. We don't have anything that matches the reality that's happening on the ground, the lived experience. Again, it comes back to my point about what kind of knowledge, what kind of information do you draw upon to make your policy, to make your laws. If you're drawing on primarily data sets and statistics, all of what you hear today simply doesn't exist. Right? And so it doesn't really reflect in the provincial laws that we have, and it also doesn't really reflect on the municipal bylaws and policies that we have. We're hearing this evidence. We are hearing this data. So it is real, right? You won't see it in the census, you won't see it in our laws, but we need to acknowledge that what we're hearing today needs to, with whatever power that you all have, needs to be reflected in the rules, the policies, the bylaws that we have.
Councillor?
Thank you so much for your time here, for your article, for answering these questions. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Our next delegate is Pauline Roberts.
Good afternoon, City Councilor and staff. My name is Pauline Roberts. I used to live at 125 Wellington Street North. Let me tell you the hell I went through for almost 2 years. June, they bought the place the end of March. We didn't find out about it until a week later. Then we had a property manager that embezzled money from tenants. This property manager was also convicted, and we don't know how she got the job. She was convicted of trying to kill her ex-husband. We had to deal with that. We also had to deal with racism from this property manager. We got threats. We're still getting threats. If we don't answer if we don't pay by AGI, they're threatening people from countries that are known that are afraid of the police. So they threaten them and they try to get rid of them. Mine, June, I end up having sewer rats in my apartment. I call bylaw, I call the health department, I call city councilors, I call everywhere to get help. I end up having to leave my apartment. I spent over $10,000 in fixing the problem myself because I could not get help from the landlord. I am now going to court, and it's been 15 months I've been waiting to take the landlord to court, and Landlord and Tenant Act is rushing the landlord in first. Now I'm going into, now they have me on credit report that I'm a slum tenant. So I have to go and pay now to prove that I'm not a slum tenant. To deal with rats, sewer rats, mice, I'm a dietary aid worker and I worked in nursing home. I would get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, find big cockroaches in my shower. I would find rats in my tub. There was nothing I could do. My sink fell in. I got flooded in my apartment 3 times. I was left to do everything myself. Mold, ceiling fell in, you name it, I went through. We're still going through that at 125 Wellington Street and 50 Cathcart. They bought the building to $55 million. They turn off the water. From the 15th floor to the 19th floor, there's no hot water. There's times that they'll put a sign that says the water's going to be shut off on Monday, the water gets shut off on Tuesday, sometimes the water don't get turned off, sometimes the water gets shut off for the whole week, sometimes we have hot water, sometimes we have cold water, sometimes we have lukewarm water. It all depends on what their feeling is. We've been charged for maintenance that was done through another the Greenwind. They're trying to get us to pay for more building. They have not done the parking properly. They have not done the water heater properly. The elevator are so old that they're taking parts from the elevator that cannot be bought any longer. And then we're down to 1 elevator at 3:30 in the afternoon because they put 1 on maintenance, 1 is out of service, and that's 1 elevator for almost 500 tenants and kids to get on every day. So I just wanted you guys to know that we are suffering out here. I'm also going to let you know I'm now living in a shelter. As a shelter for a single woman, we're in double spaces with less than 250 square feet with us, 2 people in the shelter. The shelters are not a good place for anybody to live. They're doubling up. People are sleeping on floors. Men's shelter is totally different than single women shelters. Men's shelter, there's 5 to 10 men sleeping in 1 room. Some are sleeping on floors. Family shelters are totally different also. So we need to get this under control because there's no way we're going to be able to keep affordable housing and have 10 landlords that's asking for, my apartment now is going for $1,600 where I was paying $1,000. This tenant that moved in is still suffering from the same thing that I was suffering from. So we need ACORN and we need you guys all to get together and make sure that we're not suffering anymore. Because I'm at an age where I'm 58 where I can't get senior housing, but I have to look for a place now because you only have a certain amount in the shelter. And if you have an education or you have no mental problem, the shelter do not help you. You're on your own. So please, Councillor and staff, please stop this rent eviction because we're suffering and nobody on ODSP or OW can afford to live like this anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Pauline. Mike Burnett.
These are horror stories that I happen to live in Utopia because I'm on one of the finest apartments on Melbourne.
Mike, can you just pull the mic down a little bit for you? There you go. That'll work. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, City Council. My name is Mike Burnett. I'm a member of Acorn East End Chapter and a tenant on Melbourne in Ward 4. I will focus my delegation on the urgent need for healthy homes for tenants. As a long-term tenant on Melbourne Avenue, I've seen the low-income tenants are what they're going through. Most of the landlords on Melbourne see their buildings as only a way to increase their profit. Tenants are a paycheck. Tenants live with pests, lack of repairs, mold, lack of water and heat, and are afraid to speak up because of fear of consequences from the landlord. Many tenants do not know their rights and are worried that they will get evicted if they speak up, myself included. This council term, Acorn is hopeful that the city will move forward on passing more tenant protections. We urgently need a city-wide landlord licensing program and an anti-renovations bylaw that will ensure buildings to be inspected on an annual basis, inform tenants of their rights, and hold the landlords accountable. Right now on Melbourne, there are 3 high-rise apartments that they're cleaning out for renovations. And there's seniors and there's tenants with disabilities and low income that are being targeted. This is a big issue across the city, and thank you for listening. May I add? Old age comes at a bad time. When you finally think you know everything, you start forgetting everything you know. I remember when things were better, when a man could had a job, had a house, had a car, and his wife stayed home and looked after the kids. What is going on? They hold all the cards. You guys bring up the property standards, have these apartments inspected, and then maybe they not even get a license to operate. I've seen rats, I've seen things that no man should see. And it's not the fault of the tenant. It's these multi-corporations that have come to this city and have bought up all our available apartments. And Nan and I have seen apartments, 15, 16 units, all redone, but nobody lives there. And they've been closed for 3 years. It's got to stop. I feel for these people, but I've been told, do I want to join them? Shut up. And it hurts because I can't do anything. You people can. Have our bylaw officers, instead of handing a ticket to a guy in a tent, have the guy written up and served to the landlord or the corporation that is causing this disgusting behavior. It's just wrong. If anything I've learned by joining this group is apathy. And this city, it seems You're not, you can make a change. You could vote. You could make the change yourself. It might tick off the fat guy over in Toronto, but so what? You're looking out for your own citizens. I don't know how many of these stories we've got to listen to, but it breaks my heart to hear it because it can be stopped. Any of these apartments that are sitting there, like Nova Scotia's Acorn, $500 per unit, $1,500 for an apartment complex. They fine the landlord if they're empty, and they give them 90 days to put somebody in it. And they're trying to cap. It's gone to second reading in Nova Scotia and Halifax, and British Columbia is doing it. We're smack in the middle. We can do it too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Christine Neal. Thanks again, Mike.
Good afternoon, City Councillors and City staff. My name is Christine Neal and I'm the chair of Acorn's Downtown Chapter and a tenant of Ward 2. I have in the past owned a home, which was a house. Now I live in an apartment and have lived there since 2006. And although the building I live in is owned by somebody else, it is also my home. I am delegating today to demand the city take bold action on the rent-eviction crisis. It is becoming increasingly clear in my ward that the rising cost of rents is a serious issue for low-income families. The skyline in the downtown core is rapidly changing with high-rise condo and apartment buildings with the cost of renting that is 2 to 3 times higher than some tenants are currently paying. Those renting in an older apartment, multi-residential building pay more than twice the property tax with their rent as that of a single-family home or new condominium. That's 2.45% versus 2.73%. There should not be a reason for people of low-income families to have to choose between paying rent and buying food. Although I am in the position of not being rent-evicted or dem-evicted, it does not take away the fear that someday it may happen in my building. And being a senior citizen receiving CPP and OAS, it would be impossible for me to move into one of these costly buildings. So many people are experiencing this situation right now and living without services for many months, which to me is inhumane. Not to mention the serious homeless problem in the city. It is heartbreaking to me to see people living on the street, pushing a cart or carrying their belongings in suitcases or bags. There is also the issue of AGIs. My landlord applied for an AGI, and the tenants organized and had legal representation paid for by the Tenants' Defense Fund. We did manage to get a reduction in the amount being asked for. My building has gone through many repairs that were mandated by the city, but it is my understanding that the landlord is applying for an AGI to raise the rent based on those repairs. My landlord has a notice in the lobby of the building that says Acorn members are not allowed on the property. So I have that looming over my head because here I am. There is also, what ACORN is demanding is an anti-renovation bylaw based on the policy from Westminster, BC, and citywide landlord licensing program to ensure healthy housing conditions, proactive tenant education, and annual building inspections to ensure landlords are keeping properties in good repair. Tracking when apartment buildings are sold, transfer of license, and immediate proactive tenant outreach to inform tenants of their rights and the City of Hamilton's anti-eviction rules. An increase in funding of the TDF, it has only been $50,000 since the creation in 2018. Expand the Tenant Defence Fund to cover N12s and tenant maintenance applications T6. Provide funding to tenant groups facing renovictions to hire a contractor to dispute need for vacancy. Add capacity to the program for tenant groups that will help with outreach and organizing in their buildings. Create a vetted list of paralegals that have expertise and experience in representing tenants in AGIs, N13s, N12s, and T6 to be shared with the tenants groups. Long-term improvement. Transition the program to be like the City of Toronto Defence Program, now called Tenant Support Program, where under the new program, tenant groups can directly assess legal services from a designated legal organization. For example, it could be through the Hamilton, I have one more little bit, Hamilton Community Legal Clinic. The staff report is disappointing in that it does not address most of these issues, and I stand with ACORN against financialized landlords and renovictions. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Christine. Chris Erie. Hi, Chris.
Hello, City Councilors and City staff. My name is Christina, and I'm a member of ACORN's downtown chapter and a long-term tenant of Ward 2. I am delegating today to demand the city take bold actions on the homelessness crisis that is caused by renovictions, demevictions, and AGIs, which are displacing our most vulnerable citizens. In April 2021, the building I have been living in for 10 years was bought out by a real estate investment trust known as Equiton. Since Equiton acquired our building, the management and maintenance has gone downhill as our rents are skyrocketing. We have some tenants living without working appliances, water leaks, mold, pest control issues, just to name some. I became an ACORN member when I learned that Equiton had applied for a 2.08% AGI on top of the regular rent increase of 2.5%. This raising some tenants' rents as much as $70 a month, which will be our second AGI in 2 years. With the help of ACORN, we were able to organize a tenant association and access to the Tenant Defense Fund to help us attain legal representation for our AGIs. Today, ACORN members are here to call on the city to pass bold local policies and programs to support tenants to keep their affordable homes and hold neglectful landlords accountable. It is extremely important to put into place ACORN's action plans to help stop landlords from displacing any more of our vulnerable citizens and causing the homelessness rate to grow across our cities and our country. I myself have already been homeless 3 times in my life, it would be extremely detrimental to my health and well-being if I lose my affordable housing in today's economy. Thank you for taking the time to hear me speak today.
Thank you, Christina. Will Corneau? Will, are you here? How about Evan Pettit and Trevor Sloman? I didn't think I mispronounced the names that badly.
I guess Trevor couldn't be here today. Good afternoon.
You can pull that up because you're a tall fellow. There you go.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Evan Pettit, and I'm a member of Acorn's Downtown Chapter and a tenant in Ward 3. I am speaking today to demand that the City of Hamilton take action on the rent eviction crisis. I've lived in Ward 3 for the past 22 years, since I was about 8 years old. I currently live at 999 Cannon Street East, where I've lived and called my home since June 2019. I live in a sixplex building that, until December 2021, was owned by an individual landlord. The units in the building were rented for between $500 and $800 per month. I currently pay $743.12. I'm on ODSP, which is close to my maximum for shelter. After the building sold to the new landlords or property management company, who knows, whenever they took over, they spent no time before issuing N13s to every unit in the building. The N13s claim that the landlord will be completing extensive renovations, which includes, but is not limited to, demolition and removal of unit walls, removal of flooring, replacing or upgrading plumbing, electrical, lighting, and mechanical components throughout the unit. I'd like to mention that my unit is not in dire need of repair, just some basic maintenance like a small hole in my bathroom ceiling. And the property management company has been well aware of that, and I believe has been purposely neglecting it. The offer was that the new landlord would pay you the sum, me, $2,175, which is 3 months' rent, to assist with the move if I would forego my right to first refusal. One tenant took the buyout at that time, and that particular unit was directly beside mine, or is directly beside mine. On or about March 17th, 2022, the property management company began extensive renovations of that unit with no permits, while neglecting simple complaints and regular property maintenance, and dodging the building and bylaw departments when they came knocking. Soon thereafter, they had all the windows replaced in the whole building, and they didn't even caulk mine, and had the unit next to mine re-rented, the one that had been renovated, for about $1,700, which is more than 3 times what it was going for, because that one was about $500. The unit was previously rented, for $500 approximately. Then Rise Properties, or Executive, whoever you call it, their paralegal started calling us on multiple occasions, and dare I even say harass me to try and get me to move. In July of 2022, someone in our building contacted Acorn, I believe it was Trevor, who helped us band together and get us a paralegal in, I believe it was August, and he's here today, through the Tenant Defense Fund. Soon after, our property managers/owners withdrew all N13s of the remaining 5 units. That was not enough, though. The property management immediately began to randomly show up at our door, offering more money to move, to which I told them to deal directly with my paralegal. They've since offered our paralegal $10,000 as recent as April 17th, I believe. And as recent of April 17th, they offered $25,000. And then today, they offered $27,000 right before I came up. Coincidentally, they did that just a few days before coming here and before I stepped up here today. Short of winning the lottery, I can't just simply move and shouldn't have to accept a random amount of money so a corporation can line their pockets. I am on ODSP due to losing my leg to cancer in 2015. I'm in close proximity to both my oncologist and my prosthetist, and moving is not feasible. All of the stress being caused by the property management company over the past year or so has not been good on my physical or mental health, and being pressured to accept $25,000 and move, which is now 27, and move causes me even more stress. That money wouldn't last a year of paying market rent elsewhere. With the current high rent costs in Hamilton, I implore that the City Council to take this housing crisis seriously and stop these rent evictions. Thank you guys for your time.
Our next delegate is Elizabeth Ellis.
Hello, City Councilors and staff. My name is Elizabeth Ellis. I have been involved with ACORN to 2018. I delegated today on the city to pass an anti-renovation bylaw and improve tenants' defense fund. Tenants need protection from renovation. My experience with the renovation was in 2018. My landlord sold out to big property management called Melium. I lived at 160 Sherman Avenue North. My rent was about $875 for one bedroom. They immediately come into our unit, asked, see what we needed to be done. There was some repairs that needed to be done. So we allowed them. They asked if we could have our phone numbers, so we thought we took them legit. Then we just got a feeling, we asked them, are we going to be asked to leave? They absolutely said no, we just want to do repairs. Well, that wasn't the truth. 2 months later, they came knocking at my door. Now, I'm a strong person, but you have to understand where I came from. I was on welfare at the time because I had an injury. I just started part-time work. So they came and badgered me, not just me, 6 other tenants, or about 6 other tenants that were in this unit. And now they were bullying. Like, not, okay, please just take a buyout. Bullying, being nasty, being rude. So the smart person I am, I decided when I've had enough, I asked him, could I move back in? When you do these, renovations, can I please move back in? They said, you don't have the money to move back in. You couldn't afford it. Now, I was on OW at the time, yes, but my response to them was, how do you know what's in my bank account? I'm a person, and the way they said it and the way they treated me, I felt like no better than the piece of dirt on the ground. And I got strong mental health, but that time, no. Their bullying lasted, I would say, 3-4 months. Finally, they caught me on a very bad day, kept knocking at my door daily, kept texting me daily, to the point I ran away and went to my friend's place to stay away from my own apartment that I called home for 4 years. And so finally, the lady came in. They brought a lady in thinking she could relate to me because she's a parent. I was a parent. Thought, okay, that's nice. But eventually, they were just harassing me and harassing other tenants more severely, to the point some of the tenants went on the streets because of this. Some of the tenants got their children taken away because of this. Others had to go into apartments, like myself, twice as much money than what I was originally paying. Finally, the last week, I just said, give me the buyout. It was $2,500. I'm probably one of the first persons that got rent-evicted in Hamilton that we know of. And so I took the money. At the time, like I said, I was on OW. I was partially working, not enough work to get a first paycheck yet. So I got repercussions. So I got clawed out by welfare. I didn't get any welfare for 4 months. Whatever I made it at my work 2 days a week, that's what I was trying to pay my rent. I got behind in rent. I got behind in the bills, everything. So they let it go when I moved out. I just want to say to you guys, now 160 Sherman, nobody lives there. After about 5 years, nobody still lives there. What was the need of getting us out if nobody's living there? And now they posted their ad for the rents are $1,515. Now, I'm a working person now. I do work. But even that is very expensive for a person that makes minimum wage at her job. And I love my job. But I'm just asking the council today, stop rent evictions. Stop this. Because I'm a working person and I can't afford it. Imagine somebody on ODSP welfare, what they have to do. I was looking just recently, one bedroom is, just a bedroom is $600, $700. What I know of welfare, we get $725. And then what happened? People get in debt. They wind up all being on the street. They wind up starving. Well, we have, like out of the code, but just for the point's sake, that these is where we will go if we do not find another place. I was very fortunate. I found a place within 1 week. I was going to be on the street. But it just happened, a person that I had to get a roommate, and that person knew my previous landlord, and he rented to me because he told me he wasn't going to rent to a single female. And there is bias with some landlords. They don't want to, they see a single female, they see whatever they want to see. They don't see the person saying, I can pay your rent, I'm guaranteed you get your rent. But my landlord changed his mind since that, but that was his initial take. So this is why we need to stop rent evictions. We need to say no more, because people are suffering, and we're not dirt, we are human beings. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next delegate is Tom Cooper, the Hamilton Roundtable for Poverty Reduction.
Through the chair, I believe Mr. Cooper had to leave the meeting today, so will not be speaking.
Thank you. Melissa Gudgian.
Through the chair, I believe that Ms. Gudgian will not be speaking at the meeting today.
Thank you. Okay, Kubra Hagar, Hamilton Center for Civic Inclusion. That's a virtual presentation. No?
Correct.
Okay. Sarah Mayo, Social Planning and Research Council of Hamilton, in person.
Hello, City Councilors. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm just going to speak, give you a little bit of context in terms of, there's talk about data, and we at the Social Planning Council have done some reports about Hamilton's social landscape as it relates to renters. And I just wanted to present some of that. Oops, I'm the one who's on the phone, not clicking properly. There it is. Okay, there we go. Thank you. Okay, and yeah. Oh yeah, you know this part. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. I just wanted to highlight.
Sarah, I need you to speak into the microphone.
Thank you.
'cause we're
Yes, I just wanted to
broadcasting these
highlight,
days. Yep.
thank you, that renters are among the fastest growing groups in all parts of Hamilton. On average, renter households are growing 5 times faster than owner households. This chart shows across the city, and the average across the city is around 5 times faster. Renters are an important proportion of residents in all age groups. When young people start their own households, they are most likely to be renters, but across the age spectrum, we see a large proportion of Hamilton residents who are renters. I'm highlighting in particular, I know that Tom Cooper wanted to speak about the impact on seniors. Across Hamilton, the census shows that approximately 14,000 private households led by seniors are living in market rental housing. So this is separate from those living in social housing. These seniors are disproportionately single, low income, and/or women compared to seniors in ownership households. So this is a large number of people. The report that are at risk. There is no one in market housing that is not at risk in some ways from the effects of the rental crisis in Hamilton. Hamilton and Burlington have seen the highest rent increases in the Greater Toronto Hamilton area. And this was before, this data only goes to 2021. So it was, the inflation was 24% between 2010 and 2021, and rents increased by 43% in that time in Hamilton. And the report had some data on N13 notices that went to the LTB and said, well, there's a huge increase, but it's a small number. So the context we have to remember is that notices can be given, thousands of notices can be given, and nobody knows because they're not required to be filed anywhere. It's only if they end up going to the landlord-tenant board that then there's some data. This data is about L2 notices, so actual evictions. So again, this is just a small proportion of other types of notices. And this is before the pandemic, and this is just 1 year of data. And it shows that this is L2 notices. L1 notices are evictions for non-payment of rent. L2 is all the other reasons that someone can be evicted. And it's between 1% and 4% in most neighborhoods where there's large proportion of renters per year. So if we add up over 10 years, that means 10 to 40% of tenants may be facing an L2 eviction notice. So it's not small numbers, and it needs more attention. So the recommendations we have, one would be to track trends and connect with tenants. So you could do things like, so instead of accepting the recommendations today that say do a small number of things and don't, and then consider this item done, you could ask staff to come back with more proactive steps that could be taken. You could amend the vacant unit bylaw to expand tracking to all types of evictions. So not just vacant units. The form could ask about the number and type of eviction notices, not just LTB applications sent to tenants in the past year, for example, and any rent change in those units. Information is power, and that alone could help track things. Could also, there's some power in the shaming. If landlords knew that it was going to be public information, they might, that their name is attached, they might not be as unethical in their practices. Some of them. Staff could be directed to track sale notices for multi-unit buildings, to monitor trends in this area, and create processes to inform tenants of their rights in case of ownership change. City could coordinate with healthcare partners to track tenants who are receiving home care and also being subject to eviction notices. This real-time data could help connect more vulnerable tenants to eviction prevention supports. Similarly, City could coordinate enhanced communication with Ontario Works and Ontario Disability Support Program recipients to help them to protect their tenancies. And to take action, you could create a renter protection task force with members from departments across the city, including bylaw, public health, and police, to coordinate improvements to city processes related to tenant protection. Ask staff to review Toronto's Rent Save program and how it could be used as a model for Hamilton to support residential landlords and renters in many types of buildings in situations beyond rent eviction, because this situation is much broader than just rent evictions. You could develop a city-led advocacy plan to educate provincial staff and elected provincial officials on the need to modernize the Residential Tenancies Act to protect vulnerable Ontarians. And the success, it's good that there's a staff recommendation for increase to the Tenant Defense Fund, but it's not enough. And that the success of that fund so far has been due in large part to the work of Acorn Hamilton and their work in connecting and supporting tenants. The Tenants Defense Fund could be increased even more, managed by a third party, such as the Hamilton Legal Clinic, to both fund legal support for tenants as well as coordination work by organizations like Acorn, because without them, no one would be here telling you their stories. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. We do have a councillor who would like to ask you some questions. Councillor Wang, please.
Thank you, Sarah, and through you, Chair. I wanted to ask you about one of the slides where you actually showed the map and then it was separated by postal codes and forward sorting areas.
Yeah.
I might have missed that in your presentation, but where did you get that information to make those maps?
Yeah, so that was from the Minister, the Attorney General, the what's called the the Landlord Tenant Board applications, because it's a quasi-judicial body and the judicial system is open. The case files are we got the list of case files and the addresses of where the applications had been submitted on behalf of.
Wonderful. So thank you for doing that work, because I can assure you that that's probably going to be the most tedious, is to read through all those case files and come up with the postal codes. I did notice the trends seem to be in the north end.
Yeah, so the highest postal code, L8H, is Corktown and Stinson.
Okay.
And then the next ones would be parts of Ward 3 and parts of Ward 4, 3, and 2.
Right, yeah, because I did see that Ward 4 in the north end was markedly different than the south end of Ward 4.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I wonder if you're able to send that presentation to the clerks so we can see that, because you had a lot of great recommendations and unfortunately I wasn't fast enough to write them down.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Those are all my questions,
Thank you,
Chair.
Councillor. Any further questions of Sarah? Seeing none, thank you, Sarah, for attending today. Next speakers is Mirama Manzelidik-Zik and Maria Antello, and I butchered those names, I'm sure.
Hi, good afternoon, Council. That's okay, Councillor Clark, for butchering those names. I'll read them out. So good afternoon. My name is Maria Manzelidik, and I'm a legal caseworker at the Hamilton Community Legal Clinic, and I'm here today with my colleague, Maria Antello, who is our community development worker. we will be speaking to, like very similar, most of the other delegates, to the line item regarding rent evictions. I'd like to begin by saying that the Legal Clinic provides quite a bit of direct summary legal advice to Hamiltonians across the city in a variety of different legal areas, but housing-related matters, above all, outpace most other legal services and legal areas that we advise on. There are a range of different types of displacement tactics that are impacting tenants across the city, and I know that through a lot of the experience Maria and I both have in terms of going into communities and sitting with tenants and talking through the legal issues they're facing. Some of the legal processes engage the Residential Tenancies Act, and displacement can happen over the course of the legal process under that act, and other displacement tactics operate outside of the legal process. So an example would be potentially a reason for why L2 applications are not filed as frequently in a particular area would be because landlord displacement tactics recognize that elderly populations or more senior populations are more susceptible to displacement through pressure and through large buyouts. Newcomer tenants are more susceptible through pressure, through providing N12s and threatening eviction, providing some misinformation or misleading statements about the impacts of eviction and the process of eviction. And so those tenants would be displaced without actually going through the landlord-tenant board, and the landlord need not then file an L2 application. Displacement tactics of all kinds broadly rely on an embedded power dynamic between a landlord and a tenant. Where a landlord holds the proverbial and literal keys to a tenant's unit, most tenants exercise a distinct caution when trying to enforce any of their rights. This basic power calculus has grown increasingly exploitable in the midst of a housing crisis, to the point where myself, and I'm sure colleagues of mine would argue, threatening eviction at this time, at this stage of the housing crisis, is effectively threatening homelessness. The reality is that most affordable housing is housing that is currently occupied by a tenant. The moment a tenant leaves their unit, especially those who have lived in their unit for years, the city loses one affordable rental unit. And for every lost affordable rental unit, one more person can now be added to a 7-year-long housing waitlist, and many tenants that are clinic services enter homelessness. Rent evictions are not a legal term, but a broad phrase used to describe a variety of different ways tenants can become displaced in a process undertaken by a landlord and engaging the renovation and repair of the residential complex or unit. Rent evictions engage something of a bundle of displacement tactics. These tactics can take the form of systemic displacement, like leaving a building with minimal to no repairs or renovations for decades, and then either resolving these issues caused by a lack of repair or renovation through the AGI process, an above guideline rent increase application, or by relying on vacancy through an N13 related process. The N13 eviction notice allows a landlord to request vacant possession of a rental unit for a few reasons, but most common of all, in order to do renovation work that is, according to the notice, so substantial that that tenant needs to leave the unit, that vacancy is simply required to complete those renovations. So what type of work constitutes vacancy? What does the type of work a landlord describing in the notice really mean for the tenant, and why is vacant possession required in order for those renovations to be completed? Right now, these questions are addressed at the landlord-tenant board when a tenant knows to go to the board to engage the hearing process and prepare for that hearing. In practice, many tenants leave before they attend a hearing. And for those that receive legal advice and are ready for a very emotional, intimidating, and oftentimes a very technical process at the board, this process feels like climbing a mountain with a toothpick, like one of my clients once said. The reality is that once a landlord hands out an N13, some tenants, most tenants, pick up and leave and squeeze their tight budgets even tighter. Those tenants who stay and fight, as you've heard today, do so because they really have absolutely nowhere else to go but outside. So this question about what type of work requires vacant possession becomes very important for the tenant. And at the board, it's an uphill battle, which requires the tenant to call contractors, electricians, journeymen, maybe even a few representatives who are understanding of the building code, the Planning Act, different types of legal processes that engage renovation and repair to dispute the presumption that these renovations are actually needed and require vacancy in order to be completed. I recognize my time is almost up, but I just want to quickly address this right of first refusal, which is a right in a sense that it's part of the Residential Tenancies Act, it's part of the eviction process, and the tenant has the ability to potentially exercise it. But when we think about what that looks like in practice, tenants who move out need to find a temporary shelter for an unknown period of time, and many move outside of the city because of the lack of affordability of current units in order to find a space suitable. This means leaving their medical teams, community supports, places they've lived in for large parts of their lives, and all of these things, and engaging in services that the city likes to believe and call are spaces and services that make this city the best place to age. For the very, very few tenants who do get that notification to return, it's really not a meaningful possibility.
Thank you. Maria? We'll give you some latitude there, so.
Thank you so much, Councillor Clark. Everybody, thank you so much for having us today. I do not have much to add to what my colleagues and professionals and the amazing community had to say today. I am the Community Development Coordinator at the Legal Clinic, and my job is different than a legal aspect. What I think we also seek at the Legal Clinic is the sense of justice, which we have not seen for our tenants and for vulnerable tenants in this city. And today I'm here perhaps not to ask, not to demand, but I think I'm at a point where I beg this community to do the right thing. I really beg this community to be bold. We can be that city that our colleague from ACTA was talking about. She said, we welcomed a lot of vulnerable people from our other communities to this city. We gave them a home. We can be a bolder city. We can build a city where we include people. And we can be the catalyst for change in Ontario and in this country. We need to be bold. Yeah, that's all I want to say. We need to be bold. We can do this. We are Hamilton. I love this city. And I want that city that welcomed people and welcomed everybody and gave everybody a home, not displacing people. We have had some errors in the past. We have had people bringing busloads of developers, showing them, our downtown and saying, hey, come. That was a mistake, but we can amend those errors, and we can do better. We can be that bold city. It's okay to dream, but we can do it together. And I really want to thank our bold community members that came to tell their stories. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you very much. As always, you provide compelling commentary. Thank you very much. Okay, our next speaker is Reese Nam from the Federation of Metro Tenants Associations. Nope, sorry, hang on. Councillor Nan.
Thank you. I managed to make it work this time in terms of e-scribe.
This time it was my fault.
It's no worries. Through you, Chair, just a question to both of you, and thank you for your delegation. I think it's always really helpful every time the Legal Clinic comes forward and delegates, because you share an insight on the experiences of Hamiltonians who are seeking support to legally navigate issues that are real and lived in our experience. Are experienced in our city. So I thank you for coming to delegate. Is there any formal mechanism by which the Legal Clinic is able to share trend data? I clearly understanding there needs to be a delineation between what needs to remain private and confidential for the work that you do as your operation. But from the perspective of the fact that housing related is the highest legal advice category the clinic provides, do you keep trend data? Are you measuring that year on year? And is that something that we could get from you on an annual basis? Thank you.
It's the clinic is certainly tracking in terms of the amount of intakes that we receive, the amount of phone calls that we receive. Most of our client work, and I'm sure my colleagues will speak to this if they had an opportunity to be here, is crisis intervention. People are not usually calling the clinic months in advance of a hearing or to proactively attempt to reinforce their rights. It's usually a phone call that's occurring in the moment as a tenant's receiving an eviction notice. And to that point, a lot has changed in the landscape of landlord-tenant law over the last decade, but certainly over the course of the pandemic with the transition to digital landlord-tenant board hearings, which has caused a great deal of crisis for tenants in our community, particularly low-income senior tenants, disabled tenants, newcomer tenants who may not have access to the board. And so the trends and the kind of very specific trends are certainly things that we can look to pull out, but I think, as our colleagues have sort of mentioned, trends when it comes to displacement usually happen, engage with the law, but happen outside of the law as well. N13s are not, the landlord doesn't need to report to the board that they've printed off an N13 off of a website and given it to a tenant. All that process looks like is printing a document off, filling it in. If it's appropriately filled in, we can advise on that, but there's really no checks and balances when that notice is printed out and given to tenants. And given that power imbalance that exists, most tenants end up getting up and leaving because they simply don't understand what the law is. And so certain trends and kind of how displacement happens on the end that we're seeing, I think is reflective of one type of displacement or a particular pattern of displacement, but I want to acknowledge that there's a vast amount of displacement that happens far outside the reach of what the legal clinic knows about or can even really advise on. I think my colleague also.
Councillor Nan, I have one comment. Brian Doucette from the University of Waterloo clearly said, the data is here. The data is right here at the White Hern and behind City Hall. You know, we need to sometimes move away from patterns that impede us from taking those bold steps. And the data, like he pointed out, is right in front of us.
No, I appreciate that through the chair, and tremendously appreciate the lived experience and what we see every single day as being valid. And yet we live inside and operate inside of a system that has a necessity to report to another system that then makes the case to receive funding from another system. So from that perspective, those data sets do matter. And it enables us to either be grant ready to make the case to provincial government, to make the case beyond that if needed. And I'm just always interested in making sure that the community, the data that exists in our community is also something that we can leverage as a municipality. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Please don't go away. Councillor Alex Wilson, you indicated you have a question.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, thank you, Marima and friends, for coming out and delegating today on this. I have a question because I think in your delegation you acknowledged really aptly that most evictions happen outside of legal processes, or it's the power that happens outside of the law that can have such a big impact here. We talk about the Tenant Defense Fund and better aligning it to models that we know work and expanding the scope. And we've talked about how there needs to be both more funding in the fund, but also the fund needs to fund more types of things. The Rent Evictions TO report that came out recently speaks to how tenants see their experience of knowing their rights and talk a little bit about knowing their rights in this more extra legal context. And when we talk about know your rights, it's not that very narrow. Here's what your form letters are and here's how to navigate them. Could you speak to a little bit about how supporting folks in knowing their rights, or that holistic knowing their rights outside of just the legal definition, might be funded through a tenant defense fund, and what role do you think different organizations in our community might have in allocating that fund or supporting that work in an expanded scope?
I think the work of Know Your Rights is really best facilitated through collaborations with community partners who are working very closely with tenants. In the work of the legal clinic, we do go out into community and offer public legal education. Sorry, I was about to use an acronym that I appreciate maybe some people might not have known. We do go out into community and offer that kind of bite-sized legal information for tenants that do have questions about the process, but really where the most impactful PLEs have looked like that education delivery where tenants can put it into practice is through collaborations and partnerships with organizers in the community that are engaged in and understand the very specific needs and trends that are happening on the ground. So just understanding the Residential Tenancies Act, what the law says, what your rights are in kind of a hypothetical universe doesn't do a lot when we need to account for power differentials that are on the ground. We need to account for how tenants are receiving that information and how they can actually put that information into practice. And so providing general information is really best facilitated in collaboration with community partners and tenants brainstorming with us what issues they foresee, what trends they're seeing on the ground, so that that information can really be most meaningful and useful and stave off displacement to the best of its abilities.
Councillor Wilson?
Just one more thing to answer to Councillor Wilson is that at the clinic, we are seeing double the number of calls, but our staff is not double. So reiterating what my colleague said, I mean, we really need to partner. Right now, that's the only choice we have as many community workers, community organizations. All we have right now is to partner and to join forces because our funding doesn't get bigger. And a tenant defense fund, an increase in the tenant defense fund, or a fund that could support that legal work would be highly, highly needed in Hamilton.
Thank you. Councillor?
No, thank you. I think that really clearly answers the questions. If folks want to comment on some community partners they'd recommend specifically being a part of that, I'd welcome that. But I think their answer, it was really clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you again for your participation today.
Thank you.
The next presentation is Reese Nam from the Federation of Metro Tenants Association. This is a virtual presentation.
Hello. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Reese Nam, and I'm here on behalf of the Federation of Metro Tenants Associations in Toronto in support of Hamilton Acorn. So rent evictions continue to be on the rise in Ontario, and according to the Landlord-Tenant Board, there were about 17,013 forms that were downloaded within 10 months of last year, from January to October 2022. Over the year, that would work out to about 20,013 forms downloaded in the province. However, this does not include how many tenants were displaced without the use of N13 forms. That would increase these numbers exponentially as tenants leave, as you all know, due to pressures and harassment from landlords, or even before N13s are filed and proceed to a hearing. Without provincial vacancy control, financialized landlords are incentivized to evict tenants from their homes to maximize their profits. The tactics they use range from pressuring and harassing tenants to encouraging buyouts to not doing repairs or maintenance to using N13 and sometimes other forms like the N12 own use forms. These things place stressors on tenants' mental health, and that also leads to the displacement of many tenants from their units. Landlords are able to continue to rent or evict with the current provincial laws, especially when financialized landlords purchase a building with the intent on rent evicting existing tenants in order to re-rent for new tenants. The Landlord-Tenant Board has been unable to prevent tenants from being rent evicted. In general, FMTA is here pretty much to support Hamilton Acorn's demands for the city to protect tenants from rent eviction with citywide landlord licensing, improvements to the Tenants Defense Fund, and a proactive tenant education program. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for our delegate? Seeing none, thank you for your patience and willingness to participate today. We really appreciate that, Reese.
Thank you.
Okay, we now have a number of pre-recorded videos. Mark Baker. Let's do that one.
Hey there, my name is Mark. I lived at a place in Ward 3 near King and Fairholt that was subject to the rampant renovations that are taking place in Hamilton. Our property was purchased about 1.5 years, 2 years ago by a company that was formed 1 month prior to the purchase of the building. They purchased the building and started by very quickly throwing up laminate flooring into the over the hardwood flooring. They took out, a couple of kitchen cabinets, threw up a little bit of paint, probably, replaced the toilet or a couple of fixtures here and there in the bathroom. And then proceeded to up the rent by 2 to 3 times, 4 times in some cases, because this building has long-standing tenants. Some of the tenants have been living there for 25 years. So me, as an example, my rent was $850, and someone who moved into a unit that was smaller than mine across the hallway was paying $1475. Those were the differences between their renovated states or not. They had come around and tried to offer us all really garbage buyouts of first and last month, essentially, at a new place, which in this market is about $3,000 to $4,000 for a similar unit. We did not take it. The building, we went to the tribunal. They got caught in a whole slew of lies, including claiming that they had paid every tenant in the building with hand-delivered checks. They had paid nobody anything, in the hopes that the tribunal would side with them and force us all to be moved. Eventually, some adequate buyouts were given. I held fast because I knew that my unit was the newest unit in the building, newest renovated, and I knew that they would never be able to get it off of me. Honestly, long story short, even if the tribunal did try to side with them, the tribunal would have to essentially lie with them to take my unit. So I did get a appropriate payout. There are other people in the building that are at risk. There's a senior. There are a few people that are on medical assistance, medical financial assistance, and there's a couple of younger families that are in the building right now. Of the existing tenants that were there when the building was purchased, 4 are left at this time, out of 12. I believe the number is 4. This is actually a very simple solution. Stop allowing them to lie. Stop letting them get away with lying to kick people out of their houses, and remove safe housing for people. This isn't really hard. But I stand with Acorn. I'm here, and I will support in any way I can. I stand with them against these renovictions and against the unfair treatment of honest, hardworking people just for the sake of their greed. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maria Beddick.
Hello, City Councilors and City staff. My name is Maria Beddick, and I am a tenant in Ward 2. I am delegating today with Acorn and tenants in Hamilton to call on the city to take action on the renoviction crisis. I came home on New Year's Eve 2019 to find an N13 in my mailbox. We all got an N13 saying we had to be out by April 30th of 2020. In January, I went to the Housing Help Center and did an application with a worker there for access to housing. I also went to a housing worker at the Good Shepherd Services for Women and Children, and they put me on their caseload. I was looking for rentals in my range of $600 to $700 a month, not realizing how much the rents had increased since 2013. I went on Kijiji, and I ended up unknowingly becoming the target of scammers on Kijiji, offering me entire houses for between $600 and $700 a month. My sister stepped in to help me look for rooms and houses. I was trying to find a large room for all my furniture. My sister instead increased my inheritance payment from $200 to $600 a month so I could apply for higher cost rentals. I found my current apartment at the end of March of 2020. My then landlord said I could have a reference if I signed an N11 not to come back to the building. I was approved for the new apartment on April 9th and did all the packing and movers by myself. I moved in May 1st, 2020. Recently, I ran into a former tenant at 100 West Avenue South. His name is Mike, who used to live upstairs from me, and he tried to get back into our old address and was unsuccessful. And he told me that the units are going for $2,000 a month. My last rent at 100 West Avenue South was $589.26.
Next delegate is Bridget Huard from Acorn.
Hi, my name is Bridget Heward, pronouns she, her, and I'm here to delegate today on renovictions in Hamilton. I'm a resident of Ward 3, and my renoviction was in Ward 3. My husband and I moved to a West Avenue South apartment building intersecting Main Street East in May of 2015. It was under red brick at the time. And we never had any problems with the unit, never had any problems with them at all. In March of 2017, the building was sold to Blackbird Property Group, with the landlord being Tina Lister. From that time on, admittedly, we had some concerns as we noticed that, once units were left by students, they weren't getting new renters in. They were also neglecting the property, and it was very difficult to reach them. There was only a phone number that went straight to voicemail, and an email that no one answered for maintenance. We knew it was going to be an issue and that eviction might be upcoming, which ended up happening on October 31st of 2017. We were wondering why the heat hadn't been turned on as it was getting colder, and we got our answer when the whole building was served N13s with reason 1 checked off, demolishing the units, and 2 space heaters per unit to go through winter. So of course they froze us out. So this was incentive to leave. So we got a payout. She did try to get out of paying out certain tenants. If you were a good tenant, you might get paid out. If you weren't, she'd fight you. We tried to go to the tenant board. They were useless. We tried to complain to the city, got nowhere. And ultimately had to move 2 weeks before Christmas into a new unit that was a few $100s more than what we were used to paying, but was nowhere as bad as it was about to get in the coming months, where we saw rents skyrocket. So it took years for them to start renovations on the West Ave building. From what I could tell, I used to drive around and check it out every so often just to see where it was at. And that's how long it took, at least 3 years for them to start work, not till 2020. Just wanted to say that this experience was traumatic, upsetting. We lost a big sense of security and belonging, in the process. And I can't imagine what it's like for my peers going through this or any younger folks. But I really do hope that this council will take the affordable housing crisis very seriously. It's been going on for years, and these landlords have been quite emboldened by the lack of action and the lack of solutions offered to renters. So please help us in implementing solutions that keep renters safe from these predatory practices. Thank you for your time and for listening to me today. I really appreciate it.
Our next delegate is Kathy Johnson.
3. Hello, City Councilors. My name is Kathy, living in this building, and I'm a member of ACORN since 2019, Ward 2, Downtown Chapter. I am delegating today with other members, tenants, allies, to call on the city to protect tenants from renovation and make improvements to the tenants' defense funds. I have lived in this building since June 2012. Our building will be very vulnerable to renovation when the landlord sells. Our current landlord only owns this property and lives in the building, and they are older senior. Low-income tenants cannot afford to lose their affordable homes. We need tenant protection. We gone to the AGI. We got the AGI lowered. We have applied to the tenant defense funds and got lowered. We have issues in our building, such as she locked the laundry room, and to gain access to the laundry room, we need to obtain the key from her. Since November 2022, she has refused me to use the laundry facilities because I have been calling the city bylaw on her. She does not do any cleaning in the building. And thank you for listening.
The next delegate is Pauline Kozina.
Hello, my name is Pauline Sanzina, and I'm with the ACORN group about renovictions in our city. In my building that they're renovating right now, or renovicting right now, there's about 64 to 68 apartments. And quite a few of them have taken the buyout and moved out. But there are a few of us that are fighting to stay, especially mostly seniors, because we got nowhere to go and we don't have the money to go anywhere. And I've been here 14 years. I moved in 2009. And the company that owns this building, we pay the rent to 35 Melvin Avenue Apartments Limited. They do nothing here. They have nobody here to clean, look after the building. We have a superintendent, but he's running around cleaning the yard, doing garbage, taking stuff out, like he's running around doing everything, and he's just a little guy. And they brought in a manager to manage stuff. They've always got my rent increased wrong. Right now, I pay $709.21 or something a month. They want $1,200 for this apartment when they renovate it. They've offered me money quite a few times to move out. The highest amount was $7,000. Where could I go for $7,000 that would last me? You know, I'm 77. I got nowhere to go. I got no family around here. And my daughter's up north. There's no way I can go up there. And I was given an N13 to tempt me to move. But this is my home. I just finally, after all these years, 14 years being here, I can afford to buy a little bit of paint to paint it. It's never been painted. And make it my home. And they're trying to put me out on the street. The buildings that they're building are big. Family places. Seniors, they're putting us in small apartment buildings, no balconies, no doors. I'm claustrophobic. I need my outside. And I don't want to have to be going up and down to go outside and get some fresh air. I have a cat. She comes out here and sleeps on the balcony while I'm reading or whatever in the summer. You know, this has to stop. You know, I have neighbors down the road, 2 buildings, one east of me, one west of me, that they're doing the same thing to, trying to put them out on the street for higher rents. This building is a dump inside. When you come in the front door, it looks nice. You come in the back door, there's dog stuff, the stairwell, my bathroom surround sound is falling off the wall. I can't have a shower because the water goes down under the tub. And I'm asking you gentlemen and ladies that will listen to your people. You know, we have to be listened to. We're in our last years and we don't need to be pressured to this. I've been a nervous wreck ever since these bought this building in 2019 and harass us, you know. They closed the lockers, the garages downstairs so they could put their stuff in it. And people were paying for it. So we ask for your help. Please stay with your people. We need you.
Our next speaker is Tracy Romanowski.
Hello, City Councilors and staff. My name is Tracy, and I'm a member of Acorn's East End chapter and a tenant in Ward 4. I live at 221 Melvin Avenue with my son, who is on ODSP. We recently got an N13 renovation notice from Family Properties Incorporated. They want to have me vacate my home for 7 to 10 months so they can do minor cosmetic repairs to the unit. This is a dishonest move to get me out because I'm currently paying $8.49 a month and the market rate is closer to $16.99. I am a senior citizen and it would be nearly impossible for me to find somewhere to live, pay bills, and eat at anywhere near that price point. It's a shame after living here for 12 years as a good tenant that they can do this to us just for the money. What happened to trusting people that you rent from, that paying your rent each month keeps you safe?
Our next speaker is Diana Wilson.
Hi, my name is Diana. This is my fiance, Jackie. We lived in this building in 2019. We moved in after being homeless. It was our first apartment and the start of our dream of living together. This building closed down and 20 people were removed due to a rent eviction. Many of the people today are still homeless. We, on the other hand, we pay $1,500 a month plus utilities, and it's really hard and unaffordable for us, where we're paying $800 here, which $400 each is affordable. There's been a lot of loss, and this place is still empty. And with the housing crisis right now, I don't think that's fair. Given the place and the conditions, it wasn't the best choice for a place to live, but it's what we had, and it was our home. And that's what a lot of people don't understand. They might look like they're bad places, but people do have homes. And it was the start of our dream together. And I don't understand why this place is still the way it is. I myself had to call the Board of Health on the place because of the conditions. The landlord sold the place and they forced us out, offering us 30 days and $2,000. I stayed up and got a hold of Acorn, who got us reasonable monies to move, but it's been a struggle and it's taken a toll on our relationship since then. And I don't think that, you know, this housing thing is fair. There's too many homeless people in Hamilton, and places like this stay empty, and with a little work, they could be homes. Thank you. Hi, my name is Diana. This is
And our last pre-recorded video is Jonathan Lopez.
Hello, my name is Jonathan. I'm part of the organization Acorn from the East End chapter. I'm here to speak and delegate on the emergency and community committee service on renovation. Our demands are specifically, one, that there's a landlord licensing program adopted, that two, any apartments that are sold are immediately tracked, as well as any new clients going into apartments are given their proper tenant rights, and three, that the defense funds be increased for tenants. Now, the thing is that we have an increasing amount of people being pushed out. We have an increasing population of homeless people, and this displacement is only going to grow as pressures from increasing inflation rates and increasing cost of living. The thing that we have in Hamilton is that we've always been strong as workers. We've been strong as a community. We had very high amounts of public housing before that started being deteriorated as well. I believe us as Hamilton, we can be a node, not just to Ontario, but to Canada, and also internationally. We can be recognized as people trying to produce something different, something that's not common, that's happening all around the world, where people are just being displaced from their house. The rents are high, costs are high. So we can set that example and hopefully help out our Hamiltonians and other people that are going through this as well. I think that I've seen enough people being displaced. I've spoken to people personally that the next month they've been rent-evicted, and it's a clear issue that requires a solution that is very much geared towards people and their living needs and their needs as human beings as well. Thank you very much. Please have a wonderful day.
So I have two speakers who didn't indicate that they were here. David Haynes, is David here? And how about Will Corno? And now Carl Andrus. Carl, you asked me to leave you to the end.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I asked to be left to the end because I wanted to ask for this committee's indulgence for more time. I did want to be respectful of all the members who came here to tell their personal stories today. I do have a little bit of a presentation and some stuff I'm going to go through, but it's definitely longer than 5 minutes. So.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Maureen Wilson, seconded by Councillor Nan to allot you how much time, Carl? How about we just allot him the time that he's needed? Thank you. We'll call that vote.
I'll take a show of hands on that. That carries. Thank you very much, Chair.
Love the old-fashioned way.
All right, thank you, Chair, councillors, residents, staff, for hearing my delegation today. I feel a little bit like Groundhog Day, that we've been here before, that previous iterations of this committee have heard these stories and even passed directions to staff to make actions. Actions I don't think that the report before you today and the consultants' work truly represent. Today you heard, again, impassioned delegations from residents across the city that have dealt firsthand with having their lives upended by the renoviction process. Moving personal anecdotes of struggle and suffering, those alone should provide the fuel for this committee to push forward a bold legislative path with new ideas in the spirit of change you were all elected in last fall, to chart a new path for Hamilton to push the boundaries of what a municipality can do and should do with the powers vested in it, to fight for renters' key issues with as much veracity as you might fight for homeowners when you push for an expensive litigation at the Ontario Land Tribunal in matters related to land planning, neighbourhood character, or land valuation. Rather than personal stories of experiencing the renoviction playbook, I want to come to you today to talk about facts. Facts that I think are not accurately represented in today's staff and consultants' reports. Those are the facts on renoviction itself. In the staff presentation, the consultants' report, and even a letter you received from the Hamilton and District Apartment Association, they both present the argument that only a few bad faith actors are doing bad faith renovictions, and that Hamilton's aging rental stock is in need of repair, and landlords shouldn't be punished for doing so. Let's talk about the claim that only a few landlords are bad faith actors. As the report states, that renovictions aren't a problem except for, quote, those few bad actors, quote, used by a loud, quote, vocal few tenants, end quote, as examples to shame the landlord. Bad faith actors and vocal tenants. That was in your consultant's report that you paid for with public dollars to review the process of renovictions and to provide this committee with alternative options for renovictions. The report paints a picture that most landlords perform renovictions as required by law. In aggregate, we are not seeing this pay out. Yep. We're not seeing this play out. You've heard today from actual experts on the difficulty in actually tracking renovictions through the Landlord Tribunal and through Statistics Canada. But there is some data that was available and was presented to you. Most recently at a special GIC meeting, you heard in March from Steve Pomeroy about the erosion of lower rent stock. We have lost, in fact, 25K units below $1,000 a month since 2011. The vast majority, and I do mean vast majority, of those high-density residential units in the city of Hamilton were, as purported, built before 1980. The vast majority of those lower rent units lost are in older buildings with long-term tenants who have grandfathered rents protected by law. The legal clinic, as mentioned, is seeing a surge in calls related to renoviction. The very units that are most profitable to renovict are also the ones we are hemorrhaging from the local market. This is not a quirk, but by design. What should happen in a proper, just, and regulated market is landlords of good character, as described by the HDAA, live up to their duties under the Residential Tenancies Act and City of Hamilton Property Standards bylaws, maintain their property, putting some of the profit generated by rental incomes back into capital maintenance. In the 40 or 50 years of the buildings tenants move out of, units can be gutted and repaired as needed, as emptied through the natural flow of tenants moving out, passing on, or moving up the housing spectrum. That's not what's happening. What seems to be happening, that by the HDAA's own admission, is that landlords have been neglecting the capital repairs and needing reinvestments in these buildings for decades, thus needing the long-term tenants to be removed. It almost sounds as if they're perhaps arguing what's needed is a proactive inspection and licensing of these buildings to verify that they're meeting the property standards. The reality is long-term tenants are much less profitable, and thus begins one of the stages of the renoviction playbook, property standards neglect. Age and a lack of capital maintenance creates a situation in which buildings are primed for renoviction. An aging building can be bought at a discount if you're interested in maximizing your real estate investment, or if you are a landlord who has neglected your repair duties for decades, you can now use the excuse of repair or maintenance to push your below-market tenants out of the building. Or even better, with just an investment of $10,000 to $50,000 in upgrades on the unit itself, you can double or triple your monthly rent payments. In a hot property market, if you owned a building with a tenant paying $1,000 a month, but could get $2,300 a month for that same unit, which are you going to do? So faced with an increasingly hot property market, investors are buying up buildings across the city with the strict intention of displacing tenants and increasing rents. Landlord forums and Reddits are full of helpful advice on how to remove your tenants. Slick property management companies offer up services specializing in tenant removal. Landlords host podcasts bragging about the tactics. N13s are issued liberally and as a tool of intimidation of tenants to bully them, not to properly evict them through the process that would require them to go to the LTB, make a case for the renoviction, apply for a building permit, and then call that tenant to invite them back to the unit at the previous rent in a newly repaired unit. That is not what's happening. Instead, these coercive tools are being used, and they're literally a life and death struggle for many families. And you've heard a lot of those stories today. In the middle of a massive housing crisis, soaring unaffordable rents, and booming property markets, renovictions itself are such a growing concern that even our current Conservative government, not known for its pro-tenant, anti-businesses protection, is at least paying lip service to renovictions. Putting aside renoviction's massive human costs, I want to talk about another cost, the cost to the city itself. If everyone is renovicted from a building, say with 320 tenants, about 160 units or 120 units, some of the larger scale buildings that you've heard about today, what happens to those tenants? Many will not be able to find other accommodations as buildings across the city undergo the same. Instead, who do they turn to? Well, they'll turn to the city and city services for support. That makes them a new extra expense on your already overstretched budget. Extra policing, more mental health supports, more homeless shelters, EMS services, longer wait times for social housing, new capital costs to build more affordable housing, more tents on our street. If you can't consider the incredible human toll of renovictions on Hamilton residents, perhaps consider the budgetary ones. Keeping people in their homes will provide a magnitude of savings as well as being the right thing to do. What can you do? Well, the Housing Sustainability and Investment Roadmap approved by GIC yesterday is a good step. In the first year of priority action items, number 9 says develop a city-led tenant response team. Seems like a good start. However, today's staff report before you actually recommends closing this issue and perhaps reviewing the Tenant Defense Fund again in 2025. It only recommends a modest increase of $50K, a fund that is going to last until that review in 2025. I'm here to say that this isn't acceptable, certainly not to everyone who's faced renoviction, including myself. So, what can you do today, here, now, as elected leaders? It starts by having real opinions reviewed in terms of municipal powers by legal experts, not engagement consultants. Perhaps those doing the work in this field, those lawyers who you've heard from today, or social justice firms, who might present an alternative perspective to consultants, staff, and your own internal legal opinions. The city issues demolition permits. The city also issues business license, regulates property standards, is already involved in rent evictions in a great many ways that are governed by the Residential Tenancies Act. You have a legal brief in your written notes which directly contradicts the report's perspective. Why not push the frontiers of what's possible? New Westminster also faced court challenges and pushback from city staff and landlords. 2, stop waiting on the landlord licensing pilot to review what you can do about regulating landlords. That pilot is very narrow, dealing mostly with single-family homes and student rentals, and isn't working as intended. Look as a baseline and a baseline only to rent-safe TO and build something better, building on Toronto's learned experience on what works, what isn't working in that program, and then have it shaped by the types of folks that you heard from today. 3, move away from the Tenants Defense Fund as quickly as possible. It's an expensive way to deliver legal services to tenants. Toronto has for over a year moved to providing direct funding to legal services like the Hamilton Community Legal Clinic to build staff capacity to fight rent evictions. Lastly, I just wanted to stand here as someone who has experienced firsthand both N12 and N13 evictions and offer to answer any questions that you have about the process. And I really want to flag this process just a little as I finish up with my time here. I am a person of privilege. I am fully employed. I work for a not-for-profit. I navigate municipal and political systems incredibly well, and I am a paid activist, and I do that very gently. And despite all of those privileges, we were still subject to the same harrowing conditions that you heard from today from tenants. We fought all the way to the LTB. We won our hearing at the Landlord-Tenant Board, and we still ended up being displaced from our home, ended up back on the market paying an additional $900 more a month, which we were privileged enough to be able to afford because of the nature of our employment. But many are not privileged, and many cannot say the same. The building that I lived in had 8 other units, all of whom were thrown off to the markets to who knows where. The building just beside us, owned by the same property management company, 32 units, gone forever. And that building was actually just recently posted. I saw an ad for it because I put a Google alert up because I was curious. Saw 6 months later, rents in that building had gone from a posted ad 3 years earlier, $800, to those units being $2,200 to $2,700 a month. This is the reality that's going on, and you've heard it before, and you're hearing it again today. Please do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Are there any questions of the Councillor Maureen Wilson, please?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Carl, for being here. I just wanted to understand a little bit better your reference to the licensing pilot that is presently in place. I think you used the statement, it's not working as intended, and I just wanted to learn a little bit more from you on that. Thank you.
Yeah, so from my understanding, uptick has been a challenge in landlords in order to get them to voluntarily self-register to the program of their properties. As I said, it's very narrow in its scope. Although it's be called a landlord licensing pilot, what it really is a student housing and student rooming house rental pilot. It doesn't extend to multi-residential units in large buildings across the city where the vast majority of tenants in this city live. So it's a very narrow program and a very narrow pilot that I think was passed with good intentions by both council and staff, but it is not what many activists would consider landlord licensing by any means. It does not have, again, dealing with multi-residential buildings, all of the types of which you heard about today. It doesn't have yearly inspections for fire, property maintenance, and standards. It is, of course, requiring for landlords to self-register out of the beginning, and a grace periods and training periods are being issued for that. And as I said, it doesn't cover any of the rental situations that you've heard about today.
Councillor.
Thank you. One of the recurring themes that I've heard today is the importance of data and the ways in which to get it by different actors. And I was wondering if you could speak to that, because you are so involved on the ground and in these halls as well, through the chair.
Well,
thank you, Carl.
Yes. So first, I'd look to look at organizing tenants like the tenants that you've heard from today is an incredibly broad task. All of the tenants that came here took time and time again out of their busy lives to come and tell their stories to you. To organize them took an organization with a shoestring budget probably less than one FTE of a city staff, to go out into these buildings along with volunteer co-chairs and chairs and members of ACORN to self-organize. It was a great deal of emotional labor, of emotional capacity. Sorry? Oh, I thought I was, sorry. A great deal of emotional labor and emotional capacity. It's also, as you said, very traumatic for folks to come out here and tell you their lived experiences time and time again. It's hard to retell these stories. It involves reliving them. It involves placing yourself into a place of vulnerability. And then, of course, it's a little disconcerting that these personal stories are sometimes waved away with a false dichotomy of balance, that we have to hear the story from a Landlord Homeowners Association, which is a due-paying organization that represents massive multi-million-dollar landlords who have a much higher budget than the organizations that are standing against them. So I want to speak to that it's very difficult because this stuff is a labor that's done passionately, but also it's not exactly data-driven in the strict sense. There's not an exact count that's done of even as you heard today, the number of N13s. We can talk about the number of times a PDF was downloaded. That's the extent to the tracking that the LTB does in terms of N13s. An N13 PDF can be downloaded once and issued 500 times. Or it can be, though the numbers are meaningless and aren't placed in proper context. And I think why it's so important for you as leaders to take the impassioned stories that you've heard and recognize them as data.
Councillor?
Thank you, through the chair. Absolutely. Not, as my colleague often says, not if, but and. Getting to a place where we're not totally reliant on the need for individuals to have to be re-traumatized and the burden of sharing this. If we, as a public entity, could look at the ways and means in which to get that data to inform, I think, our policy and our funding and evaluate our actions. That's what I was sort of, interested in exploring further with you.
So absolutely, and I mean, being a person who likes data and metrics, there are some things that you could do internally with your own property standards and bylaw division to scrape through through the records in terms of calls for service, in terms of actual complaints that are filed. I will say that you probably would hear from the majority of folks that hear that they often find that bylaw isn't the greatest tool that tenants can use, and find that their complaints are often dismissed or not heard completely. But you could start with basic metrics like how many property standards complaints are you getting in apartment buildings. I would say that the outcomes of those might not necessarily be as useful, given the experience, say, recently even in the media at 1083, but I could speak to it in my own building where property standards was notified 3 times, where orders to comply were issued 3 times and suddenly vanished. So I think some of that exit data might not be able, but you can certainly look at the number of calls that your bylaw and property standards departments are receiving from tenants and those kinds of complaints and compile them.
Councillor?
Thank you, that was very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cretch, please.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation, Carl. And through the chair, my question is about believability, meaning that I feel that people aren't being believed. And one of the things you talked about here is about the compounding trauma of having to come back here time and time and time again. And also the issues that happen when tenants say, look, this experience is happening to me. I'm going through something, right? We have a reactive system. There's a complaint made to a bylaw division, to some other kind of investigatory division. They come out, and through sleight of hand, suddenly the issue is no longer an issue. People who are freezing suddenly have their heat turned up when they complain. Things like this happen every single day in Ward 2, and I hear from people constantly about this kind of thing. What do we got to do to close this gap? Like, I believe people when they say these things, but I really am asking you this question because I think that we're failing as an organization to bridge that gap between people's lived experience every single day and the policy we have to implement here. As someone who spends all their time thinking about this, what are your thoughts?
So I don't want to get too granular. As I put in my presentation, I think that the housing sustainability and investment roadmap and bringing together that tenants table is a good place to start, where you can start getting people who are working in those enforcement divisions, hearing the lived stories of people that are having that experience and surveying that and starting to look at where those processes are breaking down. And why I mentioned the Rent Safe TO example is it was a program that was pretty proactive to start because it's data driven. So the Rent Safe TO has inspections, has licensing, so large tenant buildings, 5 stories or more, 10 units or more. I think they would be more like 5 units or more and lower stories for Hamilton, but either way, those are fine points. So what they have is they have a system where at least once a year, a bylaw officer comes out to every multi-residential building and does a small inspection on the building in the common areas to confirm that there are, the applicable property standards are going on. It provides a whole suite of tenant education around their rights, around property standards, and around what tenants can do in order to contact property standards. And it also sets up a department and a system to catch that kind of information that you're talking about that can cause systems change. I think that it's difficult for me to tell you exactly what staff needs to do, because I don't know where the process is broken between once a complaint gets made to the City of Hamilton and the complaint ends. There's a whole series of there that is staff responsibility, that are systems processes that I think can be better done, that need to change. And I think, like I said, you're setting up some of those systems with your roadmap and with having this tenant tribunal and this tenant table and bringing these processes together. I think that it needs to happen quicker, especially for the likes of everyone who's come here today. And I think it needs to be looked at being resourced. And that's the unfortunate part is you're now looking at resourcing items for 2024 because you are just dealing with previous council's directions and previous budgetary issues. So that's also another problem, is all of these things take staff capacity to come back and write reports, to come back and look at this, to provide engagement, to do a legal scan. You may have to hire outside lawyers to do consulting. So all of this is also resources. So I can say that the process, I think, is showing signs of changing, perhaps not fast enough, but you can resource that process and then you can maybe give it a nudge. And then I can say you can also, like I said, look very seriously at having staff look at the Rent Safe TO model as a baseline.
Councillor?
Thanks for your answer. What I heard there was that, proactivity is a really important part of this, because we can reduce the need for people to go through the trauma of retelling their stories over and over again if we catch the problems before they happen, as they're happening, and outside of a place of reaction, right? If we're reacting, we're only going to be able to catch this much through a reactive process. A proactive process allows us to build relationships, meet people where they're at, and support them in the ways they need. Thanks, Carl.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson, please.
Thank you, Chair Clark. Carl, always good seeing you, and appreciate always your wealth of information. So 3 problem areas I see. I listened carefully to many of the lived experience delegates today, and it seems to me that under previous traditional ownership of their buildings, there was a relationship, there was an understanding, sounds like mostly localized, affordability of rent, happy to have a continuity of renters in the city for many, many years. And then when that point of sale came, for whatever reason, by the local landlord, these monstrous investment property management companies, seems like to me mostly out of town, absentee, don't give a rip about our community and what they've inherited has occurred. Have I kind of summarized that fairly accurately, Chair Clark, through you, please, Carl?
I would say to a certain extent, I think that there's certainly the financialization in these large investment firms that are buying up properties right now. And there are some landlords, as you heard today, who are large landlords who have a portfolio and they know how to work it, and they work within the law, and they're reasonably decent landlords. I think that part of the problem right now has been the undervaluing of Hamilton property for so long, and the age of the capital stock here made this such an attractive market that it's not just those actors that are coming into the city, but also people who previously owned a building, who maybe had a superintendent in that building and maybe were doing things, you know, perfectly normal, all of a sudden seeing much bigger dollar signs. So there's two things that are going on. There's a change in the mindset of landlords from being, I'm going to deliver a service, I know how I'm going to make my money, I've got my year-on-year, my capital returns, I'm going to maintain my building, you're going to get my new tenants, etc. And there was such a upward curve of rent that existed so quickly here in Hamilton, especially in the course of 5 years, where they were like, why some landlords, and I think the vast majority of them, started looking at this and going, why do I need to use this old broken model when there's this other new model that's way more beneficial for me, that I can really maximize my gains. So you start hiring an outside property management company instead of the in-house superintendent who you used to rent to, and that property management company is now 6 or 7 different buildings from 6 or 7 different landlords, whether local or not. So I think that the landscape is changing because the mindset of landlords is changing a lot because of the way that the property market is changing for them. And I think that the legal consequences haven't caught up to that, so that there's nothing that's de-incentivizing them from moving from one still profitable system to the other extreme profitable system.
Great explanation and answer, Carl. Thank you for that. I mean, I love our city, but it sounds like from what you've said, that's been the downside of the increased value of our city overall, and that's very, very unfortunate. Secondly, it sounds like to me this N13 is abuse to the hilt. Is there anything the municipality can do, or it's all at the provincial level, ministry level, anything AMO can do? Because that sounds like the nub of it. So many of these corporate disgusting giants are just using it as often as they wish to. Through you, Chair Clark?
Yes. Thank you very much through the chair for your question, Councillor. Yes, AMO can certainly do advocacy at the provincial level to improve N13s and the treatment of rent evictions and vacant rent control. There's all kinds of provincial standards. I wanted to come today to talk about bold interpretation of the municipal powers that you have. You issue building permits, you license businesses. There are ways that, and of course, there will be legal scholars that will disagree and legal scholars that will disagree. You would have to be carving out new territory for a municipality in Ontario by seeing what you could do to renovate them. And that may come down to writing a bylaw and having it challenged in court. That might mean carving out an area that would be open to interpretation by the courts of whether it's in your power or whether it's not in your power. And there's a lot of legal minds that think that it is within your regulatory power to do this and to carve out that territory. And that's why I say it would require this council to lead boldly and to say, let's take this path. Let's see what we can carve out. Find me the lawyers that say that no, increasingly the courts are recognizing housing as a human right. We've seen that in encampment rulings. There's been a lot of bold change in the legal landscape in housing, and there's nothing specifically that says that you cannot do this in the Residential Tenancies Act, and you cannot carve out these spaces. So it would be up to legal minds much greater than mine, because I'm not a lawyer, and that's certainly not my area of expertise, but you do have one brief for you that presented some options in some legal decisions. You heard from a university professor who talked about some of those options, and another lawyer that talked about some of those options. I think that what you need to do is kind of pick a direction, decide that you're going to address this, and then figure out how you pull those levers, and then fight the fight at the courts when the landlords push back and say maybe you can't do that.
Sounds like you want us to be the next new Westminster. Okay. Well, that wasn't me. I got to give Councillor Narendra Anand. She's the one who first educated me on New Westminster, sincerely. I mean that very much, sincerely. Because I know she lived for a while in BC and she educated me on what they did there. Lastly, on property standards, I'll just say this anecdotally, Carl. In my area, when I've had these absentee out-of-town landlords who have their mansions in Vaughan or Scarborough or wherever it is, gobbling up some lovely, modest single-family homes in my area, the tall grass, the debris, the garbage, the broken baby carriages possibly on the front lawn, whatever, they have no inclination at all to clean up. All I've been able to do with the limited property standards bylaw we have is just do my best working with staff to try to harass them back. Ironically, the odd time, I've actually had a call from that millionaire in Vaughan who has said, hey, who are you that suddenly, had bylaw whatever, visit, and because I didn't clean up in time, we charge them because we did the cleanup for them. Snow removal, cutting the grass, tall weeds, whatever it might be. So I'm saying to you, Chair Clark, using my very modest example, it sounds like you're saying, Tom, do whatever you can to further resource property standards. Is that what I've heard from you as well?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor. That is somewhat. I would extend it a little bit. If you can imagine what an absentee landlord does to the outside of a building, think about what people living inside the building are dealing with. And I would say to you that there's something going on within property standards that obviously is a way in which perhaps it's because property standards for nuisance complaints like lawns are different than the hot water in your building. But there's something in the process that's broken that even requires you as a councillor to call about long grass as opposed to that fine just being issued. Like, why does it require a councillor's intervention on long grass and garbage? Why is this not an automatic process where fines are issued or where the order to comply is issued and then it's slapped on their property tax? And then if you get an absentee landlord, the fines start accruing on their property tax, maybe you look at expropriation of the building after that if it goes that far. But that's not necessarily what I'm advocating for. What I'm advocating for is why is the system requiring a councillor to lean on a thumb of property standards instead of property standards just issuing the notice and following the process that you've already written in the law, which is cut your grass or get a fine. Cut your grass, get a fine, don't do it, we'll cut your grass and charge you. The same thing should be happening with property standards inside buildings, and it's not. I don't know what's broken, but I can tell you it is broken.
Fair enough, Carl. At the end of the day, just doing my job as well as a local representative. So, Carl, really appreciate your answers. And I think, Chair Clark, with the information I'm gathering and what we're going to hear from staff and whatever we may need to hear in camera as well, I just think there's more the municipality can hopefully do. Thanks, Chair Clark.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Carl, again for your patience and sticking around today. Councillors, I need a mover and a seconder to receive the delegations that we heard from today. Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Maureen Wilson. And we'll need an electronic vote on that, please. Thank you.
There it is. Thank you.
That vote carries 6-0. Thank you very much. We're now moving on to item 8.1 in our agenda. Michelle Baird, Director of Housing Services Division, James O'Brien, Manager of Housing Sustainability and Investment, and Calvin Reid, a consultant with Enterprise Canada, are here to give a presentation on the renovation stakeholder consultation. Come on down. So, Michelle, are you starting this?
Through the chair, I can start it very quickly, actually, in the interest of time. So just turning it over to the presenters. This is the presentation with respect to the staff report. Calvin is with us from Enterprise, and James O'Brien is one of the managers in Housing Services. They'll walk through the presentation, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. James, please proceed.
Thank you. So good afternoon. As said, I'm James O'Brien. I'm a manager with Housing Services. And I have with me today Calvin Reid from Enterprise, who we're going to be presenting today together. So in late 2021, as we've heard, Council directed staff to hire a consultant regarding the issue of a red evictions bylaw, and specifically regarding the previously enacted and since repealed bylaw in New Westminster, BC. City staff, we undertook a process to hire a government relations consulting firm to help us with that work, looking at creating solutions around rent evictions. And during the process, the city's internal legal division supported our work by undertaking an analysis of the jurisdictional power differences between Ontario and British Columbia. So Enterprise Canada was hired to engage around this issue and look at local governance models and looking specifically at targeting bad faith landlords through the consultation, how that work could do that, and ensuring quality improvements to existing rental units. Following this direction, the City of Hamilton, we explored the role the city could and should play when it comes to renovictions, and ideally the approach that targets bad faith landlords while supporting needed improvements and maintenance to the existing rental housing stock. So just for context, as said, I think it's been discussed today, but the issue of renovictions, it relates around N13 notices, and there's 3 reasons why those can be issued. One, intending to demolish the rental unit, needing repairs that are so extensive that they require it to be vacant, or if you intend to convert the rental unit to a complex or non-residential use. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Calvin to talk a little bit about the engagement. Oh.
Thanks, James. Really quickly, I guess just a little bit about the process that we went through. We were, as part of our scope of work, and what we were tasked to do was engage with stakeholders in the city on both sides of the renoviction issue, report back on our findings, what we heard from each of those groups. Well, I should say each because there were many groups that we engaged with, but from either side of the issue, and offer some observations in terms of gaps that we may have seen or issues or concerns through that process. Based on the anecdotal evidence that we compiled, just a couple of high-level findings. Renovictions are largely concentrated downtown Ward 3, then Radiate East and West into Wards 1, 2, and 4, pretty much encompassing the entirety of the city from Westdale to Centennial Parkway, between the escarpment and the lake or the bay. They're not as common in the mountain wards, and most certainly not as common out in the rural wards in the suburbs. Based on the data we had on N13 notices, roughly 62% of them between 2010 and 2021 occurred in 5 postal code areas. Again, roughly Lower City, between the harbor and the escarpment, and 403 in the west and Ottawa Street in the east, which is consistent with the older housing stock in the city. It was noted by several people that we interviewed that renovictions have been increasing dramatically in the Corktown and Stinson neighborhoods, and they are very much a problem in the North End and North Central neighborhoods. When asked if landlords and tenants know their rights and responsibilities when it comes to renovictions, we had this as part of we did a community survey as well. It was online and in Engage Hamilton. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But 82% of the people responded no, that they're not, they don't think landlords or tenants know their rights and responsibilities. There's very much a feeling there's a lot of room for more education on this area when a rental unit is to be renovated. But we also found that landlords are more likely than tenants to feel that there is enough education on the issue. In terms of our process, we reached out to many local stakeholders, housing advocates, tenants, landlords, members of council, and housing staff. 10 city councillors agreed to meet with us. We spoke with 7 tenant advocacy groups and 4 groups representing property owners. We did an environmental scan of local municipalities and others throughout North America, noting that many in Ontario on this issue have resolved to do not much more than ask the province to step in, again, running into the same legislative roadblocks that we've encountered. We did a general survey, mentioned it was shared via stakeholders, and the Engage Hamilton platform. We had 585 responses to that survey. The overall feedback highlighted 2 different perspectives. On the tenant side of the issue, we heard that renovictions are a tool to displace disadvantaged people for the sake of better profit. We heard that very clearly today. From the tenant side, the landlord side, they characterize renoviction as a misused term that is blowing a situation out of proportion as they invest in their properties to maintain and improve aging housing stock. But yeah, so that's a high-level overview.
And so just regarding renovation, so a definition. So it's a commonly used term to describe the displacement of tenants from their current rental unit under the premise of a major renovation, but being conducted in bad faith. And sometimes, so meaning really the improper use of a renovation to terminate the tenancy. And sometimes even good faith renovations can be seen as a renoviction because of the outcomes. And renovations, as we talked about, are tied to the issuing of the N13s through the Landlord Tenant Board. According to Ontario's Residential Tenancy Acts, Act, a landlord may give notice to terminate a tenancy if the unit requires, and this is the quote, the repairs or renovations that are so extensive they require a building permit and vacant possession of the rental unit. So when issued for the purposes of renovation or repair, the N13 notes that tenants have the right to move back into the rental unit once the repair or renovation is completed, provided the tenant provides the written notice in advance. One of the things, though, that the N13 does not mention is the rent to be paid. That is in the Residential Tenancy Act, and I think, as said earlier, the rent needs to remain the same after that. So from a data perspective, that's come up a little bit. According to the Ontario Centre for Tenants Ontario, the Advocacy Centre for Tenants Ontario, since 2016, there's been a 294% increase in landlord applications to evict tenants for the purpose of renovating or demolishing a rental unit. And this is even far greater from 2010 to 2021. But specifically to Hamilton, some of that LTB data, in 2010 there were only 4 N13s issued. In 2016 there were 15, but midway through 2021 only, there were already 41 that were issued through the LTB. So we see it's a growing issue in Hamilton, as has been discussed today. Specifically around the New Westminster BC bylaw, on May 27, 2019, in response to numerous complaints, their New Westminster City Council amended their existing rental regulations and licensing rental units bylaw. They included Part 6 specifically around renovations, and it was meant to protect existing tenants who may be displaced by large-scale renovation work. On July 1st, 2021, the province of BC amended the Residential Tenancies Act to address the issue of renovictions. This led to the repeal of that Section 6 from the rental license, from the Business Regulations and Licensing Bylaw. So the provincial changes in BC, the new rules say that if a landlord wants to end a tenancy for extensive renovations or repairs, they need to apply for an order to end tenancy and an order of possession. So when they do this through their Residential Tenancies branch. When a landlord applies to the RTB, they will schedule a proceeding where an arbitrator will decide if ending the tenancy is the only way to complete the renovation work. So if the arbitrator does decide that the tenancy must end, then the landlord has to give the tenant 4 months' notice, and they're entitled to 1 month's rent. The tenant also has the right of first refusal to move back in at market rent when the renovations or repairs are completed. So the jurisdictional power differences between British Columbia and Ontario, the main thing here is granted, the powers in British Columbia granted to municipalities, they're contained in the BC Community Charter, and in BC, municipalities are granted the power through the Community Charter because it directly references the Residential Tenancies Act, whereas in Ontario, the Municipal Act does not have that direct reference. So in Ontario, where the Municipal Act is created to provide good governance, the Residential Tenancy Act sets out that if this act conflicts with the provision of another act other than the Human Rights Code, the provision of the Residential Tenancy Act wins. So again, the difference is the direct reference to the RTA or to the RTA in their community charter versus the Municipal Act. Oh, I missed a slide here. Step back for you.
So from both the tenant and the landlord perspective, we heard that there's a feeling that there's room for more education, as I mentioned earlier, on the rights and responsibilities of when a rental unit is to be renovated, and also the process to be followed after that, or as part of that process. A number of N13 notices of eviction were withdrawn once the tenant appealed to the Landlord and Tenant Board. Landlords were being more clear on their responsibilities and requirements before issuing N13 eviction notices to tenants may help alleviate this. It's also important that tenants are fully aware of their rights and responsibilities as it relates to N13 evictions, such as the right to return to a renovated unit at their current rental rate, the right to appeal to the Landlord and Tenant Board when they get an N13 notice, and the right to be free from landlord harassment or intimidation tactics. It's important that tenants know where to go, both for information and for legal support in these situations. In the survey, we had a kind of open comment space, and I just want to run down a few of the comments that we heard from people from an open-ended question. Educate both tenants and landlords on their rights and responsibilities to make property standards tantamount. Education, support, prevention, and enforcement, cited as some important pieces that are needed. Ensuring tenants have access to legal information and advice. Have landlords provide a city-made handbook when a lease is signed. Plain language information communicated or left at doors informing tenants of their rights in a variety of languages and accessibility, as well as available city programs and contact information for community and support groups. And there should be a full online tutorial about being a landlord and their accountabilities, as well as something similar for tenants and what their rights and responsibilities are.
So a key piece to highlight today is the Tenant Defense Fund and its success in supporting tenants through the Landlord-Tenant Board process. So the Tenant Defense Fund, it's a city program. We established it in 2019. It was revised again in 2021, and it's established to support tenants through the LTB process around two issues: one, above guideline rent increases, and N13 notices. It was established as a pilot program with an original $50,000 budget. The Tenant Defense Fund has a successful track record supporting tenants as they fight bad faith N13 notices from landlords, and thus the recommendation to continue funding the program. In Hamilton, 56 households have accessed the Tenant Defense Fund with an average ask of about $900 to appeal their N13 notice. 22 of the 56 were able to preserve their tenancy, meaning that the decision at the tribunal allowed them to stay in their residence or it was withdrawn. 29 of those 56 are still cases ongoing. So in situations where there wasn't a hearing, as said, the outcome was viewed as a success because the case was dropped by the landlord when the landlord realized that the tenants had legal representation. And also, in the extremely successful side for the Tenant Defense Fund is around the above guideline rent increases. So far, 100% of tenants who have accessed this fund to challenge the AGIs at the Landlord-Tenant Board, they've been successful, resulting in either a lower increase or no above guideline rent increase. So with relation to the work on rent evictions, obviously a related item that we heard about was rental licensing. So for rental licensing, as been talked about already today, City Council approved a 2-year pilot on August 13th, 2021 for wards 1, 8, and part of 14. It's a 2-year pilot. It commences on December 31st, 2023, once the rental housing application process closes, and staff will report back December 31st, 2025 is the timeline for that to end, and then report back after that. So an ongoing development that is going on is the province of Ontario and the proposed changes on the issue of rent evictions through the Helping Homebuyers Protecting Tenants Act 2023. So one of the key pieces here is the proposing to make the amendments to the Residential Tenancies Act that the landlord giving notice in the section where giving notice on the termination of the tenancy for the purposes of substantial repairs or renovations and it requiring a building permit and vacant possession. So when that N13 is being issued, it has to be accompanied with a report prepared by a person with prescribed qualification that the unit must be vacant. And in addition to that, when the unit is ready for occupancy, the landlord must give a minimum of 60 days for the tenant to exercise their right of first refusal to occupy the unit. Bill 97 also has increased fines under Section 238, increasing $100,000 to an individual and $500,000 for a corporation. Overall, staff need to undertake a more detailed review of these legislative updates as the bill moves through the legislative process. And in addition to that, there was an announcement by the province around the Landlord-Tenant Board to appoint an additional 40 adjudicators to the Landlord-Tenant Board to improve service. So overall, with next steps, recommending continuing the funding of the Tenant Defense Fund to support tenants facing rent evictions and provide adequate support for those tenants through the LTB process. As GIC heard yesterday, with the Housing Sustainability Investment Roadmap, there's work being undertaken through the HSIR to develop and resource a city-coordinated tenant response team, and that would look at community organization as well as citywide response to addressing tenant concerns and issues, including responses around rent evictions. And that would also design a citywide campaign to ensure tenants know their rights and to remain in their homes. While doing that, we would look to be continuing what's going on in other municipalities around the issue of rent evictions, specifically some evolving work that's happening still in Toronto and Ottawa and other noted communities. And then lastly, allowing the rental licensing pilot to finish and incorporate any learnings from that data and that process that can be used to inform our future work. So thank you, and happy to take any questions.
Councillor Kretsch.
Thank you. And through the chair, I'm going to use every one of these 5 minutes. First thing I want to identify from and I read this report 3 times. First thing I want to identify from this report is you're talking about 2-year landlord licensing pilot. I want to get really clear on that. It's 2 years that you've allowed for the application process and then 2 years for the actual pilot itself. So it's a 4-year pilot. And the recommendations that are in this report and everywhere else that call for the end of the pilot wouldn't see that until the end of 2025. Is that clear? Is that right? I'm making sure that's right. I have that understood correctly.
Through the chair, I can jump in and answer that one. Monica Cielo, Director of Licensing and Bylaw Services. Councillor, you are correct.
Thanks. I just think that as a comment after that question, I think naming it a 4-year pilot would have been a lot helpful for everybody. I've spoken to tons of people and almost no one knows that it's a 2-year pilot, including many of the people who voted on it. Next question I have for you is why we only spent a fraction of the money on the single consultant for this report when we approved spending up to $100,000 in December of 2021. I'm asking that question because I want to make it really clear. This is not a legal analysis, right? Or a legislative analysis, frankly, because no one who's looked at this from the report side is a lawyer. So can we unpack that piece of it, please?
Through the chair, I'm going to jump in on that one. Okay, so Council, you are correct. That's what the cost of the analysis was and the work that Enterprise did for us. Originally in December 2021, when the original report and recommendation was approved, we were at that time just in one of the waves of the pandemic. A decision was made in order to expedite this work rather than going out to a full RFP process to use the roster list that government relations has. And there were 2 potential proponents at that time that could be used to do this work. There was some time involved to decide that that was the way to go versus there was not support for a sole source process. Neither of the entities that were possible proponents at that time had the ability to do the legal analysis that was part of this work, and instead the legal analysis happened internally within city legal, and so the cost was much lower than originally anticipated.
Councillor?
Thanks, I really appreciate that, and thanks for the answer there to clarify that. So you've just perfectly gotten to my other question. If we were always able to do such an analysis internally, because the presupposition here was, in order to go out for getting a consultant to do a legal analysis, and I've watched the tapes back on these discussions, that we didn't have the expertise in-house to do the legal analysis. That was the presupposition. So we went out to get a consultant to do a legal analysis, but then didn't do that. And then somehow in the last week, we've been able to internally come up with a legal analysis. I find that incredibly confusing. I would love to understand how that's possible.
City Solicitor?
Thank you. Lisa Shields, City Solicitor. So maybe I approach it a little differently. We had done a legal, through the chair, we had done a legal analysis, I'm going to say in October of last year, that was provided to the client group. And in terms of the report.
Sorry, who's the client group?
Housing Services, MLE. And so that was provided already in October of last year. And then I turned around a report for in-camera discussion in the week based on that legal analysis.
Okay, then I'll just go back to the first part of my question. If the presupposition behind all of this was that we couldn't do it internally and needed to get outside legal advice, then how do we do it internally?
Lisa wasn't here at the time. Please, GM Burden.
Angie Burden, General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities. So through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, for context, I would offer that none of us on the bench in leadership were here in December of 2021. And so I think the context of, and let me start by saying I have been listening to all of the delegations. I was not in the room, but I appreciate the significance of the topic. And we have been listening to community and councillors in terms of questions and comments and recommendations for improving the response, irrespective of the bylaw, which I know will be a source of topic of discussion today. To be honest, Councillor, I can't answer the question in terms of the transitions of leadership, and I can't speak to what happened in those months. I can tell you that December of 2021 was the fourth wave of the pandemic, and none of us were at the ECS meeting where this was discussed. And we had staff called in over Christmas to respond to that pandemic. I arrived in January of the next year, and at that time we were also under pandemic response. We had our directors of housing services sleeping overnight to staff the warming centers, and it was a time when there were other pressures. So that does not excuse the ability for me to provide a response, but that's the response that I have. I think looking at how this has evolved, what happened was this got on a particular track for being completed, and with the other competing priorities, perhaps we did not ask those questions at the time. So I want to own that. It's not for the team to own, it's for me as the GM of Healthy and Safe Communities to own that. And we are prepared today to do what we need to do to respond to the comments and the delegations, and to do whatever we can as a municipality and as housing services to be able to course correct and expand on the things that the team has presented today.
Gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to sit down. This could be a while. Councillor.
Thank you very much for your answer. That gets me just a part of the way there. Honestly, I appreciate that you weren't here, but that does nothing for me. I wasn't here either. So what happened in between the time that Councillors Clark and Nam put forward the amendment to this motion is my next line of questioning really quickly. The amendment to this motion really clearly said that this consultant was engaged to look at the ways and the means to do this, not to evaluate the feasibility. Yet the consultant's report has the quotation from the original motion saying, evaluate the feasibility. So my two questions are, how on earth did this error show up in the consultant's report, which frames their report? It's right in the framing of their report. And number two, why wasn't this addressed or explained in the report we have in front of us today? Because I get it if somebody caught that and then there was a chance to explain that today or explain it as part of the report. When we got the report, it wasn't mentioned at all. The original motion again was referred to, but not the amendment. And then the ways and means thing was seemingly absent. It wasn't until I went back, reviewed the tape, reviewed the amendments, and sent a bunch of emails that I think we started getting that conversation going. So I'm just trying to figure out how this all happened, because I think it's a crucial part of understanding this. The direction from council came saying, let's do this, but the report was framed by evaluate the feasibility.
Director Baird.
Through the chair, and Councillor, I appreciate where you're coming from, and at the time of writing report and at the time that it was submitted, unfortunately, we were still operating under the understanding of the original report. So what had happened at that meeting, and I did go back and listen to the tape for that meeting because I wasn't here either, and what happened in the meeting is we did bring a report forward with respect to adaptation and transformation. One of the recommendations within the report was about this particular item, and then during the meeting, Councillor Clark, in fact, had engaged with the director at the time with respect to the intent on the item. Unfortunately, we didn't catch that change until this report had already been brought forward, because we had started the work based on the original report wording, which was about feasibility, as opposed to implementation of a bylaw directly. And so there's absolutely a misunderstanding on our part with respect to what the ask was. So it's not fault of the consultants that we went forward with a consultant to look at feasibility. What I would say to you since that time is, had we moved forward with the intention around implementation, we likely wouldn't find ourselves in a different place versus we would have been bringing forward to you the analysis under the challenges we would have in implementing such a bylaw.
Councillor.
Thanks. I just wanted to make sure I track that down right to this, because this got ratified by council on December 15th, 2021, and those minutes are saying ways and means. And so, I guess what you're saying is we just gave the wrong information to the consultant. Is that what I'm understanding? That we gave the wrong motion to the consultant upon which they based their framework?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Thank you so much. That's so much clearer. I understand that now. So that helps me to understand the context for all of this, and I just want to leave the last thing I have to say about this, or to ask about this at this time anyways, is about understanding the Ways and Means thing. Just as a person reading this thing and noting, I listened to you, Councillor Clark, back in time via the internet.
Some people listen to me.
And he said something so crystal clear in that moment, which was, we want this done, right? So it was a direction from council to just do it. And so what kind of language would we have to get it done? Like, that's a real genuine question for me. If the wording was, do the thing, right? The thing, like, what do we need to say? Just as a policy setter, as a governor, someone who's writing motions on a regular basis, what's the word?
J.M. Burden.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. I think the legal opinion that we have is that we as a municipality do not have the powers to implement, and there would be risk. That said, council could choose to direct staff to implement the bylaw and assume those risks. I think what we are hoping today is to have those conversations so that council can be clearly informed about what the risks, perceived or real, may be. And then if that is the direction of council, then staff will implement the direction of council.
Director Can.
Through the chair to the Councillor General Manager Carl Can, Public Works, acting city manager for the day. I think
you pulled a great straw.
Yeah, I pulled the right straw without a doubt, Councillor Chair. I think we need to separate the two issues in front of us. One is the legal opinion and the context of what we are bringing forward today versus your question, Councillor Kretsch, to staff is council gave clear direction, and the question, if I understand it correctly, is why didn't staff execute on it? I will take that away and speak to the city manager, and I think we need to get back to it. But if we separate the two, I think we can find a path to move forward with regards to how can we do better with regards to the housing and everything that we heard today. But also, as we go through this transition, and as noted earlier, none of us here on this bench was around in 2021. That's no excuse. We all own it. There are folks around this horseshoe that weren't here. But we are trying to collectively find a way forward in the most constructive manner.
Councillor.
Thanks, that's very helpful. I think I have the language, which is use the word implement. I appreciate your responses. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Councillor Nan. Thank you, Councillor Kretsch.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to start by saying my commitment is to onwards, right? And I also have to acknowledge the frustration I'm sitting with after advocating on this file for 4 years and making commitment to the residents of Ward 3, who are a vast majority of renters, where the statistics and information that was just reported and summarized by our consultant and staff say the number one place that is geographically experiencing renovictions is Ward 3. The highest number of N13s being issued that we can track are in Ward 3. And so as a ward councillor, when I am taking on the mantle of representing the residents of my ward to pursue what is possible within this municipality, to explore every possible municipal lever, to support a group of residents who deserve dignity, who deserve the right to home, who deserve the rights of living comfortably, adequately, and affordably, this is a moment where I have to admit that we failed them. I have to admit that publicly. Okay. The words ways and means, for me, was about identifying, if not this, then this. If not that, then perhaps this. All of these things are a possibility for our municipality in order to address the phenomenon that is being experienced at a great cost of harm to our residents. These are the things that are within the municipal purview that we could explore. And I appreciate that the Tenant Defense Fund is there, and I appreciate how much it has supported our residents. I'd like to see it go further. I would like to see there to be more funding there as, at the very least, a stopgap measure for the work that needs to be done to get done. So I do have language for that amendment to the recommendations, but I do also have some questions. At any point in the review of this work, was the rental replacement policy that is currently up on our Engage Hamilton website, which is looking specifically at conversions and demolitions, seen as a potential for this work? Given that we just heard from other delegations today that the provincial changes that are coming down through, I forget, Bill 93, right? 97, 23, 97, all the numbers right now. And I think staff just clarified in the presentation that what is important to keep in context for N13s is that it applies to demolitions, it applies to renovations that require building permits, and also conversions. Did I get that correct? And in that case, is it possible to add renovation to the current work the municipality is doing around our rental replacement program? Thank you.
GM Burden.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. I think if I could ask James Baird to speak to the work that of the consultant, and then I believe Steve Robichaud is online and can speak to the other piece.
Thank you.
James.
So we did not, sorry. So we did not specifically look at the rental replacement bylaw as part of that. We did look at the overall N13 issue as being part of what could be accessed by the Tenant Defense Fund and then for input, but we didn't look at the rental replacement bylaw as that was a separate stream of work.
Thank you. And then Chair, is it going over to Director Robichaud or Chief Planner Robichaud?
Mr. Robichaud, are you there? He's not online.
Okay.
GM Baird, or GM Burden?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, we will get an answer back for you on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Because I feel like if there is, Chair, an opportunity to look at that bylaw as a opening for the municipality that then does clearly stipulate the piece around building permits that require renovations, that then have these other requirements that need to be fulfilled, that might be part of the missing gap right now. Although I understand that work isn't coming back to us until Q4 of this year. So there is also that timing issue as well. The other area that I wanted to explore was around, in the consultant's report, landlord licensing. So the current version versus, did any of the scope of work look at how landlord licensing needs to be implemented in order for it to be a tool by which to address rent-evictions in our city?
GM Burden.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. I think, again, we'll start with James in terms of the consultant, and then I believe Monica Cirillo from MLE can speak to the potential.
James.
So through the consultant work, they did look at the feedback on rental licensing, and we were just being cognizant of the fact that the rental licensing pilot was ongoing. There was input from a bylaw, and maybe I'll let Monica speak to that throughout the process and the report.
Director Cirillo.
Through the chair to the councillor. Sorry, I'm just trying to find a spot to put my microphone. As you know, yes, we have a pilot program in place, wards 1-8 in parts of 14. It applies to units that are 4 or less. It is ongoing, and we have metrics that we report back on, or we will be reporting back at the end of that term, which will allow us to bring forward recommendations of perhaps what a citywide approach would look like. With that being said, there are other avenues that other municipalities have explored. So today you did hear that rent TO was something that has existed in Toronto, and that expands the scope of rental housing. So it would go beyond what we are currently doing, and that would be something we would be reporting back on as well. I know there was talk about landlord licensing a registry in and of itself. I don't believe that, to my knowledge, there are no municipalities that have such a registry at this point, but this would be something we would be looking back and reporting back on at the end of our pilot.
Thank you. Can I just clarify through you, Chair? Did you say, Director, that the rent TO, which expands the scope of rental housing beyond what our landlord licensing pilot does, is part of the scope of the work that you're bringing back?
Director?
Through the chair to the councillor, it would be certainly something we would be considering. We would be looking at what other models are being used in other municipalities and where we could improve gaps and let council make that decision.
Councillor?
Thank you. I'm just aware, Chair, that sometimes through our own nerdy diligence, sometimes we go off and start researching and or have very diligent residents who send us information of what other municipalities are doing. But it's rare that we get that report back from staff. And I appreciate that it's coming forward in the context of the review. Is there any chance of getting that information brought forward in the context of this work that is incomplete?
Director?
Through the chair to the councillor, could I have you rephrase the question
So do you need to wait, through you, Chair, do you need to wait until the landlord licensing pilot review, sorry, the landlord license, yeah, I got it right, pilot review happens in order to learn about rent TO as a body? Or could it not be brought back to ECS in the context of the work that's incomplete as it relates to this report today?
GM Burden?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. So, councillor, I would, on behalf of the team, what I would say is absolutely yes. And one of I had sent a note earlier to council talking about the course corrections that we're taking. And we have benefited, even since the report was published, from community partners sending in ideas, examples of things that they know have worked in other places. And we are proposing to come back with an expansion. I believe that's what some of your motion speaks to, but an expanded, I don't want to say options because it seems so weak, but sorry. The idea of what can we do now? And then there may be some things that we can't do now, but we can do in the next 6 months. But to be able to say, these are the options that we can do. And I think that's where the staff report fell short in terms of, regardless of which version of the original direction, it may have landed that to Director Baird's point, we may have come back and landed at, we're not able to implement a bylaw, but these are the things that we can do. And where the staff report falls short on is we did not fully explore or present the things that we are already doing and the things that we can do. And I would say that we have received this week emails and some materials that we would then be learning from and incorporating into our response back.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, then I have a question about the recommendations that are before us. Given what staff are saying, and I do appreciate it wholeheartedly, that the work is going to come back in another report. So currently, as it stands, the recommendations before us is $50K this year at current for the existing framework of the Tenant Defense Fund. B is that it be reported back on in 2025. And then C says take it off the OBL. To me, it sounds, Chair, like none of those recommendations are lining up with where this conversation is currently. I will, at the appropriate time, table direction for expanding the Tenant Defense Fund based on the wealth of information we've received from the community and the wealth of feedback we've gotten from the community in order to advance what the Tenant Defense Fund can be doing for our community. I would say it cannot come off the OBL because there's still work to be done. And I'd love to hear from staff about direction that needs to be approved today at ECS in order to enable staff to carry out the work.
GM Burden?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. I believe that the motion that you provided, the language that you provided earlier today goes a long way to that. I think I would propose, I don't have the language right now, but perhaps we can work on it, but propose adding another bullet that communicates staff exploring all potential avenues to further support tenants in this crisis, which then allows us to incorporate other things that may even come forward at a future date while we're doing this work, and inviting the community to partner with us and making sure that we have all of the information that is at their disposal so that we can ensure that the report back reflects those things that are within our ability to do. We may need to then identify for certain areas, are there resources that are required, and then come back. But to be able to provide that information in a comprehensive way with the full suite of options and alternatives.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I think that some of the language I'd like to see amended there, and I appreciate that we're doing this on the fly, that staff report back on all possible municipal avenues, levers, and tools that could be considered for committee that would bring an end to rent evictions in the city of Hamilton. I think unless we're talking about eliminating rent evictions as a practice in this municipality, we're going to continue to fail to meet the needs of our residents. And that's the clear mandate from my perspective. I'll yield the floor. Clerks have my other amendments, and I'll bring them forward once other colleagues have had a chance to speak, unless you think it's now.
And I'm kind of taking the opportunity to mix the presentation and the report together, since councilors have already jumped to that point for me.
Sorry.
That's okay. No, it's okay. I understand some of the frustration. I'm feeling it too. I have Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Maureen Wilson, and then I'd like to be put on there unless Councillor Jackson wishes to speak, at which point I will yield to him. Councillor Alex Wilson, you're up first, sir.
Thank you. And through the chair, just an apology to some of the delegates in the room and to all of you. I had to take a step out for a different meeting for the Dundas Community Services, but I'm back now. And I do just want to say right there, we heard about a rent eviction. We've been hearing about stories of rent evictions all day long. That wasn't on the agenda. It happened because we know this is happening in our community, and it's a crisis happening in our community. And I really appreciate the acknowledgements that I've heard from staff in the past couple of moments about maybe what happened between the original motion and the original direction and now. But I guess what I'm hearing continuously is that, well, we heard from community members in this past week when the report came out, and now we have different information to move forward. If we have clear direction to look at all tools possible to stop rent evictions, we might be able to come up with a more holistic answer. I guess my question is, how are we in a different spot than we were when we first gave when last council first gave this direction? And why does it take us saying we're not going to do anything for us to listen to residents? I don't want that to be framed as such a negative question. I'm cognizant of the framing, Chair, if you can help me, but I really do feel like I'm hearing we started listening to tenants this week when they started reaching out, and I'm wondering, why haven't we been listening to them the whole time?
I would suggest to your councillor that this committee was listening to them the whole time. Direction was given appropriately, and there was some confusion.
If I may, Mr. Chair. Councillor Nan, through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. Councillor Nan earlier during one of the delegations apologized for the challenges that one of the delegates, which could be expanded then to every delegate, and those whose voices were not represented today. I can give you a whole bunch of reasons of why this did not turn out the way it should have. But I think what I would like to do is to be able to be very clear and upfront that, and offer an apology on behalf of staff in terms of not being able today to bring forward the solutions that were anticipated. And so I want to be really clear that that's our starting point. And also to go back to Councillor Nan's comments around we need to go forward. And then this is the direction or the way that we're proposing to go forward. So I want to make sure that there isn't any doubt that personally, as the general manager, I know that we have not met expectations and we have not moved as fast as has been needed in this particular area on behalf of the residents of Hamilton. So I feel it's important to say that, full stop. So thank you.
Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you, and really I'm receptive to moving forward, and I think that's why I asked the question, why I'm struggling to move forward is because even when we were hearing the Housing Secretariat report back yesterday at General Issues Committee, was asking questions about where's the role of renters in the governance structure of this committee. And so if we're moving forward and we now have this renewed commitment to ending rent evictions, and working with tenants, tenant organizations, working with renters in our community, I guess maybe the positive framing or the moving forward framing is, what does that operationally look like? When Acorn has feedback, how will they be included? When the Hamilton Community Legal Clinic is making these conversations, will it take 40 people delegating? Like how will that operationally, now that we are on this path and we're looking forward, how can we rebuild that trust and confidence with tenants in our community?
Is that a rhetorical question or?
No, I'm seriously, and I say this in good faith, and I'm not trying to be accusatory. I'm wondering, like, how is this moment different than the last direction, given and beyond that we're saying that we made a mistake last time? And I guess my question is, what does that apology acknowledge different engagement techniques moving forward? How will tenants have a say in the next steps, and how will their voices shape the next steps is not a rhetorical question whatsoever.
Thank you, Councillor. GM Burden.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, and I could ask Director Baird to be thinking, we're also thinking about this on the fly as well, in terms of coming up with an answer to fully respond to that. And I think what I would say is that the inputs that have been provided, we have and we will incorporate. If I can go back through you, Chair, to the councillor to yesterday's presentation where we talked about the housing sustainability and investment roadmap, this particular area has been identified as one of the top priorities for this year and the first year of the program of work. It is our intention to do that comprehensive approach to be able to understand how do we best support tenants in this environment. So the feedback that we had from the community did allow that to come forward, or does result in that coming forward. If I could just offer that my sense from today is that we need two approaches in terms of that broader, comprehensive approach that could take longer. There are certain things that we've talked about today that will take longer, even in terms of planning or operationalizing or resourcing. There are also things that need to be done quite quickly on a more urgent basis and can be done. And so what I'm recommending is that the report back, we're thinking that in order to collaborate with municipal licensing and enforcement, as well as legal and housing services, that we would be looking at a report back in July. And what our commitment would be is that we bring as much back in July as we can, but acknowledging that this is a large piece of work that had been proposed with the roadmap. We don't want to wait till the end of the calendar year to bring all of that back. But I just would like to level set a little bit that what we bring back in July would be part one of something that would need then to have a part two. Otherwise, we will be waiting, I think, too long to bring something back to council. When we talk about the full suite of options and tools, we can make a good start on that, but we won't have it sort of all tied up and finalized within the next 8 weeks or so.
Councillor Wilson.
I thank you, and through you, Chair, I really appreciate that answer. And as we move forward and as we get these forthcoming report backs, I guess one of the questions that seems fundamental to me is that we're not walking step in step and hand in hand with tenants in our community. People feel the emergency and feel the fear, and we heard those stories today. Is there recommendations from staff on how our city needs to engage with that community in this work, whether it's rent evictions, tenant defense fund, housing secretariat, really, I think more so on the engagement piece. Is our toolbox the right toolbox, and are there recommendations for what other tools or structures might need to be added?
GM Khan.
Through the chair, to the councillor, and I would invite anyone member of the bench to join me after. I think Councillor Wilson raises a really good question, and his question is what has changed. And Councillor Nan, Councillor Cratchit, and yourself, Councillor Clark, you've identified that this committee has always been caring. This committee gave direction to staff, and we've brought forward a report that we, as staff, need to take a deep breath, regroup, and be united with the residents of Hamilton, with council and staff as we move forward, because the bigger challenge is not the legal issue and how to interpret that, is what do we want to do arm in arm as we move forward as an organization to better serve our community. I think we need to regroup. I think we need to take this back. This report needs to be referred back to staff. And with a little bit of time, we will have clarity on the path forward, and we will work with members of council and the residents. Part of what changed is the bench. That was obvious in our comments. What has also changed are the people around the horseshoe and the level of engagement that we see from the public as we get through a pandemic. So if we can be united in our path forward, I think we can come back with better recommendations on how we can address this issue of rent evictions. And I myself am learning a lot just sitting here on the bench today. So collectively, I think we will make smarter, brighter analysis of facts in front of us, how we listen and hear from the public, how we gather that information, how we demonstrate, here's what we heard, here's what we're using and applying to our analysis and our recommendations forward. I think that takes a little bit of time, but we also recognize that a lot of time has passed, and we are basically at the precipice of a matter here that isn't going away, and we will do everything as staff to regroup and come back to committee.
Thank you. GM Burden.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the council members or committee members. Director Baird and I are conferring around opening up a couple of sessions for opportunities for consultation as we work towards this report back. And we're not quite sure what that would look like, but I hope through you, Chair, to the councillor, that answers some of your questions about how voice will be incorporated into this next report back.
Councillor.
Thank you. And maybe in future report backs or food for thought, we have volunteer advisory committees. We have, when we hire external consultants, they do specific outreach to specific communities. Would really appreciate some recommendations from staff on an ongoing and continual basis, how our renter is going to be engaged in the work that we do on these files, whether it's rent evictions, whatever it is. And I think that to me is the lesson learned today, is that we didn't walk with people, and that we then had a confusion at the end of that process. And so if we're continuously walking together, that doesn't happen. I'm not going to make a recommendation from the floor of this committee, but would welcome a recommendation from staff. My last point here is just to say, I think it's been really, as the renter on City Council, been trying to flag this. When we talk about houselessness and homelessness, we're talking about renters. We've continuously flagged that ending houselessness, ending homelessness, providing affordable housing is a council priority, is a big issue. That means tenant protection, rental rights are a council priority. These are one and the same issue. It's just how we're framing them up. And I think we really need to understand that as we move forward on all of these files, that what we're talking about is everyone deserves a right to have a safe place to call home. And I think working with folks and specifically targeting our outreach to tenants is also targeting those at risk of houselessness, targeting those at risk of homelessness. I really would like to see more understanding of that when we talk about the housing file as well. So really appreciate that we're moving forward, that we're having these conversations, and I hope that tenants and renters can be included in every single one of those conversations in a really meaningful way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next speaker is Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you, Councillor Alex Wilson and I are thinking similar thoughts. But before I begin my questions, just a very brief comment. My last recollection when I was reading the New Westminster site was there was an explicit statement in the corporation's website that stated, "We value tenants and we are duty bound to protect them." And I think that will assist me and assist this corporation, and I think assist and bring value and validation to why we're doing the things that we're doing. And I don't think it should be left to every time having the single member who is a renter around this table having to state that, because I believe this institution and our policies are frankly ingrained to support and think about tenancy in one form and not multiple forms. So for me, that will be one of my long-term asks, that we state it explicitly. I think along the lines, Chair, where I was, GM Burden was stating that by the time this report dropped and up until today, she's been in receipt, or they have been in receipt of, emails with good feedback and comments. And I think similar to where Councillor Alex Wilson was going, we had a consultant report charged with getting feedback, and now we're getting different feedback. So either, knowingly or not, we maybe didn't ask the right questions or go to the full round of people, but just looking again for some assurance that in rewiring our brains about how we think of residency in this community, that tenant response team, again, be such that the people that you receive these emails from are going to be somehow represented in this infrastructure. Thank you, through the chair.
Thank you. GM Burden.
Thank you, through the chair, to the councillor. I want to watch my words. I think Director Barrett and I were just talking. The feedback we believe is the same in terms of there was feedback. It's the feedback that we've received has been very similar feedback. I think the error was that we missed the direction to explore all of the options and to bring the options back. And so I hope that restores some confidence in terms of it wasn't we didn't listen or receive feedback. It's just we didn't then take that feedback and move in the direction of the alternatives. It was a different scope and lens that we provided. So we actually will go back to that feedback from the consultant report as an input into this report back and look at it with that expanded lens, if you will.
Councillor.
Thank you. I think I understand. I would like to begin a little bit of a discussion on what I thought I heard from a number of delegates was that we do need to do a better job and bring value to data in order to inform our policy and our funding and our evaluation of our actions. And how to do that seems to be a little bit challenging. But I learned a lot today. I learned a lot from the delegates, of course. I learned a lot from the SBRC on the scope and magnitude of this. I think Ms. Mayo was talking about, she gave us data on actual evictions outside of arrears. So I also heard, Chair, about we have property standards by law enforcement officers out there They're seeing the state of our rental properties. They are amassing data or tickets or some sort of inventory of that. What I'm not understanding is how is that data accumulated, how is it reported, and how is it informing? Through the chair.
Thank you. Director Cirillo?
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, we are tracking that data. So if we get a complaint and we are going out and we are addressing a certain bylaw, we know which bylaw we are addressing, and we also know the outcome of it. So was there compliance or was there no compliance? We cannot track, we don't have the capacity to track specifics. So if it's a rental unit or a tenant unit, we can't make that distinction. We can really just find out if it's been compliance or not, if it's a repeat offender, if it's a repeat property. We report on that annually to council. We provide that bylaw enforcement report to council at the end of every year. And then at the early term or at the early sense of the year for a new term of council, we usually bring forward our bylaw priority report, which will be coming before this council shortly, which indicates where our priorities are based on the data or the trends that we have seen over the past couple of years.
Councillor?
Thank you, through the chair. So if you're compiling on that, all of that, my next question is, how is that being transferred and shared to healthy and safe communities when it comes to our tenant response work?
Director?
Through the chair to the councillor, there is information we can share. Again, we can't make that distinction of whether they are in fact tenants or renters of certain properties. It would just be a property charge as a whole. But certainly we'll continue to collaborate with our partners in or healthy and safe communities and whatever data that they may need.
Councillor?
Thank you. The other question I have is we heard from some delegates, again, sharing the trauma of being deprived of housing as a consequence of a renoviction. So what I'm trying to understand is how are we, or are we accumulating data from those who are, that we engage in our outreach of how they became unhoused? So I remember one time, Chair, reading the City of Toronto keeps this data. And when they were doing their inventory of individuals who are deprived of housing, what they found was 31% of the people in encampments were there as a consequence of being evicted from the private market. Often we only tend to frame our encampments as part of our mental health crisis. Certainly, being deprived of housing would ultimately contribute or exacerbate, but I think if we were better informed, or at least if I was better informed on the profile of those who are deprived of housing, it would certainly give some urgency and inform us on our homelessness strategy. So it's a long way of saying, do we do that? Through the chair.
Thank you. GM Burden? Director?
Through the chair to the councillors. So all of that is very worthy, and I would say to you that we do have the ability to collect that data and we have that information from clients. We don't necessarily right now report it in that way, but we are able to do so. And you are correct that it's certainly not the mental health crisis alone that's lending people to find themselves living in encampments, but rather sometimes income and lack of ability to find affordable housing is certainly part of that issue.
Councillor, you have 1 minute left.
Thank you, Chair. I was someone who was a proponent of the rental licensing pilot. I'm delighted to hear that as part of that consideration, and I hope to accelerate the consideration and evaluation of the Rent Toronto, because I think it has to be a key part of our infrastructure moving forward. So if I understood Director Cirillo correctly, we're not having to wait until the end of, are we having to wait to the end of that pilot for its consideration or evaluation or inclusion in our strategy. Through the chair, my last question.
Thank you. Director?
Through the chair to the councillor, that was our original intent when we were reporting back on the success or challenges that we faced in the pilot program. We were going to look at different options that were available in other municipalities, at which point we would be including options like rent TO. There are also opportunities for us to bring it back earlier when we are looking at different bylaws such as property standards and vital services to see if there are gaps that can be filled with other options that exist in other municipalities.
Well, thank you, Chair. Given the urgency of the situation, I would hope and trust that we would do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson, would you mind taking the chair for me?
Okay, yes, go ahead, Councillor Clark.
Thank you. I've been replaying this over and over in my mind. I did not go back to the tape like my colleague, Councillor Kretsch. But I did recall saying Ways and Means. And maybe I've been in politics far too long or studied political science, but Ways and means how do we do it? It means make it happen. And I believe that was the intention of this committee in the end of last year. And to Councillor Alex Wilson's point, we have heard from many of the same delegates a number of times. A number of times. Not once, not twice, but a number of times on this very issue. And the ECS committee that heard them all that while ago now had basically said, enough. We need to fix this. That's what we as a committee chose to do. That was our decision, and it was ratified by council. And so I'm frustrated that we're in this spot, and I could ask a whole bunch of questions in terms of how we got here. At this point, it's irrelevant. While much of the new front bench is new, and a good number of councillors are new, there was a lot of staff, including the city manager, who was here, and there was a number of councillors who was here. So we remember. I'm not sure how it fell off the cliff in the manner that it did. If we're talking about doing a consultation with stakeholders, residents, tenants, just to hear the same information from them, I'm not on for that, with the greatest of respect. That is just so disrespectful. They've already shared their lived experience, and if you were watching them, they were pained to experience it again, if only by remembering it in order to share that fact with us. I don't want to put them through that again. If we're talking about the best ways to implement this new regime, I'm okay with that. But let's not force tenants who are now couch surfing to relive what they've already, they know it better than us. So I'm all for giving some direction to staff on the record to fix this report so that it comes back in an appropriate manner that the original council had requested. But we got to stop this. the economy is not improving. And we are seeing tenants lose their homes because of their inability to pay rent. And then on top of that, you've got predators who are literally preying on them in the hopes that they'll leave so that they can actually charge 3 and 4 times the rent. Let's say what it is. It's predatory. And I don't see the provincial government stepping up. And so we're responsible for what happens here in Hamilton. My own clock is going off on me.
I'm keeping track since I'm in the chair, Councillor Clark. Carry on.
You're too kind.
You know my middle name is Latitude. Carry on.
His clock is older than mine. So I just want to make sure that the staff hear us. We're asking to make it happen. Help us make it happen. We're willing to have the fight if someone comes after us and sues us. We're willing if the province says, no, you can't do this. But we can't let this keep going on. We are going to see an exponential growth in homelessness if we do not step up and say enough is enough. Just us stepping up and saying enough is enough will warn off a lot of the predatory landlords from doing what they're thinking of doing right now. When we don't do anything, they think it's open season, they can get away with anything. That's what they're doing. So I look to my colleagues for some modifications as we move forward. But I don't want to go backwards, and I don't want to put these residents and tenants through all of the hoops all over again. So I will take the chair back. Now I have a piece
I
of...
kept allowing the applause because it was polite applause from the crowd that's been here for several hours. So, Councillor Clark.
I would have appreciated you stepping in if they were booing me, obviously.
No, not at all. Chair, back to you, Councillor Clark. Thank you.
Thank you. So do we need to move a motion to extend the curfew?
No, it's not 8 hours for this meeting.
It's not 8 hours. Thank you. I'm just...
That's right, yeah, that's.
Okay, I'm just double checking. I don't want to get in trouble with anyone. Okay, so I do need a motion to receive the presentation. Oh, sorry, Councillor Kretsch, second time. Sorry, my apologies.
Thanks. I have a procedural clarification question, but first, I really want to finish, if it's okay, Councillor Maureen Wilson's thought.
How does he do that?
So I have one question for Director Serial, and then I have a procedural question about what to do next, because I have a proposed motion and I want to see what the will of our committee is here regarding how we do that. It's 2 different ways. So you said we don't have the capacity to find out if someone's renting or not, and I want to just introduce these 2 things and ask you about it. Like, can we not just run a spreadsheet on forward sortation area and tax and postal code to identify the buildings? Because most buildings, right, if we're talking about a building, are subscribing to one postal code. And so if you're out there in an address and you could do a cross-reference with a list of apartment buildings, also tax rate code. So the tax rate that people pay, whether they're in a position where they're renting a property or they're a tenant, can be, or most often is, different than if they're not. And so there tends to be, I think there are tools within the city to be able to do this information, to track this and just cross-reference some spreadsheets. Can't we do that?
Director Cirillo.
Through the chair to the councillor, it's not that we can't do it. We currently don't do it because it would be very labor intensive. I would suggest that if we were to be doing this behind the scenes cross-referencing or having officers including this in their investigation, tracking it, we'd have to have a technological input from behind the scenes in order to create drop-down menus. So there would be some work that would go into it. I wouldn't suggest it would be as easy as just simply asking someone if they're a renter, looking at a postal code and tracking it. It would be a lot of cross-reference behind the scenes work. Again, not impossible, but certainly would take some resources to do so.
Fair enough. I think that just underlies for me, I guess, that the extractive ability for us to get data sets from our systems and software maybe not be as robust as I think it is. Fair enough. So on to my point. So I would like to put a motion forward that we just implement the bylaw. And I know that we have a legal device coming forward in the form of a report. We've already received that report in the closed session portion of our meeting that we can read and review. Like, I've read the report and I'm fine with it. I don't need to hear verbally the same report back to me and ask questions. I see what it is. I know there are going to be some legal risks. I understand what the legal risks are. I'm fine with just putting these motions on the table and getting on with the day, rather than going into camera, coming back out of camera to review the report that I've already read and understood. So my question is, right, regardless, there has to be something happen. Either we kind of vote on the going in camera portion now, or we suspend the deciding portion of this piece till after the in-camera session so we can make motions related to this report later. Am I understanding that correctly? We have, like, these are the options?
Councillor, you said implement the bylaw. What bylaw?
The renovations bylaw.
Thank you.
Right, so that's what I'm talking about, is just putting a straightforward motion out there. I've already sent it around saying, let's just implement this bylaw. So I think that those are the two choices we have now, which are like, go in camera and hear the advice, come back out and do it, or just do it now and not go in camera.
Director Cirillo, please.
Sorry.
Through the chair, if I could just ask a point of clarification just on the bylaw, would it be direction back to staff to prepare a bylaw? Because, okay, so to come back, prepare the bylaw, staffing implications, rollout plan, communication, transition, all of that?
Do you have the bylaw? Or what his motion? Do you have his motion? No? I'd like to have it put up on the screen. You said you...
Through the chair, if I may just interject for a moment to back it up just a bit. So we've received the presentation. We need to do something with the recommendations in the report that we have. And as the councillor said, defer the recommendations until after close, don't go into close. That is your wish. But something needs to be done with the recommendations in the report before you, and then motions as they come.
Okay, so I'm getting people pointing at me all over the place. So who is making changes or recommending changes so we can debate something? Because I can't rule without having that. Councillor Nan?
Thank you. As I indicated as a first-time speaker, that I have an amending motion to the recommendations before committee at the appropriate time.
Thank you. So I'll come right back to you. I'll come right back to you, Councillor.
Right back to me. Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, I just want to finish answering the question that Director Ciriello put to me about preparing the bylaw. I don't want to lose that thread. But yeah, I'm not suggesting we don't do the recommendations for the record. At no point am I not suggesting that. Am I suggesting that? I'm just saying, when do we do it? But so I don't know the difference. And this is, I think, a ways and means problem again. Here we are, right? Truly, right? Prepare the bylaw, implement the bylaw, prepare to implement. Like, I don't know. Do it is my point. Like, do the thing. So, did you?
Director?
Through the chair.
Oh, go.
Sorry,
Go
unless
ahead.
unless you got unpromoted, I went to Director Cirillo first, sorry. Then I'll come back to you.
No, through the chair, the clarity is certainly appreciated. I just wanted to know what direction we were going and what we were talking about, but I'll defer over to Acting City Manager.
GM Can, I'll come to you, Councillor.
Through the chair to the councillor, I would suggest to the committee that the best path forward is that this report be referred back to staff. I will ensure that what transpired today is communicated to the city manager upon a return tomorrow. In addition, I know the SLT is committed to finding that path forward as described in this meeting, and we will make every effort. But I think the cleanest and the easiest way forward is to refer the report back to staff.
Thank you. Councillor Kretsch, you still have the floor.
I mean, I guess I'll just ask the question that anybody would ask at this point, and then be quiet, is to when will it come back? Because again, like I'm again worried about this conversation all having to be redone, us coming forward again to this meeting. There are some things we could simply state right now today, some amendments from Councillor Nan, talk about preparing the bylaw or implementing the bylaw, and then have you come back with a report that says like how we do it or something, but like I really feel uncomfortable leaving today without some decisions. But when would this theoretical report come back?
Thank you for that, Councillor. So can I ask that, do you have Councillor Nan's recommended amendment? If you can please post that for me first. And then I know, Councillor Jackson, you have comments about the in-camera report. Okay, so that's Deputy Director report back on the. Please, if you could read it for me, that'd be great.
Sure. Our eyes are tired among many other parts of us. So I'm just going to read out what the amendment is, and then I have recommendations of reordering what's here before us, because I do not believe B and C are required anymore. And the challenge before us is between today and the day that report backs come, there is a need in our community for the Tenant Defense Fund to continue being operational, as it is currently paused until some direction is ratified by council. So I would say the amendment I emailed to all my colleagues is that staff be directed to report back on the expansion of the Tenant Defense Fund program, scope and flexibility, to allow the city to support eligible tenants to preserve affordable rental housing in the private market through the following components. 1, increase the annual overall fund amount. 2, expand eligibility to include N12 notices. 3, streamline access to professional services like paralegal services. 4, tenant information services. 5, tenant organizing and capacity building. And 6, research and policy development. The challenge with leaving D to be the standalone direction chair is that we need something as a stopgap even before this report back comes back. So we need that 50K to be in operation from today to July, so that tenants can access the current existing Tenant Defense Fund as it exists, which means that A would need to stay, and then D would become B, and I think the rest of it gets wiped out.
Thank you for that. Can I ask staff, it says increase the balance of the Tenant Defense Fund by $50,000. What was the new budget that was approved by council for that fund?
So through the chair, that particular budget was a one-time dollar amount. So what we're asking for, it was $50,000. What we're asking for in this report is that $50,000 be allocated there again. I would suggest that we stay with that number as is for now until we come back with the more fulsome report of what the true dollar amount would be to do the expanded scope. I would also add that on this particular motion, I think that on letter 2 under D is probably something we can do immediately without having to wait to come back on the report.
Okay. Well, once ratified by council. Okay. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Chair Clark. Councillor Nance A and the new B are all in order for me. I was only asking, in deference to legal staff that have been here for 6 hours with us and their 17-page report, I was just questioning whether or not we wanted to go in camera just to give our city solicitor a chance to explain her report. And then if we go, yep, fine, thank you, city solicitor, but we're coming right out of camera because we know our direction, great. I'm not here to waste anyone's time, but just again, given her presence this whole afternoon, the report she prepared, I just thought it may be in order. Thank you, Chair Clark.
Thank you. You'll second what? Councillor Nan, did you have a seconder for that? Sorry. Yes, I did. Okay. You have no one now. Councillor Kretsch. So, to be clear, this is only dealing with the Tenant Defense Fund and not the report here. GM Burden.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the committee. We're having a discussion that this particular motion does not have the previous comments around work around the rental replacement bylaw and other pieces. And so should it be the will of committee to add that to this or to put another letter in here, we could supply that, that language, that wording.
I'm sorry,
Chair,
what
it
was
would
the
be my
wording again?
interest to have a C added that then clarifies the direction with the outstanding work as well. And that was the other thing that I had said, like,
Okay.
tell me what you think.
So can
And
you
might be what
provide
Councillor
the
Craig said.
suggested wording, GM Burton or somebody?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the committee, I did just send it to Elsie.
That's even better.
Yes, Kohler, sorry. Yes.
So give us a second for her to pull that up.
Yes. So through you, Mr. Chair, GIC would be staff to report back to ENCS with a framework, including timeline and resources to develop a comprehensive renoviction strategy as part of our recovery plan to include the evaluation of the tenant defense fund, proactive tenant education options, and options for a licensing and bylaw regime.
Through the chair, may I ask for clarification on this numbering? What is GIC? What are the subsections referring to?
Through you, Chair, it is only, it's from the previous OBL, so they could be struck, and just that second paragraph could just be, the first paragraph could be eliminated, and it could start with C, staff to report back with the framework. That's fine.
Staff to report back to ECS with a framework including a timeline and resources to develop a comprehensive renovation strategy for City of Hamilton as part of our recovery plan to include the evaluation of the Tenant Defense Fund, proactive tenant education options, and options for a licensing and bylaw regime.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if we could strike the evaluation of the Tenant Defense Fund, as that would be covered in the previous, the Tenant Defense Fund references are in the previous.
It's redundant, yep.
Thank you.
And I would prefer to take the word options out and say the ways and means for a licensing and bylaw regime. Okay, councillors, that's what's there. Councillor Kretsch?
Speaking to this micro amendment, I'm concerned about the licensing and bylaw regime in there. Like, there already is a staff report back on that. There's more than one, like in a different kind of way. We've already got the consultant's report back on that last piece. We have a confidential legal analysis back on that piece. So in terms of the bylaw and the bylaw, like unless you're suddenly saying your advice is going to change, I think we know what your advice is. So why would we have that piece come back? And licensing is a 4-year pilot, so there's nothing for us to say about licensing right now, because we already have a track for licensing, unless you're looking to accelerate the licensing. Hope that makes sense.
So delete licensing, because licensing doesn't.
Separately, as I'm saying, that should be discussed separately. Should it not?
So licensing bylaw was with regard to licensing of rental housing. This is specifically to renovictions bylaw. Is that correct, Councillor? Please help me. I hate doing this on the fly, guys.
yeah.
This is why we like kicking it back to staff, but go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, I'm not trying to frustrate anything. I'm just trying to get things clear and the public to be clear about what's getting done. And the last piece I would just want clarity on is licensing is being removed as part of the renovation strategy by removing the word licensing here versus the piece that I heard from staff that the review of rent TO could be framed in a report back to ECS in the context of a renovation strategy, is what I heard from staff earlier today. So I'm not clear why we're removing the word licensing.
That's a valid point because licensing is a pilot right now, and you're talking about a licensing and renovations bylaw for the entire city.
I'm just, all I care about, to make this easier for everybody, is I just want to be able to separately vote on the renovictions bylaw issue. That's it. So do whatever you want here. Don't care. But the renovictions bylaw issue.
Don't be that mean.
No, I'm not being mean. It's just that earlier staff today said, literally, out of their mouths were, let's separate these two things into two different pieces. Piece one is everything. Piece two is the renovictions bylaw itself, which is a legal framework. So that's all I'm trying to do here is maintain the separation so we can vote on these things separately so they don't get lumped together and confused and we end up in a ways and means again. Does that make sense to my colleagues at all, or am I missing something here?
Let's take a 15-minute recess so that staff can deal with the language and come back, and then we can all take a deep breath.
Apologies for interrupting through you, Chair. I've been on the speakers list for some time now. Just wondering if I could also jump in before we do that.
Yes, you can. I'm sorry, but I can't see you because there's a big report on the screen.
That's all. I just wanted to flag the timing of that. Thank you. Apologies, the motion, I was just wanted to pick up on something that was said by Director Baird regarding the fact that I believe it was II of what would be B, working from memory here because it's not up on the screen, was implementable right now. Just going back to staff, I'm wondering if we can make, as we go to this recess and we do some revisions, just wondering if that can be one of the revisions made so we don't lose that helpful note from Director Baird.
Director Baird, you gonna know what your helpful note was?
Yes, I do know.
It's just that we don't have to do a report back. We can move today.
Through the chair, yes, I do know what the item is. It's to move forward with expansion of the tenant defense fund effective now as opposed to waiting on the report back. And I'm happy to have that happen, yes.
Apologies through you, Chair. And I believe it was said specifically that N13s could be included in that expansion of funding today, like as of ratification at council next week. And just seeking for that because the motion reads right now a report back on including N13s, and it doesn't seem like we need a report back is what I heard. I heard we could just do that. And so maybe moving that to A or just adding a slight little language thing saying and immediately moving on, just so we don't lose any time. That's all.
Through the chair, absolutely. And just for clarification, Councillor, it's N12s that we'd be adding. The N13s are covered. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kretsch has moved a 15-minute recess, seconded by Councillor Maureen Wilson. All those in favor? You need an electronic vote on this one, I guess? Councillors, staff, ladies and gentlemen, we are now back in session. No, I'm fine with it.
Councillors, subsection C is quite drafty, so I'm just waiting to get the full language.
Can you report back to ACS? For those who are tuning in at home, we're just reading a motion on the big screen, which you should be able to see. A full suite of options to halt rent evictions.
Councillors, one moment while I get the clean copy out.
It's in my head. Yeah, I'm not going to sing that one. You couldn't pay me enough to sing that one.
Oh, wait a second, that's a retro song. Sunshine Lollipops.
Go ahead, Tom. You've got the floor. You can sing it.
Chair Clark, Councillor Danko seems to be attending ECS more often. Can we recruit him?
Did you hear that, Councillor Danko? They want to know if we can recruit you to this committee, given that you attend it so often. We are live, so be careful what you say. Okay. So this is the proposed amendment.
No. Chair Clark?
Jean Burden?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the Elsie Kohler, the language that we have provided does not have the August 2023 date. And through you, Mr. Chair, to the committee, part of what we are struggling with is the extent of work required in D and all of the competing priorities. We need to go back and figure out what we can reprioritize in order to put to the front of the line, and we don't have the relevant GM. GM Thorne is not here tonight, so we're hesitant to commit to that in light of other priorities. Director Cirillo has just said that if there was an additional resource approved, that we could likely look at more expedited timelines, but we're a bit, that's the hesitancy and why it has taken us so long to come back.
So can I suggest that it stays like this, and then at council, you'll be able to more fulsomely provide answers to those questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kretsch, please.
So I think this solves all the problems for the time being, meaning there's a clear mention of a renovictions bylaw at the very end, which is a little clearer, I think. And then we don't need to go on camera and have the whole discussion. We can have that discussion later. That's up for debate. But the point is, that seems clear enough to me that says the words renovictions bylaw on it. Does that make sense to everyone else? And I think there's a piece that Councillor Wilson wanted to add into all this that's missing. And then I think for my piece, literally says renovictions bylaw right in it. So I think that's clear enough. And then, yeah, okay.
So Councillor Maureen Wilson, you had mentioned earlier tonight that we want to somehow deal with good data. Are you wanting to deal with that now or at a later date?
Thank you, Chair. We received a delegation from the Social Planning and Research Council in which they identified some avenues that we could either partner with or explore in our effort moving forward to get a better sense of what's going on out there. What I heard was a request to report back on the ability of this municipality to track sales notices for multi-unit buildings, to monitor trends in the area and create a process to inform tenants of their right in case of ownership change. And I think this is complementary, in my opinion, to what I did hear earlier this week when we were talking about the housing sustainability and investment roadmap, because a clear indication that in our economic action plan, we bring value to housing as part of our now and part of our future. And like in any activity, we have to track that activity. And the second part, through the chair, was that staff be requested to assess the feasibility of coordinating with our healthcare partners, which was another theme we heard of earlier today, to track tenants who are receiving home care, who are also being subjected to eviction notices. And then the third part, of course, it's already in here, but that I had was that the SPCR, the Social Planning and Research Council requested that staff review Toronto's Rent Safe program and how it could be used as a model for Hamilton. So, but that's already noted. So then just the two, I don't know if staff would like to comment on those. I did send it to GM Burden and Director Baird on the ability to track sales notices for multi-unit buildings.
Director Baird.
Through the chair, thank you, councillors. So in this moment, I can't tell you the feasibility on either one of those. I think they're both valuable pieces of work to look into. And I think overall, it's worthy for us to go back and see how we put together a more comprehensive data strategy around this piece of work, and probably broader than this within housing services. That work is underway, but I do think that we could look at those two specifically. No concerns about them.
Okay, Chair, so if I could so move them, because it is just requesting as part of their, I think Director Baird just said their data work. They don't have a problem assessing the feasibility. I just don't want it to get lost as one of the suggestions that came up from a delegation.
So Elsie Kolar has captured it as E and F on this motion. If you want to check that out, please. And Councillor Nan, are you moving the overall amendment? Thank you. So then E and F would be an amendment from Councillor Maureen Wilson. Is this, I'm sorry, is it a friendly then? Sorry, Councillor, I didn't hear you. It's a friendly motion, thank you. And Councillor Nan and Councillor Kretsch, you're good with that? Thank you. So the motion as amended is before us. Is there any further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call the vote.
Apologies, I believe both myself and Councillor Dank are on the speakers list.
Okay.
Better bring back those cue cards, Chair Clark.
I have 2 words for you, Councillor. It's love ya. Councillor Alex Wilson, go ahead.
Just a question for clarification on item D that was up in the spirit of what Councillor Maureen Wilson said of making sure we don't lose anything, just looking for specific confirmation from staff that as written, D will include a report back on rental replacement tools. And then I'm so sorry, it's just not in front of, I understand that it needs to come down for you to see me, but I need it up to talk about it. So sorry, was just wondering that specifically rental replacement will be included in that review. It doesn't need to be added. I'm just asking staff, like, if that's their understanding, because this is how we got in this place, was maybe council having a different understanding of the motion in front of us than staff, and so just seeking to see if that's part of it.
Can you repeat what you wanted included, Councillor? I'm sorry.
I'm wondering if a conversation about rental replacement policies or bylaws are explicitly included under the full suite of options. Like I can understand full suite of options would imply yes. I'm just looking for confirmation that rental replacement policies are one of those things. And if they need to be specifically named, they can be named. They are a bylaw.
We've added words rental replacement policies.
Thank you. And then following up on that, just again, the same question, but with respect to the use of building permits to prevent rent evictions or the role of building permits in this process. Again, we'll hear that from the Toronto Network, just wondering if they're explicitly included or if staff see them as included in this D.
If you'd like it to be included, I'd suggest that we include it, Councillor.
The use of building permits. Thank you.
Use of building permits. Is that correct, Councillor? Thank you. Thumbs up from the Councillor. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Chair. Just really quickly, because I really appreciate all the work that the committee's done, and I'm going to check out right after this, and you still have the rest of your agenda. Just one comment on the city licensing bylaw, understanding that the direction is report back. But I think it is really important just to correct the public record that the current rental licensing pilot is in fact a 2-year pilot. It's very important that it is a 2-year pilot. It's taking 2 years for it to be initiated and phased in, but the actual pilot is 2 years. And it is in no way targeting student rentals. It is targeting all rentals within wards 8, 14, and Ward 1. Thank you.
That was a good statement, Councillor, because if we were to indicate that it was student rental housing, then it would be appealable under the Human Rights Code. So that's a valid statement. Thank you, Councillor, for the reminder. Okay. Councillors, looking around the table one more time. Staff, we all good, or did we miss something? Don't just smile at me. We're good? We're good? We're good? We're good? Okay, call the vote. Usually our meetings are much smoother than this, just to say.
And apologies through you, Chair, if my eScribe could be reactivated. I missed the vote for recess, but I think I've been locked out. I see the vote, I'm just not able to vote in it.
Councillor, you're back in.
And that vote carried 7-0. Thank you. We are now moving on to item 10.1, loan to City Housing Hamilton for its affordable housing project at 8 Roxanne Drive, HSC 19034A.
Pardon the interruption. Through the chair, we need to now vote on the report as amended.
I thought I said as amended, but that's okay. Let's vote on it as amended. Absolutely. They've done marvelous work tonight.
Vote is open.
That vote carried 7-0. So councillors, 10.1 is the loan to City Housing Hamilton for its affordable housing project. In my roadmap, I had Michelle Baird, Director of Housing, providing an introduction to the next report. I'm not sure if that's necessary, given that we know what's in the report. So I need a mover and a seconder on the report. I believe it's Councillor Nan, and I think it was Councillor Wang. Thank you. So let's have that vote now, unless someone wishes to speak to it. Didn't think so. That vote carried 7-0. Thank you. 10.2. The Early On Child and Family Center Service Agreement with the Hamilton Wentworth Catholic District School Board. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Nan. Oh, sorry, Councillor Alex Wilson. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. That vote carried 7-0. Councillor Alex Wilson, I have a motion here before me. City-operated recreation centers, whereas the Emergency Community Services Committee received a delegation on the Dundas Community Pool that highlighted the need to understand the current inventory of recreational facilities. Therefore, be it resolved that the staff report back on the accessibility level of city-operated recreation centers, outdoor pools and arenas, and include which facilities are fully AODA compliant, and the number of gender-neutral and barrier-free washrooms available, and any additional relevant information by September 30th, 2023. I think you'd like to move that.
I would like to move that. I've been having those conversations offline with staff. No issues with bringing them into public. I'm just a little surprised as I did not draft that. I think that might have been the other Wilson. So happy to move it forward, but just want to acknowledge that I didn't do that.
Let it never be said that the chair is not listening. Seconded by Councillor Maureen Wilson, please. We'll have that vote, please. Don't give it away, my secrets. Thank you. That vote carried 7-0. Councillor Nan, you have a notice of motion before us. Would you like to introduce it now, please?
Certainly, and with thanks to staff for supporting and recommending the development of this motion. It's to seek advocacy support from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities on establishing an urgent intergovernmental platform on mental health. And the reason I need to seek to waive the rules is so that I can take this to FCM in May, and being able to pass this now, get it ratified in the next council meeting, gives myself and staff the opportunity then to prepare to seek to do this work at FCM in May. The motion is before committee. The therefore be it resolved is that the City of Hamilton sponsors a resolution at the FCM annual conference seeking support from FCM partners on mental health emergency in Canada, and that the resolution includes that the FCM calls on the federal government to take urgent action to address mental health and to acknowledge that mental health is a national emergency that demands urgent attention and action from all levels of government in Canada. 2, to commit to a tripartite policy discussions aimed at making mental health care an integral part of Canada's universal healthcare system, with a view to establishing a constitutionally valid intergovernmental platform for mental health that recognizes and addresses the unique mental health needs of marginalized communities. And 3, develop a comprehensive national mental health strategy that addresses the interconnected issues of housing, homelessness, and substance abuse, while increasing mental health investments in communities to ensure that all stakeholders, especially municipalities, community groups, and other local organizations, are properly resourced and organized for the delivery of essential mental health services and supports with sustainable long-term funding.
Thank you. So the
First motion would be to seek to waive the rules. Thank you.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Kretsch. And we'll have that vote, please. That vote carries 7-0. And Councillor, you can proceed with the motion. Did you wish to speak to it at all, or?
I'm good.
You're good?
I'm exhausted. I apologize.
We've all had a long day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seconded by Councillor Kretsch, same mover and seconder.
I think it's seconded by you,
Doesn't matter.
already informally.
Well, we're changing it to Councillor Kretsch.
Councillor
vote
Alex
carried.
Wilson, are you able to vote?
Thumbs up. That vote carried 7-0. We are now moving on to item 13.1, which is the amendments to the outstanding business list. I need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Tom Jackson. And we'll call that vote unless there's any questions or comments. Well, if you behave long enough, we'll recognize you. Oh, sorry, Councillor Hernan, go ahead.
On the outstanding business, that's correct?
Yes?
Yeah, so then we're not removing tenant defense fund, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
So it will be the amendments to the outstanding business list as amended.
Do I have to vote on it as amended? Go ahead. Let's call the question. That vote carried 7-0. Councillors, we have private and confidential, item 14.1. Did you wish to move in camera to hear that report now? I'm seeing no interest in doing that, so we just move on to the,
We need a motion to receive the in-camera report.
thank you. I need a mover and a seconder to receive the confidential in-camera report. Moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Nan. Well, he said I never called on him, so I'm deliberately avoiding him now. He's not even listening to me, so. That vote carried 7-0. Councillor Jackson, would you like to move adjournment of this meeting? Let the record indicate Councillor Jackson said he would be happy to move adjournment of this meeting. Who would like to second that? Councillor Wang? Anyone wish to oppose it? Let's call the vote. Thank you, councillors, staff. This has been a long day. I look forward to seeing who's sitting on the licensing tribunal bright and early tomorrow morning.